Welcome to the April 20th, 2023 regular meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. Glad you all are here. Madam Clerk.
Our first item is invocation by Pastor Carl Anderson, Upper Room Church of God in Christ.
Welcome, Pastor Anderson. Good to see you.
Good to be here. Mayor, Board of Commission, thank you for this opportunity. Well, God, we thank you for all you've done, all you're doing, and all you're going to do for us all. God, I pray for our city. No weapon formed against us shall prosper. God, we thank you, God, for your mighty strength. God, we thank you, Lord, for your sovereign power and your peace. Lord, we pray for the children of our community. God, we pray for peace in our community. We pray, God, for godly strategies to eradicate gun violence. And God, I pray, God, that we will become one and stronger as a community. God, I pray, God, that you will give us provision for the vision you've given our city leadership. And God, I pray, God, that we'll continue to bind together stronger. Oh, God, even during these tough times, we know that you live, move, oh, God, and move by your power. God, continue to lead us and guide us, God. Oh, God, we can't make one move without you. And God, we pray, God, that even in this meeting today, that you'll take control, that you'll let us be on one accord. And God, let your will be done for our city, our community, our families, our neighborhoods. In your name we pray. Thank God. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Anderson.
Our next item is the adoption of our agenda, including consent and regular agenda items with two updates. File 2023-394, Law Enforcement Torch Run Day. Added item, file 2023-79, Rural King Plan Development Amendment, updated backup.
All right, do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. I see no lights on this. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have agendas. Thank you.
Our first item is early public comment, and at this time, we have no comment cards.
Okay.
Our next item is 2023-352, quarterly housing update, with a recommendation that the commission hear the quarterly housing update presentation and authorize staff to finalize and move forward with the Pleasant Street and Porter's infill opportunity project next steps.
Madam Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, Corey Harris is here for the presentation, housing update.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Commission. Again, Corey Harris, Housing and Community Development Director. It seems like we're doing these housing updates every other day. So here again to present to you some of the first two quarter accomplishments for our department. Really excited to share this information with you. And so in your backup, you see that not only do you have the updates from the housing and community development space, that's for those programs that are germane to housing and community development, but you also have the annual GCRA update, which will be presented to you as well, and also the building blocks for the infill projects in both Porter's and Pleasant Street. So here you have before you the first slide here. We have several funding sources based on what we get from the federal level, the state level, and also the local level. Here's some of our accomplishments here. So you can see here under our housing rehabilitation program, we're fortunate enough to be able to complete 8 units. In our DPA for the Dreams to Reality, which is the Heartwood subdivision, we were able to close on 5 DPAs. And the other DPAs are for properties outside of that jurisdiction. So that was 6.
Mr. Harris, if I can just interrupt you.
Yes.
When you say DPAs, just make sure
down
that you
payment assistance. I'm sorry, Ms. Curry. And so when we start talking about DPA, we are talking about down payment assistance. Typically, those funding sources are either through GCRA funding or SHIP, State Housing Initiative Partnership, with the Dreams to Reality. Sometimes we have some money through our federal home program as well that can be used as DPA. Mortgage foreclosure intervention, I'm happy to report, as of this report, as you can see, that we didn't have any recipients, but here recently, within the last week or so, 2 people have taken advantage of that program. So that provides up to $7,500 in assistance to homebuyers who are facing foreclosure. So a very great program there that provides relief. The homebuyers education, you'll see there we've had 6 workshops over the first 2 quarters. And then our homeowner education, which is our eviction prevention, our understanding predatory lending, those type workshops, we've had 2. For Connect Free, which is to offset the wastewater connections to our utility system, we had 2 recipients there. And for our rental eviction program, we had 53 individuals. By all means, I have like 26 slides here, but if you guys want to stop me at any moment, by all means, please feel free to do so. Right now in our pipeline, we have 26 projects going on, broken down in that fashion. We have 84 individuals on our wait list. So the more money we can receive, the more money we can put out on the street, and we're extremely fortunate to have the funding sources that we have. Here recently, or actually back in 2020, actually, the city authorized the staff to put together 11 lots to convey to Habitat for Humanity over in the Duval area, where I'm happy to report now. I know it seems like it's been a long time coming, but the initial 4 lots, they were able to be conveyed in short order, but the other 7, we had some issues, some title issues that we had to work through. I'm happy to report today that 10 of the 11 are now being conveyed to Habitat. Also, the city invested resources to improve the streetscape and to develop a new street in that area as well. So this was a major partnership with the city and a nonprofit provider as Habitat. So happy to report that they've constructed 2 homes on those 11 lots. And so that project is moving forward. ARPA, I provided an ARPA update a couple days ago, but I'll do just a real brief ARPA update today. The AHAC committee, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, met last Tuesday to evaluate the 7 applications. And those 7 applicants applied for $11.9 million and of course we have set aside $7.2 million, so the money was oversubscribed. You'll hear that recommendation from both AHAC, Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, as well as our staff coming up in June. Here's information on the GCRA funded housing programs, and also I want to acknowledge one person that will be taking over the project lead for these particular housing programs, at least the first 5 that I'll discuss, and that's Leslie Highsmith. So if Leslie would stand up, she's our new project lead for these GCRA housing programs. And so you can see there with the budget and what we've been able to accomplish. I want to focus on what we've been able to accomplish with the neighborhood paint program. We're able to assist 22 families with our heirs property program, 4 families. My neighborhood, I know you guys can see this and read this yourselves, but 3 families. And also, I want to talk a little bit about our Porters and Pleasant Street infill projects, and we're going to go over that building blocks near the end of our presentation. So without further ado, I'm going to call up Chelsea Bakaitis, that's who's going to go over our annual update for the GCRA housing programs.
Hi, good morning. My name, for the record, is Chelsea Bakaitis. I am the interim supervisor over at Housing and Community Development. Last year, I had the opportunity to manage the pilot GCRA programs. This was their first year in being implemented. And so right now, I'm going to go over what we accomplished last year and then maybe some opportunities of what we can do for next year. All right, so I kind of want to go over the basics since I know we have a lot of new city commissioners here. All the housing programs, the purpose of them are to, which is written in the GCRA 10-year plan, are to maintain the population and culture of GCRA neighborhoods. All over the neighborhood paint program, that program provides free pressure wash and paint services to income eligible homeowners. The CWC partnership program, we provide funding to the CWC to promote their home energy tune-up program within the GCRA district to kind of focus services there. Heirs Property Program, that program offers free probate legal services to income eligible heirs property owners. And the My Neighborhood program offers financial assistance to home buyers from specific neighborhoods who intend to come back. All right, so I kind of want to go over what did we do last year to get the word out. Last year was a very grassroots approach. We only had one project manager really working on getting the word out, which was me. And so we went to all the neighborhood association meetings within the GCRA district. We provided other presentations. We met with the Alachua County Pastors Association, with the Alachua County Property Appraisers. They organized several estate planning summits that we attended, including a webinar. We worked with the Living College of Law on a lecture they did, and we also hosted a lunch and learn with a community group who wanted us to present to various neighbors about that. So we went to several tabling events, and then we also put a press release or press advisory out to several of the local news media outlets, and WCJB TV 20 actually picked it up, and they did a little segment on the Heirs Property and My Neighborhood program. And after that, we got hundreds of calls. That kind of brings me into next year. We're wanting to do more, we still want to keep the grassroots, but we want to do kind of more outward engagement as well. So we want to see if we can do a radio or TV public service announcements. We're going to continue and try to connect even more with local nonprofit groups and private partners. I sent postcards, which we did last year as well. We kind of just want to continue kind of the momentum we have with these programs and bring them even further. So I guess this brings me into the next part of this presentation. What did our grassroots marketing do? How many people participate in the programs? So first, the neighborhood paint program. This was a very successful program. Let me pull up the numbers. So we painted 41 houses and had 73 applicants. So a lot of people had to be waitlisted over into this year. 71% of those applicants were located in the Duval and Cedar Grove neighborhood. And so this upcoming year, we're going to see how we can get participation in the other program neighborhoods, such as North Lincoln, Sugar Hill, Spring Hill, Porters, Pleasant Street, and Fifth Avenue. So opportunities for next year. Last year, we had specific application periods per each neighborhood. So this year, we're just going to open it up. Anyone from any neighborhood can apply at any time. And we're going to make some minor application updates. The CWC partnership, the CWC assisted 25 households within the GCRA district. Looking to next year, we're going to be looking at how we can table at community centers. Actually, currently, Ms. Highsmith, who's taken over the GCRA programs, she's been tabling at Porter's Quarters Community Center with the CWC to try to get applicants from that neighborhood. And as far as also talking about CWC tune-up program, she's been talking about the other GCRA and HCD programs. Another opportunity we see is we're going to see how can we integrate the CWC, which current HCD and GCRA programs. We're going to see if we can, anyone who goes through our rehab program or down payment assistance or even the paint program, we're going to see if that could be an opportunity to just kind of streamline them into the CWC tune-up. So they get rehab, and then we give them an application for the CWC tune-up, and then they can get that. So that's one way we're wanting to increase services with the tune-up program. So the Heirs Property Program, Assistance Program, we had 34 recipients. Let me get my numbers up. So we had 34 recipients. 16 of those cases were closed. 29% were closed for advice only. 5 heirs cases were actually completed, so that's 15% of all cases. And 50% of the cases, so 17 of the cases are currently open, but we plan for them to be successful. So total, if you look at the whole year, we project that 65% of all the cases in the heirs property programs would be successful. So a lot of people sometimes apply to the heirs program and they later find out they're non-heir. So that's an example. Or sometimes they find out that their percentage of the property is so low that they don't want to go through the heirs program because it doesn't seem worth the effort for them, because their percentage of the property would be so low once it's probated. So that's a real issue with heirs property cases. In 2021, there was 282 heirs properties within the GCRA district. So if you look at it that into perspective, our program processed about 12% of all possible cases there could have been to process within the district. So that's pretty good. What we did for outreach for this program, we sent postcards out to each heirs property owner through property appraiser data, and then we also worked with the property appraiser. The property appraiser did a summit in, I think it was at Mount Carmel, and we got a lot of applicants from that. So we're trying to figure out how can we get the word out again to try to match or exceed what we got last year. And so the opportunities for next year, so as you can see, we have a lot of funding still. We want to identify who's at risk of becoming an heirs property and see if we can try to come up with a program or something around to try to encourage or provide assistance so they can get a will or a life estate to prevent them. So I think right now we're tackling current heirs properties. Next phase, we want to see what can we do to prevent properties from becoming heirs properties. Other opportunities include community education and workshop, and then just some minor application updates. All right, so the My Neighborhood program. This one we had 4 households total who received assistance. We had 10 applications, and of the 10, 8 were approved. I think the big question is why were some applicants not successful? We only had half, pretty much 4 out of the 8 total applicants be successful in the program. And then 2 of them applied and then weren't eligible. One person who applied was 1 year outside of the 2011 eligibility period. One person lived just outside of the boundary. They grew up in a housing authority neighborhood right outside of Sugar Hill. And so Duval also has some housing authority neighborhoods right outside. So that's an opportunity for next year to see if maybe we want to allow people who reside or had resided in housing authority neighborhoods to move into the district with this money, because a lot of them consider themselves part of those adjacent neighborhoods still. People who were successful as far as being approved but not able to purchase a home, a lot of them told me that they found a lack of quality homes within their budget and a lack of housing stock in certain neighborhoods. So if you just go to Zillow, neighborhoods like Fifth Avenue, Porter's Quarters, and even Pleasant Street have very low housing stock. And then Pleasant Street, the housing stock that is there is very unattainable. So that kind of brings me to the opportunities. Next year, we'd like to maybe come back to the City Commission and propose some changes to the program where we would be able to use funds for city affordable housing developments. So for instance, if the city has if any affordable housing developments are funded by the city or created by the city, we would give priority to people who rent in those neighborhoods, who have lived in those neighborhoods, so they can use this as a subsidy to purchase a home. We would like to propose that we include Heartwood for former Kennedy Homes residents to purchase a home in Heartwood. We want to change the eligibility period to the past 5 years instead of the past 10 years, so we can kind of open up and expand the number of people who would be eligible. We want to increase the award amount to $30,000, and then kind of how I discussed earlier, allow former Gainesville Housing Authority residents who just lived outside the boundary to apply to move into the district. And this may come on a future City Commission meeting. All right, so that's it. Thank you.
Hang on just a second. Commissioner Book, did you want to ask a question about this part?
I did have two
Okay,
questions.
great,
Mr.
okay,
Mayor, would
go
you
ahead.
like to go?
Yeah, let's do that while Ms. Bacchus is up here.
So thank you, Chelsea. The Fifth Avenue Arts Festival is coming up in 2 or 3 weeks. I know you used it as a marketing tool. Are we going to participate in that?
Yes,
And-
yes. This year we are participating.
I think
in
it's
that,
going to
yes.
be larger this year, and there'll probably be more opportunity for engagement now they've moved it, kind of right at Sixth Street. So I think that's terrific. The paint program, can you go to the paint program slide?
Mm-hmm.
These are very brief questions, so thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to derail
Yeah.
the presentation here for just a moment.
No, I think it makes sense to do this one presenter at a time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we able to help, or is this professional painting? That's my question.
Oh, this is professional painting. We have 2 contractors that we work with.
Okay, well, I'm out, if that's the case. So, I get that. Several of your programs are rollover budgets on the fiscal year 2023. Some are not. And all I would say is, as we see some of these budget presentations coming up here from the general manager and the city manager, is we really want to maximize our impact in the next few months to the extent that you're able to do that, because there's some good things there. And I worry about our fiscal picture. And the last question was the My Neighborhood program slide. The Heartwood for Kennedy Homes residents, I didn't even realize that, but do we have any former Kennedy Homes residents that took advantage in this program?
No, so currently, actually, that's not within the approved boundaries for the program. So we want to make it approved.
Okay,
So
that's
make
something
it an
you're looking to
opportunity.
do.
Yes, correct.
Well, I think it
Yes.
would be terrific. There are thousands of former Kennedy Homes residents that are probably dispersed, well, not just in our community, but everywhere. And I don't remember when that was even last. I think it was early 2000s that we closed it, maybe. But I would suspect that many of the residents that were in Kennedy Homes also still highly qualify for affordable housing today. So to the extent we're able to, you make that opportunity available, these would be persons we would like to find because it would be a wonderful opportunity. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bacchus, quick question. We never controlled Kennedy Homes, right?
We never what?
Had control of Kennedy Homes. As a
Correct.
clarification, I just wanted to clarify that because we didn't close anything that was closed by its own organization. The city had no say in that.
Oh, did I say something
No, you
related
did not.
to
One
that?
of my calls,
Oh, okay.
like, when we closed it, I just want to clarify that
Oh,
we
okay.
had no say in that.
Okay.
Okay. I did have a question on the My Neighborhood component. What is our current time period for eligibility?
So it's 3, you have to have lived for at least 3 years before the year 2011.
Okay, and you are looking to make that, you had to have lived somewhere 5 years before 2011?
Or within the past 5 years of whatever the current date is. We don't have to keep updating the program every year. Does that make sense? So like 5 years from now.
And that's being workshopped internally right now?
Correct.
Okay. Because I have some feelings about that, about that component. I think we picked, not arbitrarily, but we picked kind of a place and time that, at least when I was part of the discussion, we picked a place and time prior to a lot of significant changes in neighborhoods, rather than just saying like the last 5 years. Because in the last 5 years, a lot of those neighborhoods had already turned over. So I personally am not a huge fan of that change. I think picking a particular point in time prior to the demographics changing drastically and keeping that as a fixed point in time would be more helpful to the communities we are trying to bring back in. Because, for example, if we say like someone who lives in Gainesville the last 5 years, like, I qualify. But I'm not historically part of any one of those neighborhoods from my childhood or upbringing or my family.
Yes.
So I have not great feelings about that component. The rest I'm fully in support of. I think we should look to expand neighborhoods. I think we should look to expand housing authority areas. I think we should look to increase the amount, how we can to make it more feasible to attain some of those options because housing isn't getting cheaper. And I fully support having former residents of Kennedy Homes from the Gainesville Housing Authority be eligible for Heartwood. Clarifying question. Do you have to go back into the same neighborhood you were or into any one of these neighborhoods that are in the program?
Into the same neighborhood you were.
Okay.
So, and Commissioner Sacco, I think what you're saying it rings true with the time limit. I think maybe we want to have different time spans for different neighborhoods because each neighborhood has different needs and development currently going on.
Yeah,
So.
that's fine.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
the, like, just 5 years ago. It's like,
Yeah.
that looks different in different places and didn't sound great to me at that moment. But you're still workshopping it. That's just an observation, and you heard it. But otherwise, I think the rest is a really good way to bring back use. Can this be used for construction, or is it outright homeownership?
It can be used for
It can be,
construction,
right?
new
Because we
construction.
use it with, with this one, the Duval neighborhood ones were construction.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And yes. And can I add all the ones subsidized so far with this program were Habitat homes. So.
So they were all, I saw at least a couple of them.
Oh,
Very good
yeah.
job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chelsea, for the information that you provided. Thank you, Commissioner Sacco, for your attention to and your comments with regards to the time frame, because that was particularly concerning to me as well. I would like to ask this, Chelsea, to the marketing efforts. A couple of questions with regards to that. Are we working with our marketing department at all?
Yes, we created a marketing plan last year and had them review. So we're kind of working on creating a new marketing plan and working with them. Definitely, I think more partnership in the future would probably benefit us, and I think that needs to
More
happen.
partnership?
Or more work with the communications department. I think we need to do that more.
Absolutely.
Yes,
We've
yes.
just brought on a brand-new communications director who has a wealth of knowledge and understanding, and I'd be really interested to see some of the things that her expertise and her team's expertise would lend to these efforts. I've always believed that the work that we're doing here is not just critical, but it's good work. There's some things obviously that I would like to see expanded and improved upon, but I think this is good work, and it's the foundations for some really good transformational things to occur. But we have to make sure that we're marketing this in the appropriate ways to reach the communities that we're trying to serve. To that end, are we doing any type of face-to-face or door-to-door contact? I know that's labor-intensive and it takes a lot to do that, but I also know how effective and impactful that can be when you're looking to explain a program or when you're looking to get participants in a program. Is that a part of anything that we're doing so far?
Yes, ma'am. So we went door to door with the Community Weatherization Coalition last year in community youth build. So they came and helped us. And then this year, Ms. Highsmith has gone door to door in the Porters community in Spring Hill to help get the word out about the GCRA programs and also about the tabling that she's been doing at Porters Quarters, inviting them to come out to get more information if they would like. So.
Okay. I'm curious also about any data that we may be collecting outside of marketing. Is GCRA collecting any kind of data with regards to the success of these programs? How are we tracking our success over time?
So what we're doing is we're tracking the income of individuals, their income, their household, like how many people are in their household, and then their location, what neighborhood that they're in. So that's the data that we're collecting currently, and we're open to any other suggestions. If you'd like.
Okay,
So-
okay. I do have a few suggestions that I won't spend our time today kind of mentioning, but through the city manager, I'll probably send some things or forward those to her, and she can in turn, forward them to you or whatever. But I do appreciate all of the efforts, all of the things that you're trying to do. Mayor Ward and I have had a couple of sunshine meetings about the My Neighborhood project, and I think that's a really, really interesting program because it cuts to the core of kind of anti-gentrification, if you will, welcoming people back to homes or communities that they may have been displaced from. And I think there is even room for us to explore how that rolls out in the future. I know we have some budgetary constraints moving forward, but I think this program is still really, really important, especially when you think about the investments that we're making, say, to Hawthorne Road with the E-Heady project, and how that type of investment in the community becomes an incentive for people to literally come back to the space that they used to live in that they no longer live in for whatever reason. So thank you for your work. I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker-Walker. So yeah, the original working title of the My Neighborhood program was Welcome Back, with the idea that we were trying to get folks to come back and repopulate, redensify neighborhoods that they had left for whatever reason, and help people make that investment in their home neighborhood. So I'm glad that we've been able to help some folks do that, but I'm certainly open to just about any changes that we might make that would achieve that end, that would get that done better, faster. As far as funding, one of the reasons that we specifically, that this is a GCRA program was to sort of protect funding for it. That's the general idea behind trying to use designated funding sources. So I'm hopeful that we can continue to do these programs. We're not rolling over the remainder from 22, and we're half over 23 at this point. We've gone through 2 quarters of 2023, fiscal 23. And I know we ought to have a larger discussion about this, but the increasing the award amounts to 30, do we think that's enough? I don't know, put you
Like
on the spot
enough
for
of
that.
an incentive.
I mean, so $30,000 is a 20% down payment on a $150,000 house. And there aren't a lot of $150,000 houses out there. So I would be open to a higher award amount if it's possible, and if we believe it would really make things happen faster. We'll have fewer awardees if we do that, unless we increase the budget. But I want to make sure that we do spend that $125,000. So just some thoughts on it.
I guess your question was rhetorical, so I'm not going to respond
No,
to it. So,
feel free to respond.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we've noticed that we've had in our community engagement type settings, as well as, even our developers have shared with us that, there's an affordability gap. And so we've been using ARPA funding. We've also requested in our latest LHAP to increase the amount of DPA. So it's definitely a need as housing price increase, and with interest rate increasing, that's lowering the buying power of our constituents, but also the housing price increase. So to fill that gap, yes, sir. I think that would be great to kind of explore some opportunities to fill that gap, either with DPA or some of the other programming that we have.
Very good, thank you. I wonder also, is there any potential intersection between My Neighborhood and the heirs property programs? Is there a way that we could tweak something about My Neighborhood to help folks with I don't know, if they don't feel like they have capacity, if they own a share of a property, but they don't have capacity to buy out the other heirs, could this potentially work to help them do that? I know that's super complicated, but I wonder if it's possible, so that we can help both programs succeed.
So, Mr. Mayor, if we could, as we were workshopping it, take your suggestions and work it through and bring it back. I don't want to put them on the spot.
No,
because-
absolutely, yeah. And keep in mind, it is totally okay to say, Mayor Ward, you don't know what you're talking about, never mind. I just put ideas out there, so. All right, no other lights on this one. Thank you so much for this. I love these programs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, Mr. Mayor, I want to talk to you a little bit about the infill opportunities. City of Gainesville hired a consultant, GAI, to do some research, to do some community engagement around 2 lots that we own or the city owns. I got to get out of the habit of saying we. The City of Gainesville owns.
It's we.
Okay, all right.
we.
Well,
It's
that's
all
fine.
of us.
I used to say that when I was over at NHCC because it was kind of like a small outfit. So City of Gainesville owns 2 lots in both Porters and Pleasant Street. And we have with us today Jason Smith. Jason Smith was just recently hired. I just want to acknowledge Jason Smith. He was recently hired as a project manager for this type of engagement, taking over for Chelsea as Chelsea moved into a new role. Jason has been hired to take over the project management for the infill projects, as well as Heartwood, as Heartwood migrates over to housing and community development from GCRA. And so again, with this project here, GAI was hired as a consultant to develop a community-based development plan for Porters and Pleasant Street, a focus on the redevelopment of 2 vacant city-owned lots. In your backup today, you have a copy of the plan. It's broken down into like 7 sections. You know, how to use the plan, information about the sites, the challenges, the community engagement, and some of the feedback that was received. Also the community investment model and conceptual plans, and also next steps. So as you can see, these 2 lots here for the Porters community, or excuse me, the 2 lots, one is in Porters and one is in Pleasant Street. I see that we have residents from both Porters and Pleasant Street, as we've met with a number of residents here recently in regards to this plan. And so today is just to provide the commission with an update. You don't have to make a decision. What we want to do is be able to give you regular updates on some of the progress that we made towards these efforts. So as you look at the building blocks, it lists the images that were developed in research and also community member input. Now, when you look at these 2 sites, you can see that both of them are less than half of an acre. But with the community input, some of the things that we heard from the community, not to get ahead of myself, well, here's our community engagement timeline. As you can see, this started around COVID time, so that provided some delays there. But you can see that there was a number of engagements, both on the sites as well as in community venues, to get community feedback and solicit that feedback. And all that was taken into account when it was as the consultant was developing the plan. Excuse me. So with the Porters, with the Pleasant Street, it was a former park, Rose Park. And one of the things that we heard is that they wanted to, of course, preserve the history of the community. Also wanted to, pay homage to the land and what that land kind of symbolized for the community. And so here was a site plan that was developed by the consultant. Again, this site plan doesn't provide the exact development that will be there, but this is just a conceptual plan. As you know, that when you have conceptual plans, oftentimes those things change as you go through the development process. The consultant and the project manager at the time, they did do a first step to ensure that the project was moving and that it would be permittable to accomplish all the things that we wanted to accomplish there. So you'll see with both plans is to provide housing as well as a community space that could be used by the residents, whether that's a small space for them to convene or commune, or whether there's a small coffee shop that can be there as well. So again, you can see some of the community priorities, as I mentioned, want to preserve the history and the heritage of the community. They wanted an incubation space for small businesses. We heard on multiple occasions that they would like a small community store, paying homage to the past where you had like these small that sold goods and services. The Grandma's Park was over in Porters. Similar type of engagement. Here are some of the things. Community center. Although we know that there's a community center, close by, the residents really want that space and the feeling of ownership of that space. And so we felt like that was key in the development plan. As you can see with this lot is slightly smaller than the other. And so not as many housing units can be placed on this site. Again, some of the community priorities was, looking at intergenerational family units, where you can have both, mom and dad and in-laws or grandparents, as well as, the younger family units. And so ownership and wealth building, that's another thing that we heard throughout the community. And so all of these played a factor in the development of this plan. Next steps for us, would be to do a feasibility analysis. Just looking at what it would cost for us to do this. As you've seen in previous slides, there's money set aside within the GCRA budget to accomplish a lot of the things that we're hoping to accomplish. Also, we want to explore community partnerships. Like in the end, who's going to own that commercial space or that community space? And so again, we got to do some further exploration with that. Whether that's working with a community land trust, which the city has already engaged in some fashion, whether we have them to fully develop the site, or whether we use some of the mechanism to develop this site. This plan was presented to the GCRA Advisory Board, and their recommendation is here on the screen here. They wanted more community discussion and feedback, and also wanted us to continue to flesh out the plan as well. So here today, again, is for you to hear the quarterly housing presentation, which includes this information, and also get some of your feedback so we can bring back a finalized plan or a more developed plan in the future.
I don't see any lights. Commissioner Willits.
Mr. Mayor, for the Pleasant Street and Porter's infill opportunity projects, what's the current zoning on both of those parcels?
I have that right here.
Land use and zoning.
Yeah. So with the Porter's community, the land use is, because it was a former park, it's PS public service. So we would have to go through a zoning change with that one.
And what would that zoning change most likely need to be in order to legally accommodate, this rough plan?
We'll probably want to transact zones like U6, which is the zoning for the current Pleasant Street. So Pleasant Street is zone U6, Porter's is zone public service.
What's the U and U6 stand for again?
Urban. I did want to just add to what Mr. Harris was saying. There are a few options in terms of potential zoning. Public services zoning, which is what the current zoning is similar, if you think about it, in the way that a PD zoning, which the commission's heard before, you can have a public service zoning that essentially is like the government version of PD. So if the commission and the community wanted a little bit more control over, the exact sort of design, that's another route. Instead of rezoning to a transect, for instance, we could have a tailor-made zoning for that individual parcel as another option for the commission to consider. But that'll be considered, down the line. We're going to come back and talk to you in more detail on this item.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Eastman, you look like you're ready to go there.
Yeah, so you mentioned the U6 zoning. I noticed here at least on the Pleasant Street one, which I have to know because I lived about 2 blocks from here for many years in Gainesville. They have sort of an odd parcel, so you have, I guess, 2 triplexes in the middle with 2. Are you able to do those kind of minor subdivisions under the U6 zoning? Is that allowable? Because we just changed the minor subdivisions last night. I'm not sure if that was under the old zoning or the new one. There you go. Yeah, that one.
And so during the first step,
Okay.
we were led to believe that based on current zoning and potential future zoning if need be, these structures will fit on that particular parcel.
I wasn't trying to do a guy. I honestly was not. I don't know if it was, but I know we did have in the zoning update, at least for the residential single family that we did last night, we had those minor subdivisions. This is the cottage neighborhood, essentially, like what you're saying. If these were single family homes, that's kind of what it would look like. And it's a really nice model. I just wasn't sure if that was possible within the transect. Is there the other, and I really like the idea of the micro incubator. I mean, this has been historically a retail area. One where I brought this up before with the downtown strategic plan, is that they pointed out that we have a mass oversupply of retail and also of office spaces at the moment. I think it's a great idea to have something like this, but are we I would hate for it to be another kind of empty storefront like you see around. Do we think that there's enough of a market for a micro incubator of this type, or to have more retail space within this area?
So that's definitely something, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Eastman, that's definitely something that we need to explore further. You know, like the long-term management of these. You know, we looked at community investment trust. We looked at possibly a CLT model. So today, we're just here to bring you just kind of an update, since it seems like it's been a while since you guys even got an update on these infill projects. But those are definitely things that we're looking to explore, because we realize that, you know, with the limitation on city facilities, city wouldn't want to own and maintain that. And so we're looking at, you know, exploring the various avenues to have that managed. So that's one of the things that we're still looking into.
All right. So essentially, you're giving us the update and to continue to move forward. But I mean, broadly, what you're saying, asking us to give feedback on is: are we comfortable with this turning into some form of housing with small-scale multifamily, the potential of a business, like of businesses and retail that would be there, if it's feasible or not? Essentially, sort of the broad overview of what you're hoping to get feedback on from us.
Well, very well, you can provide feedback today. But again, today was just to provide you with an update.
Okay.
Here's what the consultant has brought back. We realize that, you know, the feasibility analysis is ongoing. So today was just to give you an opportunity to hear the presentation or hear the updates. And if you want to provide feedback now, or if you want to wait till we get further within that feasibility study, then you can do it at that time.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Corey. Have we to date brought any new construction housing into the My Neighborhood program?
When you say we, as was mentioned before, Habitat has some new construction where they use My Neighborhood program.
Gotcha. So thank you very much.
Okay.
For that reminder. Here's what I'm thinking. When I look at this project here that's interesting, you guys did a good job of identifying the history here. And so what I would be interested in seeing is this being rolled into a part of that program, both the housing component as well as the business component. Pleasant Street is a part of you know, the Pleasant Street and Fifth Avenue communities really were all one and the same. And so when you start thinking about the businesses that once existed in that community, the people that were a part of that, a lot of them have heirs or children and grandchildren that were a part of businesses back then, who might really, really be interested in coming back to the neighborhood to both live and to reinvigorate, if you will, rebirth those businesses. Right now, off the top of my head, I'm remembering Mom's Kitchen. There have been derivatives of Mom's Kitchen that have sprung up in other parts of Fifth Avenue, but also on other sides of town, with the desire to kind of keep that business and dream alive, if you will. Also, Ruby's. Ruby's has some sons. They once were right down there in Pleasant Street in more recent years, but may have the appetite or desire to bring that back to the community as well. So I'm asking if this particular effort could, including the business piece, this collective, if you will, could be somehow integrated into the My Neighborhood program, and kind of introduced that way as an incentive to bring back business owners. Because it wasn't just in Pleasant Street, it wasn't just people who lived there who may want to come back. It's also business owners that I'd love to see come back into the neighborhood as well. And I think that would also apply to Porters as well.
So just want to make sure a point of clarification for me.
Yes.
So as you refer to the My Neighborhood program, as we're looking at DPA under the My Neighborhood program, I'm assuming that you would like to see more for sale housing opposed to rental units on this site. Is that, am I hearing that correct?
Not really.
Okay, all right. That's the reason why I
But
asked.
that's okay, Corey. No, that's okay. I'm keeping it this simple.
Okay.
Simple. Whatever you do, that it be tailored to bringing back
Okay.
the people, just like my neighborhood already exists, okay? You're doing that piece. I'm focusing now kind of on the collective. I'm thinking about business owners. Right now, we've got that down. We're bringing back or actively seeking to bring back people who once lived there. That's fine. Yes, do that in terms of home ownership and rental, yes.
Okay.
But in terms of the business piece, that is something that I don't believe we've ever discussed. And I'd like for us to now place some effort in bringing back businesses of people who either who were formerly a part of the community. Bring back some of those businesses.
Mr. Mayor, I think that's a great point that the commissioner makes. And I did want to remind the commission that you do have some business-related economic grants through the GCRA. The facade grant, for instance, the other, there's another grant that escapes me, but it's related to business operations as well. You actually, in those guidelines as they are today, provides more money for those businesses when they're located within a historic district, in which case, for Pleasant Street, it would be. So that may be an opportunity, either looking at the existing programs or maybe the existing programs with a few tweaks, may be able to fit really well with this. And I absolutely agree. The My Neighborhood program on the residential side is a really great fit for these, for both of these projects, as they move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I want you to kind of hear my heart. I really am interested in bringing businesses back into the community. However you can do that, please let's place some emphasis on. I'd like to see that be a very intentional initiative. You set forth your mission for GCRA, stating that the preservation of the heritage of the community is something that is important. It's important to me. If we really mean that, then we have to be intentional about bringing back the people who owned businesses as well.
Commissioner, if I might, we will incorporate that in our workshopping.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me see if I had another question here. I think that's it. That's it for now. Thank you, Corey.
You're welcome. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Hi, Corey. Quick question, because I had to step outside for the moment, so I missed it. You went through it so quick that I had a minute.
So efficiently.
So efficient, which I love usually, except I thought I'd have time. The GCRA Advisory Board, their hesitation is based on what? I'm sorry, I missed that.
So they wanted a more fully fleshed out plan. And again, we intentionally kept it flexible as we move this ball forward, because when it comes to feasibility and when we look at budget, there may be certain things that we just cannot do. And so again, this plan started, in 2021. Pricing is different in 2023.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Okay, so it's not necessarily a opposition so much as we want more finite details, but we're holding back on finite details because we need to be flexible with grant and funding opportunities.
Right, and they wanted some more community engagement as well, as we go through that process.
I think we got some here with Commissioner Duggan Walker, but we should include businesses, which I support. That's part of having that, a little micro community, which I love this, by the way, and I love that you use Legos, but I love the concept of having multi-generational, just mixed family, and not even mixed income, mixed family. Because, somebody who needs a studio versus somebody who needs a 2-2 or a 3-2 or a 2-1, but you're in different places in life at that point, and you have different structures of family and situation, and I think it does give a microcosm of what our city could be. So I do love the concept on both of these, and I think it's a great use for infill moving forward. If we have other opportunities, I very much support this line of thinking with all its vagueness of flexibility. That's it. I did have one other question, because I tried to do the math and I know I'm missing numbers. I calculated about $10 million in this presentation alone and the numbers you gave us. Roughly how much is your department leveraging or passing through to do housing initiatives?
So it really depends on the funding source that's being used.
Let's say this year, just totality.
So with CDBG, home, SHIP, when we're utilizing those funds to do our development projects, we have $1.3 million in CDBG for this year, $600,000 in home. understanding that a portion of that is being leveraged by outside entities. And then so with SHIP, we had a little over $1 million. So, you know, when you start adding up all those dollar amounts, you're exceeding $3 million roughly.
Plus the 8 from ARPA.
Plus
which is
the
a
8 from
one-time,
ARPA.
but, you know,
Yeah,
we still,
plus the 8 from ARPA.
just in 1 year, you've leveraged about 11, maybe 12 million to do any, we saw a broad spectrum. Okay. I just wanted to highlight that because that's huge, the amount of work that can be done. But otherwise, as far as staff recommendation, will we be needing that motion then to be officially permitted to move forward, or is it just letting us know?
No, it was just an update. Initially, we thought about bringing the plan to you for your approval, and then we talked internally, and really today is just about an update, and we'll bring back a more developed plan,
You don't need
a
it,
finalized plan for you to make a decision.
Okay.
And if I might add to, we still have a lot of community work to do, so.
Thank you. So I'll add a few thoughts that I want to hear from the community, and then we'll wrap up here. I love this. I love both this and the slide for Porters conceptually. I mean, certainly there are other things that we can consider, other things that could be done, but I think we're headed in a very good direction. I will say that I want to be careful that we don't drag on too long, because people can't actually live in this picture. You know, it's a great idea, but right now we just have empty dirt that is wonderful for many reasons, but it's not places for people to live. So I would really like to make some progress and create places that the people can actually live in and work in and play in. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the live, work, play signs that the developments put up all over the place, but I like that. I like this concept. I feel good about this. I love the idea of extending my neighborhood as an idea, not as a program, but as an idea to help invite folks back, welcome home for businesses as well as for places to live. An intriguing thing about this to me that I noticed in one or two of the neighborhood meetings that I attended on this, the idea of a community investment trust as opposed to a community land trust as opposed to a collective. And I know the word collective scares some folks, but I think it's a great word. Can you tell us, or just give us the concept of a community investment trust and how that might work specifically in this?
So allowing the community to invest in a trust, so the community owns this establishment, whatever their investment goes towards. So it would allow, you know, various members to buy into this trust for them to ultimately own the development unit.
And when we say the community, we're talking about that neighborhood.
Right,
Folks
that
who live
neighborhood.
there, and maybe institutions that are in that neighborhood as well. So, for instance, if a church wanted to invest in this, in addition to an individual, but you know, people who live and work in the Pleasant Street neighborhood,
Correct.
would be able to invest in this, put their dollars into it, and take it off the city's hands, and then they would be the ones profiting from whatever's happening there.
And community investment trusts aren't as popular. You know, they're not as readily available and prevalent, and especially within our community. So this would be new and somewhat innovative opportunity, but they have been successful in other areas.
Very good. I love that concept. Okay, let's hear what the community has to say. And thank you so much, Mr. Harris, and everyone involved in this, all the staff. Really like where we're headed with all these things we've been talking about.
Okay, we have two speakers signed up, Dottie Favasi, followed by Carolyn Edwards.
Welcome, Ms. Fabisi.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Before I start, I want to say, I guess it's been a while since I've seen the new lobby redo, and your photographs look great. I just wanted to say how nice the lobby looked. But now I want to talk about the...
Give her an extra 20 seconds.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
I want to talk about the Pleasant Street Collective. I really want to speak in favor of single-family homes. And it's a beautiful lot right now. It's grassy and there's trees and everything. And single-family homes, housing is so important right now. And when Corey was talking about the My Neighborhood program. Right away, I clicked. I thought, perfect. My neighborhood go into that space. Let's not forget, this is a historic district. So I have contacted our historic preservation officer, Ms. Kaufman, to make sure that she's aware of what's happening here too, because whatever goes in there does have to meet the guidelines for the historic district. But anyway, I just want you to please keep in mind single families, starter homes, or even not starter homes, and maybe people at the end of their homes, It's a variety, but I really want single family homes in there. It's a beautiful space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Edwards, followed by Lena Gillis.
Welcome, Ms. Edwards.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Edwards, and just for the record and in context, my full name is Leslie Carolyn Cosby Edwards, and I say that because I live at 303 Northwest 4th Street. I say that because my family has lived on this property, not in this house, for at least 150 years, at least 5 generations. So we are, and I represent in my blood, original Pleasant Street residency. And I'm also to be, in a way, welcomed back because our house was destroyed by a fire about 5 years ago, and we were, through our own family efforts, and I'm fortunate in that regard, to rebuild the house, and it's now a new structure. And I moved back. I grew up here, but I've been away for many, many years, and I came back. So through our family efforts, we've been able to do with one house, what I'm hoping to see the city and its partners and residents do with lots of houses in the Pleasant Street area. So that's the context that I come from. And I thank Commissioner Duncan Walker for saying that the Fifth Avenue and Pleasant Street neighborhoods are actually one neighborhood. It's a mixed neighborhood in terms of Pleasant Street, and the location of my house is, this part is Pleasant Street and this part is Fifth Avenue. And I say that by way of context. What I want to say about the plot is on Fifth Avenue is that history is important. And I'm recently a member of the Pleasant Street Historic Society and neighborhood associations and anything else I can get involved in my return to Gainesville. I really just want to say 3 words. No more apartments, please. It's a neighborhood of homes, and I would like to see that continue. The incubation center is a wonderful idea. I mean, that was, as has been said, a theater, and it was a commercial area, and a little historic reference to that would be wonderful. But there are also, in terms of businesses, a lot of other vacant buildings on Fifth Avenue which could be developed. So my perfect vision would be to build 1 or maybe 2 homes in that area, and use some of these wonderful programs, Habitat for Humanity, My Neighborhood, to help owners to come back or to start homes in that plot. It looks so much larger there than it does when you drive by. I mean, it looks like a massive amount of space. It's really not, I think you said half an acre, less than half an acre. To me, that's space for 1 house. But 2 or maybe 3, and keep the trees. We are the city of trees. So I just wanted to make my comments for the record, and I appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lena Gillis, followed by Faye Williams.
Good morning.
Welcome.
I am, please excuse me if I'm not familiar with the protocols, because I have more questions and comments, I think. I'm speaking specifically about the Grandma's Park in Porter's community.
Would you pull the microphone a little to just pull it down? There we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
I'm speaking with reference to the Grandma's Park in Porter's quarters, and as I said, I'm not sure if I have more comments and questions because I'm a little unclear. about the land trust. I'm reading in number 1 that it's actually, it reads that the building is owned and maintained by Community Investment Trust, deciding who leases the space in partnership with the Community Land Trust. So for clarity, I think our community needs to understand the difference between the two trusts and what autonomy or what empowerment does that give the community. That's my number 1 for clarity, please. And then how does this complex look at, I'm not sure if I'm looking at aesthetics or if it's actually 2 stories high for the FlexPex buildings. That's number 2. And then how does the buy-in look for the community residents? When we say we can invest in the trust, how does that look monetarily for us? Is it an individual effort? Can it be corporations that are in the community? How exactly? Could you make that clear for us so that we would know how to navigate what we're experiencing? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, do you want to address those while it's fresh, and then we'll hear from our next speakers. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, too, in addition to Mr. Harris addressing some of the questions now, if I'm not mistaken, is there a meeting, Ms. Carter, with the Porter's community in the next day or so where we might also be able to add some additional clarification? I just want to make sure that we put that in the record as well.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Yvette Carter, City Manager's Office. Yes, ma'am, we have been invited to a regularly scheduled Porter's Community meeting on tonight. So tonight at 6:30, there's a regularly scheduled Porter's Community meeting. So I am jotting down notes, and if we don't get all the questions answered now, then we'll be able to bring more information back to the Porter's residents on this evening.
That's the only reason I wanted her to be.
Yeah, if you could just fill in a little bit of information,
Okay.
Mr. Harris, that'd be great, yeah.
Just real quick, the community, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, Corey Harris, Director of Housing and Community Development. So just real quick, the Community Land Trust model is a shared equity model. So it's where the Community Land Trust, the organization that operates the land trust, owns the land and enters into an agreement to the end recipient, the one that's going to occupy the structure. And then as they pay down their mortgage and as the property appreciates, there's a set amount of appreciation that they can realize over time. So again, it stays within the actual real estate, the land itself stays within the trust, but it provides that oftentimes it's viewed as an intermediate step between rental and fee simple real estate. It's that intermittent area. From the Community Investment Trust, again, relatively new model, but it allows the community, similar to like a credit union, where it says it's owned by the members, where it allows the individual members to invest resources to get a return. The Community Investment Trust.
Very good, thank you. And to be a little more, to kind of round that out, a community investment trust can be defined however the community wants to define it for the most part. It can be, you can set it up so that only people who live in the community right now or have lived in the community for X number of years, or any way you want to define it. You can say that particular types of corporations like a church or even actual commercial organizations could be a part of it. It's entirely up to the folks who draw it up when it's drawn up. And I personally like the flexibility of not saying this is how you will do it from the city, but letting the neighborhood kind of decide what they want to do and if they want to be involved in such a thing. Maybe nobody wants anything to do with that, but it's an interesting thing to pursue and to have conversations about so that the wealth of the community literally stays in the community, stays in the neighborhood. There are many ways to look at it, but there's a whole lot more conversation to have that this is not the appropriate place to do it. But that's the general idea. So, all right.
Okay, our next speaker is Faye Williams, followed by Chris Philly.
Welcome, Ms. Williams.
Good morning. I feel like I slept with y'all all night because we didn't end until 10 o'clock last night. I was watching the meeting, and I was so happy that I saw unity. And I saw unity with the city commissioners. I want to thank you for doing that. And I especially want to recognize our Commissioner Book, because it was real clear that you were able to listen and express and that you're open to everything. And I appreciate that. So keep doing what you're doing. I came to this meeting because I thought you all were going to vote on the housing update. But now that I know you're not going to vote on it, I'm encouraging the Housing Committee or the Housing Authority to come back to another meeting with Porters. And that whole meeting would be looking at Grandma's Park. Because it's a lot, we have a lot of questions, just like Lena said. Community investment, most people don't know what that means. And is it something that we really want? It's written there as if we had input in that, but we didn't have input in that. Not at all. The other thing was I think the third one, I can't really see. I have cataracts in both eyes. So can somebody read that for me? Number 3?
Grandma's Pocket Park.
What does it say?
Grandma's Pocket Park.
Pocket Park, okay. All of this stuff, it sounds great. You know, when I have my magnifying glass and I have it up here and I can read it, it sounds great. But a lot of that, we had no idea. We have no idea what it's about because we don't know the terms. We don't know the purpose of it. So we need you all to come back to our meeting and really have time to really sit with us and explain things to us instead of forcing stuff on us, because we feel like we're being forced instead of explained, and there's a big difference. So we want you to come, Corey, we want Chelsea to come, we want everybody who's part of the Housing Committee to come back to one of our meetings and really explain it to us without forcing us on anything. The other thing too, I appreciate folks who can stand up and tell stories and you know, put the word out, but not to stand up and lie, because nobody. I would like for Chelsea to tell me, to show me signatures about how many people they called or met with over in Porters, because nobody's been with the Housing Authority. Because they called last week on a Thursday because someone was up at the center and wanted me to stop and knock on doors and bring people up to the center to talk about housing. That's inappropriate, you know? And so it's a lot of lies that happen, and that creates more confusion and anger, because it makes me angry when somebody can pick up the phone and think I'm supposed to stop and do their job. So come over, just like somebody said, this is supposed to be grassroots. Show me some signatures. Show me which house you went to. Because that didn't happen. It's a lie. And stop lying and just get to the point and come. If you need help, let us know in advance. We'll be happy to help you. But don't stand here and lie about how many houses you knocked on, because you didn't. And the other thing is that, one more thing.
Ms. Williams, I'm asking you to wrap up.
We have an event this week. Black mothers and grandmothers against gun violence. And it's going to be held over at Porter Center. I'm inviting all of you to come and be part of it, but we really got to stop this gun violence, and a lot of that is happening over in Porters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, at the appropriate time, I would like to respond.
Go ahead.
So, when I came to the city in November, I have to tell a story. One of the first people that I met in the community was Faye Williams. And she talked to me about the Porters neighborhood, and I was intrigued, not knowing a lot about it, but wanting to know more. And one of the first things that I did was put an effort together called Community First. Porters was the first neighborhood. We took city staff over to Pastor Fox's church. That was the venue that was identified. We assigned Chief Dixon, our fire rescue chief, to be the person to interface with Pastor Fox and the group of folk who were identified as, you know, his points of contact. And for any issue that had been raised in the Porters community through that particular group of folk who were identified as representatives from the Porter's Quarters community, we responded. And we absolutely responded. Ms. Williams was not the person that was identified as the lead. Pastor Fox was. So that is who we worked with, worked through. Those meetings were held on a regular basis, and at some point they waned off. Ms. Williams stepped forward. She clearly has always been a leader in the Porter's community, and I've always recognized that, and I have always welcomed her to my office to talk about her issues and concerns. Some of them we've been able to address, some of them we have not. Because of my concern about the voice from the Porter's community in terms of who is representing whom, I asked for a meeting about a week or so ago to pull different players from the Porter's community together so we could talk about who is truly representing the voice of Porters. It's a lot of people, it's not just one, and I understand that. So we met about a week ago in my office. I was expecting about 5 people, but I was pleasantly surprised it was more like 25 or 30, and that's fine. We met up in 408. Commissioner Duncan Walker was a part of that conversation, and clearly there are still many things that they would like to understand better, that staff was there that night. Mr. Harris was there, folk from GCRA, Modil was there, and again, the communication is ongoing. But I don't know to the degree that we could refer to staff as lying or not being truthful. I stand behind staff because I know those efforts are there, and I'm concerned about that. And Ms. Williams knows that when she calls, I answer her. I do not ignore her. I do not ignore anybody from the Porter's community, and neither does my staff, because they were the first community. Ms. Williams was the first person who stepped forward and said, we need to be closer to government. We need to be responded to. We have needs, we have concerns, and I have done everything that I possibly can. I know I've gone to meetings at the community center. I know that the GCRA staff, they have attended those meetings, and they have laid out plans. They have talked about programs. You've been there, Corey. We were in my office last week to the large meeting. We were talking about the tax increment funding that is assigned to Porters. It's a little over $650,000. And it was as if we had never talked about it. And I know that that has been discussed in those community meetings prior to us meeting last week. So again, it is about us trying to figure out who is the root, who are the root folk in terms of delivering that information to and being able to move forward with some of these projects. We'll never be able to move forward with these projects if we have dissidence in terms of who's representing the community, because when you move forward here, someone here is not aligned with what happened in that meeting, and you got to stop and then try to bring it all in. And that is what we're facing. It is not about not being responsive to the Porter's community. It is a communication issue in the community, not in the city.
Thank you, Commissioner, Madam Manager. I appreciate the supplementary information. Thank you. Mr. Philly, you're on the list next, I think.
Chris Philly, followed by last speaker, Janice Harvey Faison.
That's a tough one to follow. Chris Philly, I'm a resident of the Porter's neighborhood, going on 20 years now. I think communication is definitely a big issue. I kind of think, if I could say we as a community, it is hard to get everybody on the same page, and I imagine as a city staff that's frustrating. But this is some really complicated stuff. I mean, I have a background in this. I think I've been called a real estate developer by Harvey. I'm a contractor by trade, and I understand. I got a master's in construction management. I understand this stuff, from studying it in school at Rinker. But it is really complicated and it's confusing to people, and I understand. I understand why, and this is a monumental task to communicate what we're trying to do here, especially when you have anything to do with single-family homes, which most people understand. When you get into more complex developments, I would personally, so to say that as a caveat, I would personally like to talk about Grand Memorial Park. I live across the street from it. I really, one of the things that came up that I just want to stress is that I would really like to see the My Neighborhood program feed into this. I think it's a great idea. There's a lot of people in our neighborhood that are worried about being displaced, that have already been displaced. So there's, I think, a pool that can be tapped from the community to bring back here. And I think that would also make everybody happy, because right now people are worried who's going to live here. You know, if there's some little micro apartments, if it's people we know, nobody's going to worry about that. If it's just this micro apartments and ends up being students or some random people, you know, it becomes more of an issue, right? That's the fear of density is often the fear of the unknown. So I really like the idea of leveraging these multiple programs that you have into this. So that's what I like to talk about. So thanks.
Thank you.
The other question was about parking. I was wondering if Mr. Harris could say something about parking, because that's a small area, so where would people park if they accepted this?
So we have another speaker coming up, if I'm accurate.
Janice
And
Harvey
I'm happy
Faison.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Okay. Anyone, is that all? Okay, so there's another neighborhood meeting tonight where this will be part of the discussion. Is that accurate?
Mr. Mayor, we very well could attend that meeting to discuss more about this plan with the community. But
I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
well,
Information is dynamic. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Yvette Carter, we just talked to Ms. Fay offline, and she is actually inviting city staff to a meeting specifically about this and other city-specific topics. She invited us to the meeting tonight to answer questions that they may have, but because this is such an important issue, she would like for us to come on May 18th. I'll work through the city manager and staff to see if that works as a meeting date, but as of right now, we are being asked to come at a different time because they want to spend the entire meeting talking about this topic.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. So I had just one or two quick questions about these two pieces of land. Do we know how long they've been what they are? And what they are right now is empty, for lack of a better term, parks. I mean, they exist, people play on it, people hang out in them. That makes it essentially a park, whether it's an actual park or not. Do we know how long they've existed as they are? And how long the city of Gainesville has owned them?
and so I would need to go back and do some. I have some numbers that have been shared with me, but I have not verified those. I've been told that the city has owned these since the 70s. And so, but again, I have not verified that. So.
Okay, very, very good, thank you. So what I wanted to put out there is the idea that open public spaces have an absolute purpose and they're a great thing. But whatever we do, we ought to be doing intentionally. And I've said this several times over the last few months about properties owned by the city of Gainesville. If we don't have a public purpose for it, we need to figure out what the public purpose is, and we need to do it fairly quickly. Because land that just sits there and nobody really knows what to do with it often becomes nuisance property. And I'm not saying that these are, but they have the potential of that if we don't have a purpose for it. And maybe the purpose is just a park. Maybe it is. Parks are wonderful. Maybe the purpose is a place for people to live. Maybe it's a place for people to do business. Maybe it's all those things, but we should know what we're going to do with it. The neighborhood should know what we're going to do with these pieces of property that 145,000 people own right now. We should figure that out, not only for these, but for the other things that we're able to do that with, because if there's not a public purpose for it, great things don't happen with it, probably. Certainly there's no, and I don't just want to think about it this way, but there's no revenue coming in from that either. You know, at a time when we need to be aware of that. There's no places for people to live on it legitimately. And these are things that we've been tasked with. I mean, it's really clear, anybody who's been watching, that housing is a problem that we have. And if we don't work to intentionally create housing in places where people want housing and where we own a lot and don't know what to do with it, then shame on us. Or we should say, we know that there's a need for housing, but we think there's a higher public need for this piece of land, whatever that piece of land is. Just letting it sit, not making decisions, not moving forward with community input and a general understanding from the community and from the commission and from staff is not the proper thing to do. Walking past and pretending it's not there is not something we should continue to do. We should take action, not today, but in the reasonably foreseeable future with community input. And there are lots of ways to move forward with that, but we ought to be doing something with it. So I appreciate staff, I appreciate the neighbors for being here today, for giving their input to it. I'm confident that we can get to something. I do want to say, I do not have an expectation that everybody's going to love whatever it is, because I haven't found one of those things yet. In nearly 6 years up here, I haven't seen anything that everybody says, that was really awesome, we should do that again. We can get to a place where most everybody thinks that, but we're never going to please everybody. That's a reality. So I appreciate you all. Thank you. And do we have, I don't see any other lights on this. So Madam Clerk, do we have anything else?
Our next item is 2023-347, request for approval to execute a contract for cost of service and utility rate studies with Baker Tilly, with the recommendation that the commission authorize the general manager or his designee to directly execute a contract
Y'all, this is thrilling stuff. You might want to stick around. I'm just saying.
with Baker Tilly US LLP, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. And at the UAB meeting on April 13, 2023, they did vote unanimously to advise the city commission to approve the staff recommendation.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Karen Fiore. She's our Rates and Economic Analysis Manager. She's going to give a brief presentation and then a recommendation at the end. So, Karen?
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Welcome.
Thank you. Karen Fiore. Yes, it will be a brief presentation again on the bid award for the external cost of service and utility rate study. So every year, our internal rates group performs an internal cost of service study where we look at our most current audited financial statements. We look at all the revenues, all the expenditures, and we see how they are in line with our current rate structures, not only by class, but by system. The information that comes out of that study will determine perhaps that we may be over-collecting or under-collecting by class or even by entire system. We then take that information and provide it to our management team where they use that as a tool in the upcoming budget cycle. It's good industry practice, though, to commission for an external cost of service study. We want to make sure to see how accurate our current rate structure is compared to industry standards. We also want to see how our rate structure is equitable amongst the classes. Do we have rate stability? And do our rate structure actually have conservation incentives? Our rating agencies also request for this information. They want to make sure that our rate structure is providing for adequate cash flows to help with any future capital, debt, transfers, our reserves, and our maintenance. And we use this external study to compare against our internal cost of service study to make sure that we're capturing any industry changes that may be happening. So a few months ago, we went out for an RFP and the scope included an external study for the electric, water, wastewater, and our gas system. The scope also stated that we would utilize the audited financial 22 statements, allocate costs among customer classes for each system, identify the proportion of costs associated with usage charges for each system, and ultimately they would provide us with an appropriate structure that we could eventually use in our fiscal year 2025 budget cycle. The RFP resulted in 6 responses, 1 bid and 5 no bids. The 1 bid came in from Baker Tilly US LLP. The evaluation committee then scored that bid, and it scored high, 88.6 points out of 100 possible points. So it was determined that Baker Tilly met all the requirements and they were chosen. The procurement department reached out to the 5 no bids, asking them why they did not submit a bid, and the results were either scheduling conflicts or they did not we're not able to offer the services. Our last cost of service study that was done in 2018 by Wilden, they actually reached out to us explaining why they were not able to bid this time, and that's because they no longer have a utility expert on staff to provide the analysis. In 2012 and 2015, Baker Tilly did our cost of service study, and they are currently our external auditors, and they assured us that there is no conflict of interest to perform both of these services. The timeline from Baker Tilly will basically be 4 months of field work where there'll be data collecting, and they'll be working closely with the rates group, and finally presenting the report in around the December timeframe to leadership, and then to the UAB and the commission in January, February timeframe. The recommendation today is that that's the wrong one. It'd be the city commission, I don't know why that's up there, authorize the general manager or his designee to negotiate and execute a contract with Baker Tilly US LLP and approve the issuance of a purchase order in the amount of $141,400. This price came in as expected and is budgeted in the FY23 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. One quick question for you, and I may have missed this. I know we've done this in the past. When's the last time we went out with this?
Last one was 2018.
2018, okay. Thank you. Okay, anybody? Do we have anyone sign up to speak for it? Okay, let's go ahead and hear for the public, and maybe we'll get a motion when we come back.
First speaker is Donald Shepard, followed by Chuck Ross.
Welcome, Mr. Shepard.
My name is Donald Shepard, People's Representative, and I think that we need to bring this item back to the City Commission because of some of the information that has not been clarified here today that needs to be within this so that we have a clear resolution which to give to the people. This I'm not seeing, so that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So my understanding is that what we're looking for is to have this company take a look at what we charge and make sure that we're charging a fair price, basically.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Ross.
Good morning, everyone. Whoa, hello. Take a step back. I came here this morning actually because I thought we were going to get a presentation of the GRU financial statements. They were on the consent agenda, but I couldn't believe that somebody wouldn't pull them off. That's something that I really would like to have seen.
Well, those are widely available, sir.
Yes, but I wanted to see a presentation by the auditors. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I wanted to talk about the transfer fee that you guys made a decision on April 13th. And the reason that I'm bringing it up in connection with this is since you're hiring this company to look at your utilities rates, maybe you can also ask them to take a look at how you arrived at the transfer fee. Because I had a lot of questions about it. And unfortunately, when you had that meeting, I wasn't in town because the use of the word capitalization rate in connection with what appears to be your debt over your assets, if I understood what you're trying to show, doesn't make any sense to me. A capitalization rate normally is how you determine the value of real estate based on their net income over their fair market value. That's what it means. So it looks like you're using that phrase to figure out what your percentage of your debt is. Did I understand that correctly?
I would urge you to go back and watch the meeting. Certainly you talk to staff.
I watched it this morning, actually,
Okay.
and that's what I came to the conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to talk to staff about that. I question how you're arriving at the transfer fee as to the dividing it up between the assessment on property taxes and, I'm sorry, franchise fee, on the transfer fee, as you're arriving at an assessment on property taxes and franchise.
So do you have questions about what we're working on right now?
Yeah, I'd like them to take a look at your transfer fee, and I'm explaining to you why.
Okay.
So, property taxes are they for, when I was listening to them, they were talking about us, the use of contents and based on their insurance value. Okay, I mean, anyway, I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I mean, that's an interesting way to calculate a fee. Also, the other, in connection with all this, and maybe this isn't a question for the attorney or possibly your auditors, is if we've now determined that that fee is 15 million a year and not 38 million a year as was charged in the past, don't we owe a credit to the utility? And should we continue to collect money from them until that is used up as a credit? Because you need to take a serious dent in that debt, a dent in the debt. So those are some of my questions.
It is a formula moving forward, sir, and I think that was.
I watched the meeting, actually, I watched it twice.
Okay. I don't know what else to tell you, sir.
I have a lot of questions. Anyway,
Okay.
my time is up. Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming
Thank
and
you very
speaking on
much.
this topic.
Maybe we can add it to their study. That was the point. Thank you.
If we were going to do that, by the way, we would need to do another RFP. We can't just add stuff on kind of randomly for an RFP that's already been put out for bid.
You can amend your RFP.
Not at this point, we certainly can't.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question about, our RFP. It's already out. We only had one respondent. And so, though I love the idea of getting a little outside input about how our general service contribution, the formula, and to kind of double check some of the numbers of the insured value. I love the idea of some of that outside, but clearly this is something that this is on our kind of schedule every 5 years or so that we need to get this done. So I move that the city commission authorize the general manager or his or her designee to directly execute a contract with Baker Tilly US LLP for this 2023-347.
Motion and a second. All right. And Commissioner Chestnut. Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Book.
I'll just have two brief questions just to help inform myself. When we do an RFP for something like rate studies, I would assume, Manager Fiore, this is a best practice to go externally for something like this as opposed to internally?
Yeah, so we do the internal every year, but like I mentioned, the rating agencies want to see that external study, so it's good practice.
And that helps, I guess, with our rating to show that we've had both some objective external review as well as internal review?
That's correct.
Okay, and the second question is, I would assume for the managers, we use this then to inform what you do strategically planning and our budget processes going forward.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, to specifically help in rate setting. So yes, but which involves the budget process as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was just helping me kind of understand the process.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so this would look, they could come back to us with recommendations on changing, say, our 3-tier rate structure, things like that. Is that
Absolutely.
within the scope? Or the moving to, say, like an on-peak, off-peak? I think I'm using that term correctly for rate setting as well. Is that?
Yes.
So they would be coming back to us with, they could do full wholesale recommendation, changes and recommendation to how we're setting any of these rates and these structures.
Yes.
All right. All right, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. I see no more lights, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anything else on the morning agenda? All right. Thank you so much, all. I will see you back in here at 1 o'clock.
Gift of time.
Afternoon session of the Gainesville City Commission for April 20th. We are glad you all are here, and we're especially glad Donna Waller is here with us. She's going to do our history moment, I believe. I don't mean to get ahead of you there, Madam Clerk. All right. Come on up.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I, just like I did Women's History Month, I'm sure it has not passed you folks by that Earth Day is coming up. So today I thought I would give you a little bit of Gainesville environmental history. And what I want to talk to you about today is the history of Gainesville's own Superfund site. And if you don't know that designation, the EPA designated the top 150 toxic waste sites for remediation, and Gainesville has one. And I would like to tell you about it. The Beezer Cabot Coppers site, which now partially belongs to the city of Gainesville, comprises 140 acres of land in northwest Gainesville. It has been a site that has been involved in wood processing and treatment since the early 1900s. And during World War II, it produced a lot of pine tar and things that were used for the war effort. The chemicals that were used for that were kept in holding ponds that were simply held in place by earthen dikes. And when a group of people wanted to develop what is now the North Shopping Center at the corner of 23rd and Main, and I believe the year might have been 1968. It was before the Environmental Protection Agency even existed, when the city and the county balked. The people who wanted to develop the site simply hired somebody with a bulldozer who came in the dead of night, knocked the dikes down, and allowed 100 years of toxic chemicals to run off into the soil. And for that, they were fined $150 by the state, $1,500 by the state DEP. Okay. After the Environmental Protection Agency created the Superfund, and that site went on the list in 1985, the residents of the Stephen Foster neighborhood, which adjoins that, began struggling to have the wood treatment, which was still going on, moved. The city of Gainesville had grown up around it. It had been grandfathered in. We all understood it, but the smell of creosote permeated our neighborhoods and filtered down on us. Ultimately, the EPA stepped in, and you guys know I like to mention names, so the big ally to the neighborhood here was Alachua County Pollution Control. There's a name. Any of you who know Gus Olmos, tell him I mentioned his name. He was our best ally in the neighborhood. Ultimately, I have to be fast, there have been all kinds of remediation. The first thing that happened was the water from the site was diverted off into essentially holding ponds to keep it from going any further down into the soil. There was a belief that we were protected by an impermeable clay layer, which turned out to be permeable. And ultimately, our biggest ally in all of this was GRU, who very quickly looked at maps of the water table coming off that site and realized that the contamination was headed straight toward the Murphy well fields, where we all get our water. And so then we moved into another phase of remediation. The site is still there. It no longer does wood treatment. There has been remediation in the neighborhood under the leadership of this body. This is a story where you folks should feel good. And people were moved out, soil was taken away, plants were replanted, and now remediation is going on the site itself. And that is due to end fairly soon, and a dialogue will then be entered upon about the usage of this land. It used to be the mayor's district and his problem. Now it's Commissioner Eastman's because of the new zoning. But I expect there to be a very, very healthy debate about the uses of that property once it's remediated. And I have an agenda here. I urge you all to think about Depot Park, which once was a toxic waste site too. So this is a terrible story. We have a Superfund site that continues to endanger our water. And here's the good part. It's one of fewer than 20 in the United States, Superfund sites, where almost total remediation is possible and is going to happen. It's because the city commission, the county commission, and the federal government made that so. So there's your history moment for Earth Day.
Thank you so much, Donna. I knew that the contamination had come from the collapse of the ponds and the dikes holding them in place. I did not know that it was intentional.
Oh, no.
Wow. All right. But it is absolutely true that we are close to the end of that. I can't tell you exactly how close, although Mr. Cunningham may be able to enlighten us a little bit. But I will tell you that there was more happening on that prior to the folks who make things move are the EPA. We talk a lot and push and try to get things done. When the EPA is motivated to push that to its final conclusion, it will get there in a fairly short period of time. There was motion, and then that motion stopped when some folks at the EPA got replaced following the 2016 election. And I am hopeful that as other replacements happen, that there will be motion once again. And that is not commentary on my part. Those are real things. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Mr. Cunningham, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thanks, Ms. Waller, for that.
10, 15 years ago, we wouldn't need a history moment about that because it was talked about at almost every city commission meeting that occurred. I do want to just follow up to say that the remediation is still ongoing, and frankly, there'll be an element of remediation and monitoring that will go on forever. But what I wanted to just bring clarity to or reinforce something Ms. Waller said is that continuous monitoring and remediation, there is no indication at all of the water at the Murphy Water Treatment Plant having any indication from the site. There's monitoring both at the site, that it's not leaving the site, and then the remediation to make sure that never happens. And so that will always be ongoing. We are still engaged in this. have been for multiple decades, and will continue to be to ensure that that isn't happening, in addition to all the site remediation that's occurring. And city staff has been put in a tremendous amount of time as well over the last 20 years to get us to this point that is a really good place of remediation and monitoring. Thanks.
Thank you. I was always happy to have that be part of my problem as a district commissioner, and I'm glad for it to continue to be my problem as mayor. So thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is early public comment, and at this time, we have no signed up speakers.
Okay. I would remind everyone that early public comment exists for folks who want to make a comment on something we're doing later but can't stay for that item. So with that said, we'll move forward.
Okay, our next item is general public comment, and we have Ms. Meg Niederhofer here to speak.
Welcome.
My name is Meg Niederhofer, and that was very inspiring to hear about the collaboration at Coppers. And I want to thank you for this chance to speak. During the past month, city staff, the city arborist and the Public Works Department, the Tree Advisory Board, and neighbors like myself and the Women for Wise Growth have communicated a lot, and not just about the preservation of the live oaks on Southeast First Avenue downtown. Because of my long years as city arborist, I have, I think, a fairly realistic perspective on the state of our urban forest. We have many trees, but their quality is not as good as you probably think. Strong trees, which would be durable species that have been pruned to have a sturdy structure, such trees do not cause problems. They almost never collapse in storms or fail suddenly, calling the Public Works Department out to solve problems. Encouraging the development and preservation of strong trees is the science of arboriculture. The City Commission, the one before this, and you folks have appointed 5 experts to the Tree Advisory Board, and they are great. I've known tree advisory boards for 40 years, and this is one of the best. So thank you for that. And thank you to the city arborist and his supervisors for approaching our community's current urban forestry problems in a collaborative manner. When Donna was speaking, I realized just how important it is, and it's our tradition in Gainesville. Everybody cares, for better and for worse, and I hope it'll be more for better in the future. So I understand you have many important issues to attend to. Thank you for caring about all of them. They all matter, and thank you for caring about our trees.
Thank you, Meg. Good to see you. Who's next?
I think we have Ms. Nancy Daring.
Okay.
She's just signing in.
You can approach the podium, Ms. Daring.
Yeah,
You're
go
up
for
for
it.
general
Come on,
public comment.
And to be clear, this is for open general public comment. Okay, good. Okay.
Well, I'm going to wing it here because I'm not ready.
Welcome. You have a full 30 seconds. I'm kidding. Totally kidding.
Yes. Thank you, Nancy Darren. 12 of us went up to Tallahassee yesterday and sat through 5 hours of the most discouraging watching democracy die and things being railroaded through and how people were treated. The Democratic women who are minority were amazing. And I so appreciate, Mayor Ward, that you came up, and I'm horrified that you were subjected to the kind of rudeness that you encountered, and for Representative Hinson too. And then we were only given 30 seconds to speak and started to cut off at 20. So it's the second time I've gone up there in the last month for this particular bill. And I came home exhausted, discouraged, feeling so this is a really tough one because there's a supermajority and they don't have to listen. And I happened to get an interview, or hear an interview with Joan Baez, and they did a clip with her meeting one of the Tennessee Three at the airport, Justin Jones, and singing, "Ain't nobody gonna turn me around," and they're singing it together. And then she was asked in the interview, what's it like 60 years later? And I'm in the same place. That was my era. I was part of that. And to be here 60 years later is really tough. Anyway, what she said was she was talking with some young people, and that they said, you had the politics, you had the music, you had the civil rights, all these things, and we're trying, but we don't have the glue. And the glue of coming together in song, the glue that cannot be broken with the hate and intimidation and fear that they try to separate us with, and the violence, and the talking about nonviolence, and about the glue of song and caring about each other and our civic duty and our city. So I thank you for being up there, all of you, at this really tough time and what you are trying to do. And I hope we all find that glue so nobody can turn us around. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. That's all? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next item is 2023-139 GRU Solar Contract, with a recommendation that the City Commission authorize the general manager or his designee to execute Contract Amendment 2 and other agreements as required with Florida Solar 6 LLC, in general agreement with the draft amendment dated February 2nd, 2023, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality, and the City of Gainesville not encourage future solar development on the previously denied parcel due to its proximity to a historic rural African-American community and cemetery.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, so 7 weeks ago, we had an approval to move forward with the solar contract. The week after that, we went to JLAC, and there were a lot of questions about the solar contract. We came back to the commission that next week and basically had a plan over the following 6 weeks, which today is the end of those 6 weeks, for us to talk with individual members of JLAC, as well as the local delegation, about the contract, and then bring back to you an update from that. Today is simply an update from that, and then looking for direction forward. So Eric Walters, our Chief Sustainability Officer, will provide the update.
Welcome, Mr. Walters.
Thank you. Mayor, Commissioners, Eric Walters, Chief Sustainability Officer for GRU. As the General Manager stated, today's discussion is really going to be centered around the Origis contract, discussions with JLAC members, the committee as a whole, and their feedback, and then ultimately a recommendation. So let's jump right in. First off, there's just a brief history of the contract. We began this process back in summer of 2019. We initiated an invitation to negotiate a solicitation process for solar for the community. On July 6th, the City Commission originally approved the Origis as the successful provider. Fast forward, we had some negotiations, some submissions for siting and so forth, but ultimately on February 17th of this year, we came to the Commission, and the Commission authorized the General Manager to execute Amendment 2 of the PPA. A week later, the JLAC committee meeting, and I think JLAC's become a part of our daily vernacular lately. A week after that, the City Commission asked us to come back with the contract. We did, and the city commission then approved, as the general manager stated, kind of a 6-week delay or an opportunity to go back and talk to JLAC members, give them more details about the Origis contract, get their feedback, and then ultimately bring that feedback back to this commission. We did that through the times of March 17th through April 13th. We had a number of those discussions. And so I want to talk a little bit about what we gathered from those meetings. First, we reached out to all members of JLAC. The general manager and I were able to meet with 8 of the 11 members, which I think is very good considering they were all in session, lots going on, lots of meetings and committees that were happening. Those 8 members did include the vice chair and the chair of JLAC, which I think was very important and also very productive to have those discussions with them. We also reached out to all 5 of our local delegation. We were able to meet with 4 of the 5 of that local delegation. When we met with them, we covered a few things. The first is a brief history of the contract. The second is a high-level summary of the contract terms. Now, obviously, the contract is over 100 pages long, but we kind of hit the highlights for them, duration, quantities, those kind of things. We also talked about the comparison of the Origis PPA versus the GREC PPA. There was a few comparisons made during the JLAC meeting, and it was really just to help dispel some of the myths and pointed out the many differences between the Origis PPA and the GREC PPA. We also addressed a common question: why solar and why now? Is this just an environmental push? Is this as a result of the 2045 resolution? Why are we doing it? And as the last note, we reached out to Origis and they gave us permission to share the unredacted information with the JLAC members as well as the local delegation. And so we made that offer to all of the folks that we met with to review the unredacted pricing, terms and conditions for that. Only a few took us up on that offer, but we did make it to all the members. So after those discussions, there were some very common themes on feedback. First was an appreciation for us to follow up and provide additional information on the contract, on the things that are going on in Gainesville. And they all seemed genuinely interested in the well-being of the city, of the utility, moving forward. When we talked about the Origis PPA terms and conditions, there were really no concerns that were raised, specific concerns that were raised about the contract itself. There was obviously no glowing endorsements, which we didn't expect. No one said, hey, it's approved, go forth and do good. But there were also no red flags that were identified on those contract terms and conditions either. So again, no glowing endorsements, but then nothing that said, hey, you shouldn't do this for these reasons. There was, however, a common concern over redactions. Just a general theme, general question: how can the city of Gainesville, which is a public entity, pass a contract with the pricing redacted? So we talked about those redactions. And during the last meeting, we met with the chair, and he offered and came out pretty early and said, look, he had the JLAC legal team look at the redactions and the city of Gainesville's stance on those. That legal team came back and said they basically agreed with the city of Gainesville's stance on redactions, and that they agreed that Origis was within its rights for the redactions that they did offer up or did take out according to Florida law. So even though we got that, it was the last meeting. We kind of wish it was the first meeting to help relay some of that information to the rest of the committee members. But I do think we have to talk about redactions in general. During this process, starting in March, we received a number of requests for the unredacted contract. It was a common theme from those requests, obviously, and then also from the JLAC members themselves, and from everyone we spoke to. As a result, we thought we should go back to Origis and have that discussion and say, relate to them all the requests, relate to them the sentiment of those that made those requests, and then ask them to basically reconsider the redactions in the contract. So obviously, this has been a long process going back to 2019. And The result was Origis felt that they wanted to be a good partner. They wanted to make sure that they were addressing the concerns of the committee. And as a result, they went back and did reconsider. The result of that reconsideration was that they released GRU and the city of Gainesville to provide the unredacted contract upon request. And as a result, the unredacted PPA and the 2 amendments are attached to the agenda item that's posted on the web today. So when we talk about redactions and going forward, as staff, we have to recognize that this is a decision that only Origis could make. There are some misconceptions that GRU has a say, that we can force someone to do or unredact contracts. And that's just simply not true. Origis in this case waived the right that they had under Florida law to unredact the contract in this instance only. It was a decision that Origis made, and it was a decision that only Origis could make. When we look at existing contracts and future contracts, this does not set a precedent for those, for GRU. Every vendor still can exercise their right to designate proprietary information under Florida law and withhold that information and ask that it be redacted. And so that is a right that they would have to give up for us to force them to do the unredaction or the unredacted contract. So as a result, we're looking at these discussions with JLAC members as very beneficial. Number one, there was a lot of engagement, a lot of conversation, a lot of questions asked. I believe we built some credibility going and having those discussions, showing them the evaluation process, showing all the different metrics that we considered when coming to this conclusion. And then there's also the added benefit of actually having a fresh set of eyes look at the analysis, look at the contract, look at the evaluation that happened. And naturally, as an organization, when you're going through and answering those questions, you're making sure that you didn't miss anything, that you didn't have any blind spots, that there's something that you overlooked either inadvertently or just didn't see. And through all this, through all the meetings and the questions, the double checking, discussions about redactions, and ultimately unredacting of the contract, it led us to this, that the merits of the contract have not changed since February when we initially brought it to the commission. This contract still stands on its own. There are still benefits to the city of Gainesville and its customers. It provides us a hedge against future fuel price increases. It adds diversity to our generation mix, and it's lower than our average projected cost of power going forward. And so for those reasons, we are making the same recommendation that the City Commission authorize the GM or his designee to execute Contract Amendment 2 and other agreements as required with Florida Solar 6 LLC in agreement with the draft amendment dated February 2nd, 2023, subject to approval by City Attorney as to form and legality, and that the City of Gainesville not encourage future solar development on the previously denied parcel due to its proximity to a historic rural African-American community and cemetery.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. I do have a question before we go into the commission. Would you repeat the part about it being lower than expected cost?
Right. So part of our evaluation is looking at the cost impact. When we look over our history, so going back to 2005, and when we look going out to most recently our 10-year site plan, going out 10 years, the cost of this contract is lower than our average cost of power to produce it.
So it is less expensive for us to follow this contract than we expect it to be to not do that.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Walters, and to everyone, because I know it's a whole group of folks, not just you.
Right.
But thank you for continuing to work on this. I already asked you the question, but I think it bears repeating so that folks know the answer. I think the information you've given us, you've given JLAC, we've given the public, I think we are, once again, unanimously, hopefully convinced that this is a good idea, given what you just told the mayor. But if we do not move forward today, if we have any more delays or hesitations, what happens?
So, Mayor, Commissioners, if the commission decides not to move forward today, effectively, we do have a signed contract. We would go back to Origis and effectively say, you have a signed contract, go execute that one. They would probably come back to say, we can't do it at that price, we won't be able to get financing, and therefore, we walk away and nothing happens.
And then if we tried to do any more solar projects, we'd have to start all over again.
We have to start from step one, and we'd either go through an ITN process again. We're looking at a couple of years of delay. If we decide to build it our own, we're looking at the same time frame. So it's a few years no matter what happens.
To get renewable clean energy for the city that is cheaper than our current, if we
Correct.
don't approve today.
Correct.
I just wanted to emphasize that one. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Can you, so the price is unredacted at this time?
Correct.
What is the price per megawatt hour?
I want to make sure I say it correctly, but it is $40.56.
$40.56. Do you know how that compares to?
Per megawatt.
Per megawatt
hour, right. Do you know how that compares to the market rate for power purchase agreement more generally, these types?
Sure. So when we did our research into the market, we saw that all other market contracts were generally increased in the same way, the same amount and the same percentage. So when we did those studies, we looked at our independent financial contractors and also did our own study. We found that it was within the market for what they were offering.
All right. I did a little bit of research. I found something, Level 10 does quarterly analyses, and thankfully they just released, it looks like 2 days ago, an update to this, and found that the market rate for a solar power purchase agreement was $49.52 per megawatt hour. I don't know if that, if it is, does that sound accurate from what you've seen?
So we're not in the market every day, of course, but the things that we've read and the things and the conversations we've had, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, and at least from what I could see, that is very much that there's a huge amount of demand, it seems, for power purchase agreements like that, partially because of the tax credits that we're also receiving. Correct? I mean, the time period right now is very good because of those tax credits, but there's also a lot of demand on it. But it looks to me like, just based on this, that we're actually getting significantly below what you're seeing other power purchase agreements in solar. And so, I mean, from my perspective, when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, is the decision we're making here going to be good for the ratepayers of our community? Is this going to be good for the long-term sustainability for GRU? Is this going to be good for our environment, and how are our residents going to take this? And I think this is one of those rare moments where the answer is yes on every single one of those. We don't usually get anything that is a good plus on all of them. And so this sounds very good to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. I was going down this road as well because I also poked around and did some just kind of real quick research because previously this contract was redacted. I, of course, knew some of this. I'd seen numbers, but the public didn't. And so I kind of approached it the way the public might and just get on and Google and start looking. I found the same kind of documentation from Level 10 Energy, which is a company that does this kind of research, and they provide it. And then tech magazines, they report on it. So that's where I was picking this up as well. In some of those similar reports, I believe for the fourth quarter of 2022, they were reporting, just in a 3-month block, on average, the power purchase agreements for solar they were looking at were increasing over 8%, not year over year, just for that 3-month block. And so as we look at this, Commissioner Sacco mentioned what happens if we don't approve it, if they can't find financing. And I'm just fear that in the future, even the price we have that we're talking about now, that was still they came to that price now months ago. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would it be in the realm of 3 months ago?
A little more than that.
A little more. And I asked that because if in just the fourth quarter of 2022, solar power purchase agreements went up 8.2% according to Level 10 Energy, I become a little afraid of how long we continue to drag out, because there comes a point where the finance world doesn't think that this is going to make sense as those prices on average across the industry goes up. So thank you for presenting that that you talked to JLAC members as many as you could, and that you worked with Origis about the concerns that the contract be unredacted. I'm glad to be able to see it and share those numbers now so that people can compare what it means to be at $40.56 per megawatt hour compared to industry averages, at least as the tranche that they looked at, that might be in the realm of $49. The 40.56 is a lot higher than the 31.52 that we were looking at, I guess, 18 months ago, roughly, or many months ago. I wish we could have got in at that price, but it looks like we didn't have the right place for this facility. But thank you for the work you did on bringing that so that the public can be a little more informed about it, so that I at least can share what I kind of already knew and had already been comparing, and why I was so confident that this is a good move for the city. So thank you for bringing that, working with Origis and JLAC, and hopefully if JLAC has any further questions, they really have some more information, and we can provide it, you can provide it, and Manager Cunningham can provide it to them as well. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do think, Mr. Walters, I thank you and the manager that the measures that we took, both unredacting, reviewing the types of aspects of this particular contract, do help develop confidence in our decision making. So I think that's very important, and give us some objective, like Commissioner Eastman was saying, some objective comparisons against other fuel sources. I know that we're looking at the payment about $40 and change per megawatt. And a couple of questions I posed for the general manager. One deals with natural gas futures and what we're paying now, because there's been a lot of volatility in that market, and what across 5, 10, or potential 20 years of natural gas we may be paying. And I'm really specifically asking as it compares to what we're paying for this solar now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So when you look at the market, the natural gas market, it is really indexed to Henry Hub and or NYMEX, and so it's a point where everyone can look at in a common point. So when you go out into those futures, you're looking at futures anywhere between $3 and $4 to $5 as you get further out in that trend. The obvious answer is could it change? Yes, it could. Right now, natural gas prices are low. By the time we look at 2025, they're projected to be above that $3.50 range and continue to increase from there. So based on the projections, this is still going to be below our average cost of power. We obviously have different generation plants and fleets. The bulk of it comes from natural gas, though, but we do project this price to be below that cost that we could produce with natural gas over that time period.
Right, that's a terrific answer for us, again, on the objective decision making. I think Commissioner Willett's question was terrific, and it related to specifically gauging our costs and what we're going to do there, so I think that was good. Remind me, I know that we discussed before the timeline if this were to go through. Give us this rough build out of what we're talking about related to this contract.
Excellent question, Mayor, Commissioners, and I'm doing this a little bit from memory, but from what I understand, going forward, we put in the permit application to get it permitted. That application time or approval time takes about a year. At the end of that, somewhere in April 2024 timeframe, it gets approved, start construction, mobilizing and so forth, with the commercial operation date on or before December 31st of 2024.
And if this would be really my last question, is on the timeline, once we started to move forward, if we decided to move forward with this particular vendor, what happens if they don't make these performance marks, or they don't make the dateline things? What I hate to say penalties and punitive measures, but if we go forward, we need to know that they're performing in the way that we want them to perform at the times we say they perform. So tell me a little bit about that in the contract.
Absolutely. Mayor and Commissioners, the Section 4 of the contract really contemplates milestones and liquidated damages for those milestones. Short answer is if they don't meet the commercial operation date, there's a penalty per day. Of the milestone schedules that are in there, if they get significantly behind those, there's also a delay penalty that they pay per megawatt per day. So the short answer is if they don't meet the schedule, then they start essentially writing checks to the city of Gainesville in retribution for that.
Thank you.
Gainesville or GRU?
GRU, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that clarification. Sorry.
No worries. And we're, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I'm even phrasing this question right, so this is really the last one, is deals with energy credits, and if there's anything as it relates to the energy credits and the overlap in this contract. I just don't have the expertise to really frame the question correctly. Just talk about what that might mean.
Sure. So, Mayor, Commissioners, when you talk about energy credits, we get all the environmental attributes of this power. So all of the renewable energy credits become property of GRU, and they flow to us. They don't stay with the vendor. When we look at those, there is a market for those. We can either decide to sell those on an open market, or we can keep them and retire them and take credit for or offset some other energy as a result of that. So at the end of the day, GRU will own all of the environmental attributes, including the credits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Book. Mr. Eastman.
And just a quick, I wanted to correct a correction. The city of Gainesville and GRU are one and the same. We are together. Anything that happens to GRU is, of course, part of the city of Gainesville. There's something called general government as well, but we are one government. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. So I have a few thoughts and comments on that. Part of it was yesterday as I drove home from Tallahassee, you can't help but notice the sun glinting off, I don't know how many acres of solar panels that are put there by those crazy lefty companies like Duke Energy and FP&L. I don't know what those hippies are thinking, but boy, are they installing a lot of solar panels. Which leads me to say, yes, I love that this is solar. I love that it is renewable energy. But that should not drive our decision. The fact that it is renewable should not be the driver, I don't believe, for this. What should drive the decision, and this is what I've been talking with the manager and Mr. Walters about for months, and what I talked to the previous general manager about for years prior to that, is not so much how much I want to see us have solar be part of our mix, but the fact that we should let the math drive the decision. And it looks like the answer that we hear today and that we've had in meetings is that if we choose not to do this, we are not listening to the math. And that is not how we should proceed. We should be looking for the right financial answer on this. And if we're committing here to purchasing power at a lower than expected average cost, that's the right financial decision to make. There are penalties if our partner can't provide the energy. So again, that's a win for the people of Gainesville. The fact that it is renewable energy, that it is not burning fossil fuel, that is not burning any kind of fuel, is a benefit for not only the people of Gainesville, but for everybody. But the real driver here is the math, to me. And I hope that's where everyone ends up. The fact that several members of the legislature, many members of the legislature, had a conversation about this and did not raise huge red flags, and that several of them actually read the contract, the unredacted contract, and did not raise red flags. And the fact that going back, I can contemplate how many different kinds of people were involved in this decision, from neighbors next door to it, through people who are normally opponents of everything that the Gainesville City Commission moves forward, that we all ended up in the same place over a multi-year period of time on this, and that the math says we should do it, means that it's really hard for me to say no to it. So I'm not going to say no to it. I'm going to vote for this if there's a motion after we hear from the people. But I want to ask you for a little more clarification on one other thing, and that's redactions. Are we the only one who work with redactions in power purchase agreements?
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, no, we are not. Our research and request for all of the other recently released contracts and with solar PPAs, they were all 100% redacted. They're with multiple parties, like the City of Tallahassee, like Reedy Creek, like FMPA or FMEA, who represents multiple cities. More than 16 cities across the U.S., not the U.S., but the state of Florida, municipalities are participants in these contracts, and they are all redacted, in some cases under an NDA, to not share those prices. So we are by no means alone. It seems to be common practice across the state from what we've seen.
And it is an allowable practice by state statute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's those are my thoughts on the subject. I'm interested in hearing from the public, and I don't see any other lights right now. So thank you very much, Mr. Walters, Mr. Cunningham, and everyone who has worked on this for the last 4 years. Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Dr. Jeffrey Shapiro, followed by Nancy Darren.
Welcome. I feel like it's been hours since I saw you.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I was very chagrined by yesterday, but it wasn't unexpected. I thank you all for being here and for listening to us, and I think that now this is a settled matter, as settled as anything could ever possibly be, of course. All the chaff has been winnowed out, all that complaining about historic things like the PPA, that language, the biomass plant, all this stuff. I was reading about the deaths that occurred in Kentucky due to the fact that the rain, the storms, the unexpected storms that came through and killed these people, washed off the mountains that had been removed by coal mining. And I remembered back when the biomass plant was thought about and talked about, and I stood up and I said, it's just wrong to do what we're doing and buy coal from these areas where the mountaintops are being removed. And there was just an article about this, and I think it was the Atlantic that published it. Well, anyway, I think that all that's put aside. The historic stuff should be disregarded. I'm really chagrined that it's taken so long to get this moving and settled, but I think it's settled. I don't see any reason not to vote unanimously for this. And I thank you all for knowing that and for the support of it. So Mayor Ward has given a very good synopsis, I think, of all the various aspects of it. And you've heard that there are no downsides here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Darren.
Could I have overhead?
Other way. There you go.
Nancy Darren, thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Cunningham and all of you for how carefully you vetted this. I urge your strong support because stability and predictability are two of the many benefits, as you just heard, which are especially vital. Natural gas prices and supply are unpredictable, more so now that the U.S. is part of the international markets. And right now, yes, prices have plummeted, but that doesn't mean they're going to stay there. And the outlook is for going back very easily where Europe and Asia have been. So anyway, it's been carefully vetted. You know the price, and we lock that in. And if we don't do this, more natural gas is our only alternative with that uncertainty and volatility. I'm really pleased and hope that the agrivoltaic component is still part of this. They're finding how beneficial this is to have agrivoltaics where you have some kind of an agricultural component, which I believe is still part of this contract, correct? Because it was in there somewhere. But No solar farm should be permitted without including a sustainable or organic agricultural component, whether it's bees, wildflowers, grazing, or organically grown crops, because these cool the panels, and with heat, the hotter the weather gets, the less effective the panels are. But you can get 12 degrees of cooling if you're growing something underneath, which helps the panels last longer, be more effective, and also then you get multiple benefits from, is my light? I'm sorry, am I off?
All together.
Oh.
You're on the honor system at this point.
I got distracted there. Anyway, I'm almost done. So, and so when you just do a solar farm, they will gravel under it, or they'll herbicide or whatever, and so the soil is dying or dead, and you have to treat it like a parking lot with retention ponds and stuff. If you're doing agricultural practices underneath that are appropriate, you get healthy soil that can absorb water, so you can deal with the flooding and the droughts that we're anticipating are part of our future, as we see right now, right? So, and this fuel diversity and mix puts us well on the way to a lot of resilience and predictability and stability and good stuff for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. That's all. Okay, interesting. Okay. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I am very happy. I'm going to have to pull up the slide, but you know what? It's fine. I don't need the slide. I'm very happy to move staff's recommendation that we move forward with the contract. And the second component that I want to make sure I can read it correctly. The city of Gainesville not encourage future solar development in the previously denied parcel due to its proximity to a historic rural African-American community and cemetery.
Second.
Motion and a second. And to be clear for anybody who's wondering, I was letting Commissioner Sacco read from my printed agenda here. That's what she was looking at.
We moved away. I couldn't recommend a question.
I understand. I do, once again, but before we move forward to vote, want to thank everyone who has been involved in this, and it goes back to 2019. And a great number of folks have been involved. I want to thank folks from Origis. I want to thank the neighbors who live near the property, and for getting us to a better place with this. There was a lot of back and forth about this, and everybody who was involved seems to have gotten to a place where they're comfortable with this, if not excited about it. And all of that representation by Mr. Scott and his addition of items to this measure, Mr. Belarski's work on it, our current general manager's work, all the team, Mr. Walters, the financial team at GRU, everyone who has been a part of this. I thank you. I appreciate the effort on everyone's part. Seeing no further lights, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 2022-680 sidewalk text amendment. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code relating to sidewalk regulations by amending section 30-6.18 sidewalks and shared use bicycle paths, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause or repealing clause, and an immediate effective date.
Ms. Ward, there we go. Mayor, members of the City Commission, I'm not sure this thing is on. Andrew Person, Special Advisor. We are back before you. This is second reading. This was passed on first reading. You all had asked us to go out and do some more discussion with some builders. We've done so. That's in your backup. There's some additional information, which is also in your backup, showing where we have vacant lots and sidewalks in the city. I did want to take a chance to thank Dr. Frank and the UF students who actually volunteered to help do some of the outreach. So they actually contacted some businesses. If you recall, they were here for first reading and got a full dose of what it means to be a municipal planner. So I wanted to thank them for their work, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you. I don't see any lights. Okay. Commissioner Buck.
There's a light. I just wondered if we wanted to hear from that group, perhaps collectively, as far as their work goes for urban imaging.
Do you all have reflections? We'd love to hear from you. Come on up. Just identify yourself for us if you would.
Sure. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Christopher Wolf. My peers and I represent students in a graduate urban and regional planning class, a community engagement course here at UF. For this course, we were searching for a term project, and after attending the previous commission meeting for this sidewalk text amendment, we learned that there was a need to engage the community regarding that proposed fee in lieu of sidewalk construction. Therefore, we arranged to assist the city for this. This afternoon, we're pleased to report on our engagement, which focused on contacting local builders and our ideas for future engagement regarding the infill development policies. We have also summarized the results of our engagement in a memo provided in today's backup materials. So after coordinating with the city's planning team, our first task was to individually contact local single-family home builders to ask how they've been affected by the current sidewalk policy, how they might be affected by the proposed text amendment, and what else they might recommend for this. From the list of home construction businesses provided by the city's planning team, we selected 32 businesses in Alachua County to contact by phone. Overall, we were only able to speak with 2 of those businesses. Both businesses renovated homes as opposed to new constructions, although one was licensed to build. That particular person said that as a small business, constructing sidewalks could be a problem for them, and they were in favor of a fee in lieu of option. On the other hand, this person also supported completing sidewalks when needed for pedestrian safety, especially for children. Fortunately, the city staff were able to talk with an additional 2 builders after we had our period of contact. To increase the engagement of builders for future concerns, we came up with a few suggestions for the city based on what we have learned. For instance, the contact list could include information about each business identifying their activities and potential concerns. The city could then provide targeted email notices of upcoming opportunities for engagement for that. Another idea is to build upon past engagement to create issue or industry-based focus groups or advisory groups for this topic. In addition to contacting the builders, we conducted walking tours of 3 neighborhoods that could be affected by the proposed text amendment: Pleasant Street, Spring Hill, and Duval Heights. We noticed that each of these neighborhoods have differences in new home construction, sidewalks, and pedestrian safety. This suggests crafting universal policies and engagement methods to be challenging. Thus, engagement on a neighborhood basis involving builders, residents, and others who regularly visit those neighborhoods might be productive. We greatly appreciate the support we received from the planning team, and to have this opportunity to speak to you today, we'd be pleased to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the team here? Okay. Thank you all so much. You're next, Mr. Eastman. So.
Well, I guess as master's students in urban and regional planning, do you think this is do you think this would be a net benefit to our built environment within the city?
Carefully answer. Let many things hinge on this.
Yeah.
Would it be a net benefit overall?
Do you think this is a good text change, I guess is what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yes, because it would provide the flexibility to address specific needs within a neighborhood or area as opposed to like a blanket policy for the entire city. Because like I mentioned, we found that there would be differences between the neighborhoods and areas that would, in terms of where sidewalks may be desired or where they should be, and where connections or gaps may need to be addressed.
All right, thank you. Yeah, they mentioned kind of formal discussions with builders. I think part of our job up here is also to sort of have those informal discussions to make sure that we know people within these communities. I know I've reached out to a couple of people that do single-family infill housing building, and similarly, I think kind of like what they heard, which was that there's a feeling like sidewalks are good, but also there's some times where it absolutely, is off the table. It sometimes doesn't make sense, like when there's no other sidewalks along there, when there's electric utilities within the right of way that this would go, things like that. And that I think universally I heard positive feedback in terms of the equity impacts of this, but also just the flexibility to allow this in the right place at the right time. And so, at least in my informal conversations, I found the same thing that it looks like staff did and the master's students found. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Oh, thank you both. I will relieve you from the hot seat, from the hot stand. But thank you so much for the work you guys did. Mr. Persons or Mr. Castillo, whoever wants to take it up. All right. I do have, because I did look over the report and I saw some of the interviews, and the common concern was we want some transparency in how the fees are calculated. And I remember what it was. I remember I was told what it was. I don't remember how it is that we calculate it. Could you tell us, just in simplest terms, how we calculate that fee?
Sure, it's just a straight calculation of linear feet and a price per square foot of the material itself. So, and I think that's what we've found to be the case, that the actual construction of sidewalks, when you factor in things like bringing in additional fill or doing other types of grading or culverts or moving utilities, that's when the cost really skyrockets. So the mitigation payment is in most cases going to be much lower than what it would actually cost to implement the sidewalk. And I think it's to answer your question, it's a calculation based on just the material cost.
Just the material.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I remember thinking it is lower than actually building it usually.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's just the material. You don't count labor. Labor is half the cost of anything these days, as it should be. Skilled labor is important. But I do think, in conjunction with what Commissioner Eastman has said, it is important that we think about people who do live in certain areas, and as far as infill construction goes, and we've had plenty of examples, it sometimes just doesn't make sense. It isn't safe, it isn't appealing, and it's just an added expense that is not necessary. So I am comfortable moving forward with this change. I'm really glad that we were able to get this feedback, and we saw some of the main concerns were, can you just tell us straight up, how do I calculate this? And I think having that be transparent and possibly just put out somewhere along with all our other permit information at the building department so it is readily available, so we have examples. I think that can serve a lot of that transparency, and folks can make that informed decision and see, this is what we're using it for, this is how we charge it, this is what we end up using it for, examples of it, and have that open line of communication without having to, I have to know a person and have to know who to call and have to get to the right person. Whatever we can produce to let that be readily disseminated, I think, is a boon to us and to all of our smaller businesses who help build in the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Andrew and staff, everybody who worked on this. Andrew and I believe, I'm not calling you Andrew, not yet. Thank you, though. But Andrew, Phil, and I think someone else, Andrew, may have accompanied me out to the Duval neighborhood, where we had the opportunity to respond to a small business, a small African-American owned family business that is building affordable housing. A lot of which they're doing in the Duval neighborhood. And they called me to draw my attention to this issue. I was grateful to have staff be able to join me where we could literally see firsthand what a new sidewalk in the middle of a very small street where you really cannot build any more sidewalk looks like. It is the most awkward looking, dangerous looking eyesore pretty much that you can see in a neighborhood. And then, of course, the concerns arose about how that gets addressed because it becomes a hazard and everything else that we've talked about from this day is today. So I'm grateful for this conversation. I'm grateful that we were able to respond in a very meaningful and impactful way to the builders who are trying to build housing for those who need it the most. This is really, really critical. I did want to ask a question that I'm sure I probably asked you before, Andrew, but I just want to make sure that the builders hear it and that the community members hear it. When we talk about payments in lieu of, the payments in lieu of will go to creating sidewalks elsewhere in the immediate neighborhood, correct?
Absolutely. Within the neighborhood is the very first tier that staff is going to look at when that money is expended.
Okay. Do we know, and I apologize for kind of putting you on the spot with this, it's probably getting a little into the weeds, but I'm curious, do we know how we will determine where those sidewalks are placed? I'm asking that because obviously in District 1, there are a lot of streets where, sidewalks, we'd love to have sidewalks, but the streets may not be conducive to that, but there are also places where we'd love to have sidewalks where you can put sidewalks.
Absolutely.
How will you determine where you use this money first? Is there a predetermined way?
There is, and actually it's written into the ordinance itself that you'll be adopting, which says just as I indicated. So for staff, they are going to, the very first tier is to spend that money within the immediate neighborhood. If there's not an opportunity to spend it on sort of internal streets, the next tier is staff is going to look at sidewalk improvements are on the perimeter of the neighborhood.
Let me back up,
Sure.
because I'm actually being, and thank you, because you're answering a question similar to the one that I'm asking. I'm actually wanting to know, in the neighborhood, in the immediate neighborhood where there are opportunities, how will you determine where you put those sidewalks then?
So typically, we look to try to fill existing sidewalk gaps where there may be some sidewalk, but it's not fully extended. So that's usually the first tier. And then the second tier is typically we look at where people are already using, or where there's a lot of pedestrian activity. If folks are walking in the street, we try to look at that. And then we also ask the neighborhood. We usually come speak to the neighborhood, find out from them sort of where do you want sidewalks. That's a very typical thing. It's also, I think, I want to use the opportunity to note, we are working on a interactive map related primarily to the Vision Zero projects. That we're going to be releasing in a few weeks, and we're going to share with the commission so you can see all of our transportation projects on an interactive map for the entire city. So it will hopefully be really helpful. So you guys, if you have questions from constituents about where are you guys doing work, sidewalks, Vision Zero, you can send folks to the map and they can see that live, and then it'll provide updates in terms of like where we are construction wise too. So we're really excited to be able to roll that out soon.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Absolutely.
I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Eastman? Nope. Yep. Yes.
Thank you, Andrew. Can you come? So I'm remembering this, and sorry, it feels like it's been 100 years since this was with us last time. So now I'm starting to go back to, so last time we had this conversation, there were a number of other discussions around this. One was that this is specifically only for single-family infill housing, correct? So we spoke before about how in residential conservation in particular, which is Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, that duplex is also allowed by right as sort of a small scale build, but that would be that they would still be forced to build a sidewalk regardless of whether there was it was disconnected from the sidewalk grid, whether or not there's issues with where electric utilities are. That's still the case in the second reading, correct? It's still single family?
I believe so. I don't know if Mr. Castillo may want to come up. But I believe that's the case. I don't think it includes duplexes. Is that correct?
Well, actually, we did include duplexes on that one. So, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So I see the title. Sorry, just it says payment in lieu of draft ordinance 2022-680B is called payment in lieu of construction for single family dwelling infill development.
Just chime in.
If I can, we have another one. It is the number 8 in our attachments, I believe, and that one shows the updated, the original proposal, but it has what was suggested, and it has highlighted the additions where we do add duplexes. And then as far as improvements, to Commissioner Duncan Walker's points, it also, as far as like sidewalks and other things, it addresses as well crosswalk inefficiencies in the area. So staff added those and highlighted them. It's just a different item.
Great, thank you. Hope one of these days us new commissioners will figure out how exactly to read these ordinances. This is the less than 24 hours you've been going back and forth on how to read updated ordinances. So thank you. I love the duplex they're in here. I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Willens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to hear a little bit about how we're going to be able to communicate where we're doing sidewalks. I have a kind of an ongoing concern, particularly across not so much this specific type payment in lieu of building it, and then are we keeping it in super local or in the transportation mobility area. I have concerns, all citywide, just, where we're doing that so we can kind of be accountable to people. Because you may notice it in your own neighborhood or where you're always at, but knowing that other people are also getting their sidewalks, I think is important. But look at a map. And then for this particular issue, because we are talking about the payment in lieu of that, if the idea is that it does need to be spent, local to the neighborhood, then it is good kind of a transparency and accountability to provide that to people, just, and not have to have them just super dig around. They can always ask staff, they can ask a commissioner, we can poke around and find out what are the plans, what are the thoughts, what are the identified areas. I spoke about it last time. I really like this idea of not every single family or even duplex we don't need them to build a sidewalk that's discontinuous when it could be around the corner on an arterial. We can improve or connect or have other safety things that really help the entire neighborhood, but isn't right there on that one street on the frontage of that one parcel. So I really like, and it sounds like we worked through this in the past and then recently to really come to understand why it's previously was deficient and what our real goal is, and really enunciate that goal so that we feel good about it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Okay, anyone from the public for this item?
We do. We have Donald Shepard.
Mr. Shepard. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Donald Shepard. I am People's
Welcome, Mr.
Representative. As that, there's been a number of sidewalks that I've brought to Mr. Mann about renewing. One I have been on him for since 2080, I'm going to say, and the manager before him. This is a project that's right here back at the City Hall, over here on 3rd Street, where it's a drop-off from the sidewalk to the street. It is a 4-foot drop-off. This here, whether it's historical or what, I haven't been told what the criteria of it. I also have mentioned the area up by the Salvation Army, there where the sidewalk diverges from one side to the other, and how it's such a drop-off, a 2-foot drop-off, to go from the sidewalk to the road, and how people with scooters or bikes, like myself, bicyclists, can cause ourselves to go end over end. And also I've asked the city mayor and Mr. Mann to address the sidewalk out in back of the city hall here, and it hasn't been addressed yet. But sidewalks are a very issue that has been let go for years and years. So it all isn't your fault, Mr. Ward, that this is occurring. But I've asked for the sidewalk out here in back of the city hall to be addressed. It's only like a 1 to 2 foot addition that we can put on there. And it would be safer for the people as far as walking. You can't walk shoulder to shoulder down there. And this is something that's severely needed for the people. People with wheelchairs, they can't, or electric wheelchairs cannot get around there. They end up going off into the bark of the grass. And this is something that needs to be addressed. So this topic of the sidewalks is many different areas that need to be addressed. And right now we don't have the money. But I think that this is something that when we get the money or we can pull a grant for it that we need to do. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Certainly important to look at our deferred maintenance program for sidewalks. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's all? Okay. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before my motion, I just want to make sure, because Mr. Castillo seemed to know the answer, we want version C of the ordinance. That is the latest version with the duplex amendments. We made it to C. I don't know if we made it to Plan D.
Mr. Mayor and Commission, yes, that would be the latest version.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure I got the right one. So with that, I'd like to move ordinance number 2022680C.
All right, there's a motion and a second. I had seen no further lights. This is a roll call.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets? Commissioner Book? And Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously. Isn't it great to see the interesting things we come up with when we all work together, put a little extra into it. So I'm going to throw everybody a little curveball here because we are believers in lifelong education. We're going to take another moment of Gainesville history, and I'm going to invite my friend Vivian Filer up to the lectern to help us out with that.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission and all of our esteemed city workers here. I'm very happy that you allowed me to come up to do this. And healthcare is, my basic love in the whole world. I'd like to talk a bit about healthcare in Alachua County back in the day. I don't know if you realize that at one point the health department was over here on the southwest side of town, and we called him Old Dr. Thomas. He was sort of over the health department, and therefore if you didn't have a doctor, you would go see Old Dr. Thomas. The only thing wrong with Old Dr. Thomas, he pretty much prescribed the same thing for everything, but I won't go into that. But I think it's very pertinent to know that during those days, and we're talking 40s now and 50s, there were the very first female African-American public health nurse was Miss Rosa Lundy. She lived on Spring Hill, and she was a joy to see. I was a little girl, and I remember getting my real desire to be a nurse. The second public health nurse, African-American, was Miss, her name will come to me in a minute, Maxey, Mrs. Flossie Maxey, and they've named a building for her. So those things were said. We do know that Alachua General Hospital opened first with a grant. Its name was changed to Alachua General, and after some years it was open. We know that it was a full bed hospital after a while. That meant that it had a unit for medical, one for surgical, and one for pediatrics, and one for obstetrics and those things. That was true if you were white. If you were African American, there was a long hall on the west side of the building with a hall between and two units on the side that were the length of the building on that end. Females were in one long room, males were in the other long room, and it didn't matter pretty much what you were there for. And this is 1958 because that's when my first son was born, who couldn't come in the room to be fed because there was infection in the room, and I had to sit in the hallway. There were a couple of little rooms on the side that they put the babies in, and when my baby sister was born, there was no air conditioning on this unit. It was over the boiler room, and all African-American patients were there. So that was the Alachua General Hospital. At that point, it also interested in nursing. The licensed practical nursing program was taught through the Alachua County School Board, and any white kid that wanted to go to nursing school could enter. Once we decided, the powers that be, that they would allow African Americans to enter, they it required that you take a test, which meant that they didn't consider the school that we came out of good enough to get us into the program, or whatever reason. I don't want to second guess them. Heaven only knows what they were thinking. But anyway, I won't go into that. What happened is that me and a few of my friends who wanted to go, we had a great man to tutor us, and that was Mr. John Dukes. So when we took the test, of course, we blew the top of the test, and I decided not to go into LPN program, and later on went on to something else. But then it was picked up by the college and continued there. And so to be a nurse in Gainesville, if you were black, you had to either go to Jacksonville to the Brewster School, or you had to go to out of the city, some other places. Mrs. Florence Woods, I don't know if anybody remembers her. She was one of the first African-American nurses at Alachua General Hospital. And although we all know Dr. Banks and loved him, and he was a genius in everything that he did, there were several African-American doctors that preceded him that did not have hospital privileges in Alachua County at Alachua General Hospital. I happened to be on the committee that decided what to name Alachua General after some people that sitting on the dais at that time allowed Alachua General Hospital to leave us. And I'm not calling any names or doing it, but I am very upset, as everybody else is, that we don't have an Alachua General. But all that said, though, I was on that committee that decided what the name would be. I don't know if I'm happy about that or not, but I do know that after a while, after it was sold, I knew it was sold because Shanes was planning on doing something with it, which they did. That's a little glimpse into healthcare in Alachua County, and I hope it was worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Always good to hear from you. All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, our next item is 2023-243, ordinance changing the methodology for calculating commissioner salaries. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Code of Ordinances by returning to a methodology regarding salaries for the mayor and members of the City Commission consistent with the methodology in place prior to the enactment of ordinance number 2022-758, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause or repealing clause, and an immediate effective date.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Motion after.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this? Okay. All right.
Thank you. Move ordinance number 2023-243, an ordinance changing the methodology for calculating commissioner salaries. B.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I see no other lights.
Commissioner Sacco?
Nope.
Commissioner Willets?
No.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye. That passes 5-2 with Willets and Sacco in dissent. Next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance number 2022-707, text amendment, center line of street setback measurement. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code relating to building setbacks being measured from the street center lines by amending section 30-6.8, general lot and building requirements, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause or repealing clause, and an immediate effective date.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Commission. I'm Bedez Massey of the City's Planning Division.
Would you pull the microphone a little closer?
Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
All right, I'll try again. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Commission. I am Bedez Massey. I'm a planner in the city's Planning Division, which is part of the Department of Sustainable Development.
Thank you.
As read into the record, this is a petition to remove the centerline setback measurement requirement in Article 6, Section 30-6.8B of the city's Land Development Code. Because this is a text amendment, this petition is legislative in nature. It requires your approval with the adoption of an ordinance and first and second reading. The impact of your action will be felt citywide because this particular section of the city's Land Development Code affects both residential and non-residential properties. It also affects lots that are located on substandard streets throughout the city of Gainesville. And it is applied in conjunction with the application of the front yard setback in every zoning district within the city. The current language within this section of Chapter 30 is as follows. If you have any questions regarding the interpretation of it, I'll be happy to answer those at this moment. Basically, what it requires is that in conjunction with the application of a front yard setback within every zoning district, no matter if the property is being proposed for residential development or non-residential development, there must first be the application of the centerline setback requirement. So it has the effect of applying 2 setbacks to the front of properties abutting substandard streets.
Commissioner Eastman, is that for now or for, okay, go ahead.
So that means that the 20-foot setback, say in RSF1, would begin after you've measured the 25 feet from, if it's in all other streets. It would start at that point.
Mayor and Commissioners, that is correct.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut, did you have a question now? Okay, okay. Gotcha.
I might also add at this point that the dimensional standards that are contained within this section are based upon the functional classification of roadways that is applied by FDOT. I might also mention that this requirement predates my tenure with the city of Gainesville, which means that it's over 30 years old, and it has survived several updates to our land development code. This first illustration is an application of section 30-6.8B. And the illustration shows a combination of lots abutting two substandard streets. And in this particular illustration, this is a plat of a section in the northeastern portion of the city. The blue area represents what is intended to be an area to accommodate roadway widenings, the widening of substandard streets. And these two streets are local streets. Therefore, using the functional classification standards for a local street, the ultimate width would be 50 feet. So on either side of the center line of these two substandard streets, there would be a measurement of 25 feet. And the same follows for other roadway types, arterials, collectors, etc. So this blue area is more or less like not a no-fly zone, but intended to be like a no-build zone. Because what you're trying to do is to make way for roadway improvements. Therefore, it would be to the advantage of city to not improve the property, so that when you approach the stage of purchasing property, the assessed value of that property would not be as much as it would be if you allowed improvements in it.
Gotcha. Hang on for just a second. Commissioner Book, did you have a question? Okay.
I'll have a question after the
Gotcha.
presentation.
Okay.
This next illustration is an actual application of this section on a recent building permit filed by the city's Housing and Community Development Department. We applied the centerline setback requirement as well as the front yard setback requirement, which is 20 feet, in the RSF3 zoning district. Again, the center line is identified. The 25-foot setback requirement is applied because this is a local right-of-way. And the orange dashed line represents the point at which you begin to apply the front yard setback. This property owner fortunately owned two lots. So there was room to accommodate the new single-family dwelling unit and an existing accessory structure. Note the green line, which represents their property boundary. This area represents approximately 500 square feet of their land area that's within the blue zone. So in addition to the allowances that our code has for front yard setback activity, this portion or 500 square foot area of their private property is now subject to additional prohibitions because of the centerline setback requirement. At the request of the City Commission, staff brought the recommendation to remove this section of our code from Chapter 30 to the City Plan Board. Once in December of 2022, we went back in January of 2023, and finally on February 27th of 2023, we received a recommendation from the City Plan Board. In between those meeting dates, the City Planning Division, Gainesville Regional Utilities, and the City Public Works Department staff met to come up with ideas, proposed language as to how to approach your recommendation. At the February 27, 2023 meeting, the City Plan Board voted unanimously to reject the recommendation to strike this section of our code from Chapter 30. And the recommended language I'll show on an additional slide. The recommendation from staff to the City Plan Board was to remove this section at the direction of the Commission. This is the proposed language from the City Plan Board that was voted upon unanimously at the February 27, 2023 public hearing. And in this proposed language, the amended language involves the addition of the words, "or the appropriate distance to be determined by the city manager or designee." Also, with the help of the city's interim public works director, the dimensional standards were updated to be consistent with what currently represent the dimensional standards based upon the FDOT roadway classifications of today. This is what the recommendation would look like from staff. And this is what the recommendation looked like from staff, which is to take this section completely out of Chapter 30. I'm going to reserve this slide for a later conversation, but this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you might have at this time.
Thank you. We have lots of lights. Commissioner Chestnut, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Massey, believe it or not, at last night's City Commission meeting, this issue came up. And one citizen said that this particular ordinance had taken a year to get through. Could you share with us the process, or what was the timeline issue here?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Immediately after receiving direction from the City Commission to take this to the City Plan Board, we did exactly that. We got to the City Plan Board in December of 2022. We proposed or presented the recommendation or directives from the City Commission, and the response we received from the City Plan Board was to come back with an alternative language. So the City Planning Division staff, GRU staff, City Plan Board staff came together, and we tried to comply with the wishes of the City Plan Board. We had somewhat of a difficult time, for lack of a better word, to come up with something we thought that they would adopt. And so we asked for a continuation in January, and they complied. When we came back to the City Plan Board on February 27th of 2023, they again did not accept removal of this section from the city's land development code, and instead wanted to recommend to you the language that I'm presenting to you now. So it took 3 meetings, 3 public hearings with the city plan board, and at least 2 meetings among staff to come up with something we felt best represented our thoughts on this section of the code. Because there are those who feel that there are advantages to retaining this in the city's land development code, and there are those who feel that the city might be better served by taking it and giving it a new home. And that's where this last slide comes in. And that new home would be the city's 2015 design manual, where there are other standards that you have adopted, because this body adopts the design manual, where there are other design standards related to roadway management and design, as well as stormwater facilities. Because right now, what happens is that for every building permit application and for every development application that is presented to the city that involves a lot on a substandard street, the way this particular section reads, and because it is in our code, there is no variance from it, there is no waiver from it, there is no ability to modify it. This section is to be applied first before you apply your front yard setback. And in addition to that, there are some deficiencies in the current language in that in our zoning districts, there is what's called a side street setback. This particular section only addresses the front yard setback. So, for example, the corner lots here at these 2 intersecting streets, if a builder comes in and chooses, by allowances in the land development code, to have their front yard setback applied here, there is nothing in section 30-6.8B that tells us what to do here on this side. The same for this corner lot, the same for this corner lot, the same for this corner lot. So there are deficiencies even in the language that we currently have in the land development code. Another deficiency is that once you apply the centerline setback requirement to an individual lot, it does not advise us on what this property owner can do until you are ready to build a road. We have no idea. We cannot tell them when a road will actually be built. But what we have to tell them is that this area is being reserved for a road, and we have no idea of when the road will be built. And I've had this conversation several times with contractors and property owners. You see, this particular code requirement was necessitated, I believe, during the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, when roadway improvements within the city were prevalent. There were a lot of roadway improvements happening. And so this particular code requirement facilitated the ability to widen 8th Avenue, 39th Avenue, 43rd Street. There were a lot of roadway improvements going on. And removing it from Chapter 30 does not remove the importance of making sure that building placement and construction is properly placed relative to right-of-way. But what it would do is put it in a reserve space so that when needed, the city traffic engineer could utilize it when there is clear intent to widen right-of-way. Right now, we are reserving private property purposes we aren't even sure of. There are no plans to tell us when these roads are going to be widened. Back in the early 90s, when I first started, we actually had the roadway segments identified in the 2010 comprehensive plan. So you had something in front of you to tell you, these are the roadway segments that are being considered for roadway widening. So removing this from the Chapter 30 is not to say that it isn't important or that it will never be used, but right now, as it sits within Chapter 30, we have to apply it the way the code requires us to apply it. And that means every building permit, every development application that comes in, we have to apply this on the lots that are fronting substandard streets before we can apply their front yard setback. Thank you.
You make it very, very interesting.
Thank you.
You conclude, Commissioner? Yeah, okay, thanks. Commissioner Book?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I looked at the backup. And what kind of alludes to some of the rationale in here. And all I saw in reading was really advantages to changing the ordinance in this way. I didn't see disadvantages. This is taking probably a substandard road or a narrow road, and you can do an infrastructure improvement. You can give the residents or the homeowner the ability for more flexibility with the property that they may already reside on. You may have increased property values. And I think when we're talking about essentially narrow roads or substandard roads, those probably would be in general in older neighborhoods. Is that an accurate reflection of those, and would not be certainly in the last 10 to 15 years?
Mayor and members of the commission, that is another concern in our development review process, in that I cannot point to a map that illustrates for us where all of our substandard right-of-ways are located. Within the city, there are local right-of-ways as well as those that fall under the jurisdiction of FDOT and the county. But I know there are many. The plan board realizes there are many substandard right-of-ways in the city. But those that we have encountered recently are in the eastern portion of the city. But I'm almost certain that there are those in the northwestern portion of the city. I know that for a fact because I live in the northwestern portion of the city. And they are also located in the southwestern portion of the city. They're all over.
Oh, so let me say it this way, sort of anecdotally then. I think we're in agreement. I see only advantages to what's proposed here, and not attempting to be facetious. What would be the counterpoint? What are some of the arguments for disadvantage to passing this particular staff recommendation?
The advantage to passing the original recommendation, which is to remove this section from Chapter 30, would be it would have a tremendous positive effect on our development review process. Because even when you have to stop, when you receive a building permit application, and to have to stop and converse with 2, 3, 4 people to find out, is this right-of-way substandard? Are we going to have to apply the centerline setback? Yes, we are. What are the ramifications of that on this building permit? That could eat up, I would say, maybe a week of the review time, just on this topic alone.
I was asking, what's the counterpoint? What does somebody who's critical of this say is the disadvantage to passing this? I think I understand the advantages of
And
it.
I'm going to be honest with you about this. I won't identify who might think is a disadvantage, but one advantage is that this requirement provides free space for utilities. It frees up more land area for your utilities. But even though it does, there still has to be an easement granted by the private property owner. That's the flip side of that. It frees up more land area, but at the same time, the land area is not free because you have to obtain an easement.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Massey. I think you read my mind earlier, because I was thinking, why did we even have this? And then you went on, and you told me how. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And if you have other mind-reading powers, I'd love to borrow them later. I think I just want to clarify what our options are here. Staff's recommendation is removing this section in its entirety.
Staff is in support of the directives originally received from the commission to remove this section from Chapter 30.
The plan board came back with an alternative to just add, the option, I believe, the manager's office to make some adjustments as needed and
Yes.
Deviate from that, but keep to the numbers we had.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify that those are the options we had in place.
And the plan board recommendation did include some modifications to the dimensional standards.
I think it was minimal.
And that was based upon input from the interim public works director, because we wanted to make those dimensions, they wanted to make those dimensions consistent with the current FDOT roadway classification standards.
Yeah, I think it was like 5 feet. Like, we're not gonna count that.
Some information I can add as well.
Can't hear you.
Please do.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Brittany McMullen, Department of Sustainable Development. I just wanted to clarify, since you asked about what options we're looking at here, there's been a couple of different versions that have been looked at with this text amendment. The original version that staff was looking at was removing the section completely. The City Plan Board, after a couple of meetings, discussed adding in an option to try to allow some flexibility for Public Works to sort of have some more discretion in the process. After working through the draft with the legal department, we didn't really feel that that was a viable option to just put in there, that we can just have discretion without some very specific standards for how that discretion would be used. So the version that is in your backup that you're looking at today it would still keep the section in there, but it removes any of the specific measurements. So it does effectively remove the additional setbacks, like Ms. Massey was saying, and I can show it on the overhead if we need to just take a look at what the actual language is, but this is in your backup. So what the revised language would say is that we'd just like to be able to measure the setbacks from the zoning district.
Excuse me, Ms. McMillan, I think broadcast needs to zoom out a little to show both portions that, all of B is what you're trying to show us? There you go, 1 and 2.
Yes, so, and it is a little bit redundant to sort of keep the section, I guess, but basically the section is now going to say the setbacks will be measured from the front property line as specified by the zoning district, unless there is something else specifically brought up in the zoning district that mentions somewhere else to measure it from. But it all kind of gets to that same point that staff was originally recommending, which was removing these specific additional measurements, because that's the area that really has been causing the issues and pushing the houses much further back than they really need to be. I think some of the concerns, one of the commissioners asked what I guess some of the concerns would be with changing the section. I think from the utilities standpoint and I guess sort of public works standpoint, they were thinking of it in terms of just making sure that there's enough room in the right-of-way to have all of the city facilities that are necessary. But I do think that there are other portions of the code and the design manual and things like that that address those kind of requirements. So in essence, so this is the final version that staff is recommending, that is in your backup, that we worked with the city attorney's office on. It does do, like I said, what we originally set out to do, which was remove those additional setbacks. And like I said, it is a little redundant, but it basically says we're going to measure the setbacks from the front property line.
Okay, so, and that said, you still have setback all the same. You can't build at the road.
Yes, so yeah, that's an important point. The zoning district setbacks will specify how far back the the structure needs to be from the front property line, or if it's in a transect zone, it's measured from the back of curb or the edge of pavement. So it still has to be set back, it still can't be right up on the road.
And rather than looking around at this part or another part, it is all located in one
Right.
place based on the zoning of the space, rather than trying to calculate which one applies here.
Yes, correct. So it's more straightforward. It's more straightforward for everyone, really, staff advising applicants and builders how far back the structure needs to be. They can just look in the zoning section and get that number.
Thank you for that. And I like to say I appreciate that, because as someone who reads code and ordinance and statutes, look at section X or look at this other section, then you're just kind of chasing around from one section to the other, and one part got updated but another didn't. So I understand why the preference would have been remove it all, but I also understand why just clarifying it here is that kind of middle ground to it. So I appreciate that clarification. I think those are my questions for, I just want to make sure. So the ordinance, should it be moved today, is going to be 707, period.
It's going to be what,
It's
sorry?
going to be ordinance 22707? Like no modification, no other letter attached to it?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. We have a lot of letters around here. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been watching this for a little while. This is the kind of thing, changes like these are the kind of thing I really like in local government, because they're the kind of small changes that seem innocuous enough but have an enormous impact on everything else. I think, just to put into context what we're talking about here, I was recently riding my bike through the Spring Hill neighborhood. If you ever go through there, maybe not the main streets that you're on, but you start going off on some of these side streets where a lot of houses are built off of. I was just looking it up. There's a right-of-way I rode on recently that was 10 feet, so the center line setback would be about 5 feet, right? So you do 5 feet, then you need an additional 20 feet. That's the minimum size for this. Then you need an additional 20 feet beyond that to begin the next setback. So now, because you're beyond these substandard streets, which I think we should just be really clear here, substandard streets tend to be older streets, and they tend to be in streets where developers are trying to save money because they were building it for working class people. So they tend to be on the southeast side or in those working class neighborhoods that are between 6th and 13th, like I've talked about. So these tend to be working class areas, historically African American areas that are now making it much, much more difficult to build because they were on these substandard streets. And I kind of talked yesterday about how these zoning codes sort of live with us for long periods of time. Like, we pass something at a certain time period. Time goes on, people assume they're still on the books for some kind of a good reason. But I found this old article from 1951. I have it up here. I decided I'd look up when the first time the word setback showed up in the history of our city, and it was a discussion about widening University Avenue. It was very controversial. It was people were upset. The business owners didn't quite understand why there was essentially very flexible zoning up until about 1958, but they wanted to widen these streets out. And they have quotes in here that sound like they may have been written yesterday. One person said, "What this city is suffering from now is a group of people who have recently come here who apparently think nothing ever happened until their arrival. We widened the streets long ago in Gainesville, and we will widen others, but I don't like this new proposal." It's funny going back through the discussions of zoning and history, because it seems like it's just repeating itself. But this was the original concept of setbacks, and then we implemented setbacks on the actual parcels themselves, because the concept of setbacks were now, we need open green space as you get later into the 50s, and then we start implementing a comprehensive zoning code. So we had these two things sort of sitting side by side, the idea that setbacks were supposed to be for street widening, and the idea that setbacks were supposed to be aesthetic for the homes as a way to look, and now they've just sort of lived side by side. And I think there's an assumption that maybe that this was all very well thought through, that there's a good reason for it. But a lot of times with our zoning codes, they just were. They made sense at a certain time. We never quite got rid of them, and they still exist with us. And then they have real impacts, usually to the parts of our community that can't hire developers to come in and lobby us on it. They can't hire firms to help push for new things in there. And so I was excited. I was also frustrated by how much time this took. I understand that there had to be discussion internally, because once you make these changes and something goes into the ground, that is the way that it is. I'd like to see these move forward more quickly. But I think as a whole, this is, modernizing our code with very minimal, potential impacts beyond that, and will really make a big difference in terms of people, particularly in low-income neighborhoods or older neighborhoods, being able to utilize their land to the furthest extent that they can, which is what we should be doing up here. So I'm very excited about it, and I'd love to make the motion when that comes around.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McMullen, thank you for clarifying some of that, because I had also gotten slightly lost in some of these steps of what had gone through Plan Board. And then, so what we're seeing here keeps the section, it gets rid of the language about the specific distances, and it kind of reverts back to what the zoning district calls for, right? I want to make sure I
Yes,
understand
that's correct.
that. Okay, so this is not a potentially other suggested was we'll leave this kind of a bit discretionary
Right.
within city staff. Of course, I love the idea of some discretionary so that people understand, do we have a plan for this road? Do we not? Is this, is this something that the community's been talking about where they don't want any improvement? They want narrow, very quiet, slow streets, versus are these streets that really, we probably do have a plan, or we foresee a need, but we haven't made a decision yet. And so I'm grasping that this is taking it out of the world of merely discretionary.
Correct, yeah.
But rather than being very prescriptive in this section, it leaves it to the zoning code, which has all of its own setbacks and whatnot, and other standards, so that then property owners and developers, it's a little more clear. They know what they can, what they can't do. For them, it streamlines potentially, right? They're on their end, just even understanding, full grasp, a little more flexibility for them. Particularly, what I've gathered is, to a large degree, this is about infill housing.
Yes.
Because
I
of the
would say
roads
so.
we're talking about. We don't build brand new substandard roads.
Exactly.
But even then, the language that we describe as substandard, they may be perfectly fine roads
Right.
that have served and continue to serve their purpose, but at least the way we currently build things in 2023, they're substandard. So I had some trouble understanding where we were going with all of this, but I think I understand now. I like things to be sort of I like the idea of discretionary, because sometimes there's just so many factors that maybe someone who really knows and can get a lot of community feedback and make a decision. To some degree, that's us as that we can make some decisions. We can change some of the zoning. But I do also like kind of a flat rule so that people know ahead of time, know their property, or developers can know what is the potential, so they don't have to get bogged down with all the steps with staff. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Willits. Commissioner Chestnut.
Okay, I think I'm a bit confused. Now, what you're saying, does that differ from what Bedez presented?
The exact language that Ms. Massey presented is the original staff recommendation was to remove the entire section. The plan board had a second recommendation. The final version that you're seeing accomplishes the goal that removing the entire section would, but it still just defines where the setback is measured from, if that makes sense. So
And
it's
does
all.
that differ from what she presented?
I don't think it's
Okay.
not different.
That's what I'm trying to
It's just sort of
understand.
worded
I'm just
differently, I
trying to
think.
understand
Yeah, sorry for the
why it was
confusion on that.
repeated. Thank you.
Okay, no further lights. Let's, do we have anyone from the public? Okay, no public comment. Beg your pardon? Right, so Commissioner Eastman, you want to?
I move to adopt proposed ordinance 2022-707 LD 22000130.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second, and again, I see no further light, so let's do the roll call.
Commissioner Willis is absent. Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Willits out of the room.
First reading of ordinance number 2022-747, Rosier Voluntary Annexation Petitions for 12.60 acres of property on Southwest 47th Way. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 12.60 acres of privately owned property generally located west of Interstate 75, south of Southwest Archer Road, east of Southwest 44th Street, and north of tax parcel 07240-049-000, as more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix A of the city charter, providing for land use plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing direction to the city clerk, providing a severability clause or repealing clause, and an immediate effective date.
Go get him. Welcome, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jason Simmons, a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development, here before you with a request for a voluntary annexation of 2 parcels that are located in the southwest quadrant of the city, roughly at the intersection of Southwest 44th Street and Southwest 47th Way. You just see some street views of the general character of the area, pretty low density, well forested area. Highlighted in yellow are the 2 parcels you see located here. This is Southwest 44th Street running north-south, and this is Southwest 47th Way, which sort of peters out right as it enters into the 2 parcels. The larger aerial indicates the general location of the properties west of I-75, located here, south of Southwest Archer Road. You've got Butler Plaza up here in the right corner. Up here is Celebration Point. Down here you've got Bear Archery and some self-storage facilities. Again, the 2 tax parcels and the 2 parcels are highlighted here. The size of the 2 parcels is approximately 12.41 acres in size. As they're still in the county, they still have their Alachua County land use and zoning designations, the medium density land use designation, 4 to 8 units per acre. And the zoning right now is R2, which is residential multifamily. There are city services available at the location, which is further discussed in your urban service report, which should be in your backup. The area would be in Commission District 3. Generally speaking, Fire Rescue Station number 9 would probably be the first responder as far as city fire services are concerned. The area is in the Gainesville Police Department patrol zone in Quebec. There is a RTS route that runs along Southwest Archer Road, which is, I guess, Route 150. There's electric, water, and wastewater available in the area, and there are gas service facilities on the adjacent property, which, by the way, was recently annexed a couple of years ago, which is or will be the home of the North Florida Regional Medical Center standalone emergency room facility. Staff is recommending approval and recommends that the commission adopt the ordinance for approval of this voluntary annexation, as it does meet legal requirements. In fact, the 2 parcels are contiguous. They are reasonably compact, and they do not create an enclave. As far as the timeline goes, today would be first reading of the ordinance. May 4th would likely be the second reading of the ordinance, and if adopted at that time, the annexation would become effective on May 4th. Then we'd have a year to apply city land use and city zoning designations onto the property. I believe there might be someone here from the applicants who might be able to speak to this issue. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
I don't see any lights. Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Go ahead. Hang on. Mr. Willits. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the city services at Station 9 for Gainesville Fire and Rescue. And Station 9 is our temporary station in Butler Plaza, right?
I'm not sure. According to the, there's a sort of detailed discussion in the Urban Service Report written by Chief Hessen with GFR explaining that Station 9 is about 1.5 road miles from the area, but there would be additional units for multi-unit responses, such as Gainesville Fire Rescue Station 2 and also Alachua County Stations 80 and 81. So he went to...
Thank you. I kind of read that. I bring this up because I want to, this goes to a lot of what we are, the other moving parts of our city government, that we are looking at, a permanent Station 9, we're looking at a Southwest public service property somehow, public works property to serve Southwest Gainesville. And as we bring in property, as we already did with North Florida, their standalone emergency room, there's going to be additional need. And I get a little concerned, and I want to, that's why I looked at it and, okay, we can provide fire for this, but it's putting pressure on a station that right now, I believe, is an inadequate station. And so it just kind of goes back to kind of the larger issues of how we can fund better fire stations and services and make sure they're properly spaced out across the city. So I bring it up because this is kind of part and parcel to why we do everything else. And when we are changing our government service contribution, as we look to the future, as we look to infrastructure surtax, where we're going to build some of these facilities, this is I think this is a good example of where a lot of these things meet about what the future of Gainesville looks like, particularly the future of Southwest Gainesville, my district, District 3. So that's something that jumped out and I wanted to ask about it. This is, we can say, oh, yeah, there's the fire station. It's only a mile and a half away. It's got one truck and a bunch of guys jammed in there, truly jammed in like sardines with a building that is rapidly falling apart. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's what I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Testa.
Thank you. Mr. Simmons, did I understand you to say that the North Florida Regional Emergency Room is that in the city, or is it is in the city?
Yes. Excuse me. This MD zone portion right here was recently annexed within the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
And it's, I don't know if it's finished through its development plan review or not, but it's supposed to be the home of the North Florida Regional Medical Center standalone emergency room.
Right, okay. Just wanted to be sure. So thank you.
I was at the groundbreaking.
Oh, you were? Okay, good.
Commissioner Buck. All done. Commissioner Buck.
Likewise, quick, well, it's a good observation about making sure that we have the services ability to get to the things that we voluntarily annex. And I do believe maybe the manager or staff could answer this. We already have some money already set aside in fiscal year 2023 for that particular fire station and improvement. Is that correct? I want to say just off the top of my head, but it's in excess of $1 million, and it was specifically to the point that Commissioner Willits made, which was a good one, which is make sure that we're doing something to make sure that we have adequate public safety services. But there is some monies assigned. I don't know if they'll meet the need for a full fire station, but we at least we're funded in our current fiscal year with a funding stream that works towards that enhancement of service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Simmons, I don't see any other lights for you right now. Let's go ahead and ask the applicant to come up.
Commissioners, Mayor, Fred Roberts, 40 Southeast 11th Avenue, Ocala, Klein & Klein Law Firm here on behalf of the applicant. Happy to answer any questions. The concept here is annexation, and then subsequently the application will be pending for a rezoning to RMF 5 with the intent for this being a multifamily project adjacent to what's to be a fine development there from HCA. The concept and thought has been with business industrial to the south, the office and what's intended to be this standalone emergency department to the east. This is a fine transitional use between those more intensive uses to the less urban residential and suburban uses to the west. So happy to answer any questions regarding the concept of the project. Obviously, we will be back before the commission with that application, assuming that the annexation is approved, or happy to answer any questions regarding the actual end user developer that you may have.
Very good, thank you. Any questions? Okay, I don't see anything for you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone from the public? Okay. All right, would love to have a motion.
City Commission adopt ordinance 2022747, Rosier Voluntary Annexation Petition for 12.6 acres of property on Southwest 47th Way.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second?
Thank you.
I see no other light, so let's go ahead and go to the roll call.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
No.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye. That passes 6-1 with Willis in dissent. And now we move on to
Commission comment?
commission comment. Okay. Commissioner Book.
Commissioner Chestnut, were you about to hit a light and go, or
Yeah, I have a very short item.
why don't you go before me?
Okay, go ahead. No, you don't need it. So
Mayor
go
Miles.
ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. My question for the manager, if someone could get back to me, is on city parks. Do we have bathroom facilities at all of our city parks?
No, ma'am, I don't believe we have
Okay.
all of them.
Are there plans to, with the wild spaces, to provide for bathroom facilities at those parks?
Mr. Persons may have some additional.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, I think that's going to be part of what we're going to talk about in May. I've asked park staff to give me a list of all the park facilities we have, including whether or not they have restrooms. As soon as I have that, I'm going to send it to you, and we'll share it with the entire commission for the discussion.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Book.
You're welcome. So just looking across the dais, and because we have the gift of time, it's not my intent to take us all the way up to 4:30. But we also have commission comment on the evening session. And my sense is what I'd like to talk about for probably is going to be a fairly short conversation, deals with the live oak on Southeast First Ave. Just looking across the table, we could do that this evening in commissioner comment. I would guess that we probably don't want to be here on the evening session and extending that session. So I'm really looking for a head nod. Should I bring that up now at this commission comment and get it done, or extend our evening session?
We have time now. Let's go ahead.
Okay, that was what I,
Before,
why are you
before
smiling?
we all freeze, you know, that's it.
Well, I just thought if you all said, no, we're going to do it evening, I'll bring it up on the evening, but it looks like we can probably. So some discussion related to, if you just remember 2-3 months ago, we had a fairly extensive discussion that basically, in essence, I won't be talking philosophically, I'll just talk about the decision so we can move forward. We preserved 3 or 4 trees. 2 of that, one is considered heritage oak, something that has a lot more value to our tree canopy than the other 2. And that was based on the city arborist giving us some good recommendations, with the expectation that what we were trying to solve was accessibility, which is an absolute critical thing that we need to do everywhere within our city. With that came the potential removal of the last of those 4 trees. It's right there in front of Harry's. We all know it. We've seen many, many, many emails related to this from many citizens, and had a large amount of citizenry and community members weigh in. And that leads me to basically a question for the city attorney, and then potentially a motion and solving, because city staff have been working on the various nuanced aspects of how we potentially deal with that tree and its value, both downtown and to the community. Recognizing that there's something like accessibility, which I think trumps almost every other concern. If it was merely accessibility for something else, will the ability for all our citizens to access something takes precedence. And that is regardless of whether there's litigation that would occur. That's just the right thing to do. But I think that the city staff have come up with some really, number one, they've made a whole lot of contacts with surrounding members and businesses. And so that leads me to a question for the city attorney and potentially a motion related to that last of the 4 trees. Mr. City Attorney, we're working on a city ordinance related to essentially appropriate use and expansion of how we're able to spend monies in the tree mitigation fund. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I was kind of hoping for a little more. Could you expand upon that yes answer for me?
If you prefer, sure.
Go right ahead, Ms. Manager.
Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have been working with the city attorney on that ordinance as we expressed when the item came up about a month ago. It's just been about a month or so ago. We said that we were going to bring some changes back. We have been working, the city attorney has prepared the tree mitigation fund ordinance to advance for advertisement and come back to the commission. Estimated is at the May 4th meeting for first reading. May 4th? Yeah, May 4th for first reading. And so we are moving expeditiously on that.
All right, well, I think the beauty of that, Mr. Mayor, is that the tree mitigation fund has monies that are already set aside regardless of the budgetary impacts that we've been talking about that are quite bold and dramatic. And the monies are specifically used for things that align with potentially this issue that we're talking about right here. Maybe I'll pause there. I am prepared to make a motion that does this, but I think it's important that we have the discussion. And it would be something like direct staff to preserve that live oak on Southeast First Avenue in front of Harry's, and this is a critical second piece, while resolving the accessibility concerns for that. So let me just pause there before I make that motion, perhaps hear the colleagues, and we can move from there.
Thank you. So we would have to go back and rescind our prior action? No?
No, we're okay. We can
Okay.
just change the motion. Yeah. Or
I see.
have a new motion, I should say.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Eastman?
Yes, thank you for bringing this up, Commissioner Book, and I'm glad. I've also heard from staff, and I'm really happy to hear that staff has worked so hard to try to find a collaborative approach to this. And it sounds like the business owners nearby have also seen the benefits of having those trees. I did, and I agree with you that accessibility trumps everything else. I have one sibling who was born deaf. I spent a lot of my younger years, or my whole time growing up, trying to ensure that they had access to, what was mandated for them under the Americans with Disability Act, which did not mean that the government did very much to help us with the Americans with Disability Act or the private businesses required to do that. And so I've lived it and seen it myself, how hard it is to just push for the rights that disabled people have under the law. And so that's really important. I do want to hear from staff that it can be done accessibly. And then I would like to hear about because I've also heard things about the impact that it could have on the tree to make that accessible. And so I'd like to hear those points as well.
I'm going to ask Mr. Persons or Mann, whichever one of you all feel more comfortable talking about it, but we have addressed the accessibility issue around removing the one live oak tree, which was the only one that, in that last motion approved by the commission, we were directed to move based on the information that was provided.
Right.
Just to put it on the record, we did, as a follow-up to that meeting, touch base with business owners and got some agreement that we would have to address the outside, fencing and apparatus that they have in order to address this. And so I think we got that buy-in. Andrew?
Yeah, I think Mr. Mayor, Manager stated absolutely correctly that per the commission's direction, we reached out and have had and are continuing to have very positive conversations with both owners and tenants along both block faces regarding both the preservation of those trees per commission direction, as well as addressing the issues around the sidewalk cafes and the sort of, addressing some of those historic nature of those sort of permitted seating arrangements. So.
And this would also, regardless, even putting up a new tree, you still have that tight little sidewalk. This would also expand the sidewalk out, correct? I mean, you'd have a much more robust sidewalk there.
That's correct. In the original item backup, there was a couple of sort of different options that staff had laid out. This option would extend the curb along this block face by Harry's north, which would provide an additional 7 feet of sidewalk width, which would allow the city to both preserve the tree and to improve accessibility. We would remove the brickwork, repair and replace both the brickwork and the curb. When the bricks were up, we were able to go in and do root pruning that based on some additional analysis we feel is possible for the live oak tree. It would also entail converting the existing angled parking to parallel parking along that block face, which would reduce the number of spaces by 6. But it would also be in conjunction with continuing to work with those businesses to reconfigure their outdoor seating. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
So this is
Look at that side.
Southeast First Avenue. This is the what is proposed here in yellow in the highlighter. This is the existing curb line. This is the live oak in question right here. So you can see the new curb line would come out, add approximately 7 feet of new sidewalk width all along the face this way. This is the existing curb. This is the new curb. So we would both address the outdoor seating, this live oak tree, this live oak tree. This was, if you recall, the tree that the commission had originally said to save. This was the one that the commission had given us direction that we could remove. So both of those would be preserved. We would add additional sidewalk and accessibility, and we would continue to work with these businesses in removing some of the brickwork, and that also impact accessibility along this corridor. And perhaps not most importantly, but important to note that in doing so, we would be able to do all of this work using tree mitigation money. Otherwise, if you've been out there, and I know you probably all have, you can see there's a lot of brickwork, both in the sidewalk and the curb, and then in the parking spaces, which have been pushed up by the tree roots. Without incorporating the tree preservation to that money, that has to be done. That would come out of general fund, out of Public Works' budget. In being able to sort of work on this, this plan by preserving the tree, then we would be able to pay for that with tree mitigation. And that ties into the tree mitigation ordinance that you'll be hearing on the 4th of May. So we think this is a viable way to try to meet everybody's priorities and still preserve the tree.
Well, it's also a viable way to get a really beautiful sidewalk right there in downtown. I mean, it looks like that would be. One of the things that struck me from before about the kind of trade-offs here was there was worry about that we would go through all of this, we would trim the roots to a pretty excessive level, which may end up hurting the tree that was the reason that we went there. I mean, do we feel comfortable that if we did this root trimming, that the tree we have a relatively good chance of that tree surviving?
I believe so, based on some visits from the Public Works staff. In addition, I think some of the extension of the curb will provide additional space for not just for pedestrian flow, but also give us a few more options in terms of the tree itself and the extent of root pruning.
Okay. Thank you.
We want that tree to live.
Yeah, I want it to live. It's got to make it.
Oh, one thing to note too, when we were talking with some of the businesses, they had asked a good question about if you know, if we can sort of work all this out, will they be able to extend additional seating out? And the answer is yes, because there are going to be additional space out here. So we'll actually be able to potentially even increase the number of seats that are currently being used by some of these restaurants.
We've also communicated with the business owners too. They got certified letters that we had follow-up, but they will need to be permitted. There's no more grandfathering. They will need to be
Yes,
permitted.
and to the manager's point, we're actually going to be contacting all of the Sidewalk Cafe operators in the city to both inform them of the requirements for permitting, and then, you know, get that on a regular schedule as well. So,
And this looks like, I mean, remembering the street frontage on the, I think it's storefront streets in our transects, like the charts that are all in there. I mean, this looks similar to what our long-term vision for how this would look, right? I mean, you have the sidewalk in front, you have the trees and everything with the ability of the business to be able to utilize some of the right-of-way in the front.
yes, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about it, but that is correct. You could see, I think, some of the street frontage in the new Hyatt is more consistent with current code and with a wider sidewalk with street trees. A lot of these areas obviously are historic, you know, historic cases with portions of downtown and how the streets have been relative to the buildings. But yes, this is more consistent with the city's current pedestrian standards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to clarify, you said that we could spend from the tree mitigation fund for this because we'd be saving both trees. Is that as of right now or potentially after whatever we decide in the future about our policy about how we spend tree mitigation fund money?
So the proposed text change, which just for the record's sake, has gone to the Tree Advisory Board. They approved that change. It's gone to Plan Board. They've approved that change unanimously. What that change will do is it'll expand opportunities for the tree mitigation fund to be used in specifically like these types of instances where we're not planting new trees, which is already an approved use of funds, but we're actually spending funds to preserve existing trees. And that's currently, as strange as that sounds, that's currently not a explicitly allowed use of funds under the ordinance.
All right, so we are talking that we could spend these funds should we change something in the future.
Yes.
All right, so this still feels a little early, but I understand that people have to start thinking and planning and
right. We need to start
brainstorming early.
Right.
Partially because we're already doing work. We're almost done with that work on that corner, right? The other corner.
That's related to the intersection
right.
piece,
So
right? We haven't started working on this yet.
Correct.
Yep.
But like, I'm just saying, how long do you want to drag out construction? You know. So I like the idea. I really appreciate the staff has stayed with this, and we've been hearing from the public, and you probably have been hearing from the public as well, and the Tree Advisory Board. And I expressed earlier in a meeting, and to probably 100 people who emailed me, expressed that I do support the idea of spending tree mitigation fund if and when, kind of the if and when in this particular situation. I did clarify for people, I was at a joint Water and Climate Policy Board meeting a few weeks ago, and a member of the public thought, can we just raise like $10,000 or $15,000? And I know that this is not a $10,000 or $15,000 project to save these trees. This is really, really substantial money. So I was concerned the whole time about where that money comes from. From general fund, I did not support the idea of, because I truly don't think we have that kind of money in the situation we're in. But tree mitigation fund has a lot of money, and people have been paying into it. I think there are people in our community who are interested in that money being spent this way. I'm one of those people. And so this makes me feel a lot better, and I really appreciate staff's work to get us here on this. And I think it's a good idea, particularly if we can use the tree mitigation fund money rather than letting it sit there and collect interest forever, to save a couple of trees as opposed to previously has been used to plant trees or have new protected land with trees. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Chestnut.
Mayor, well, I want to applaud staff, but I really want to applaud Commissioner Book for taking the leadership and working diligently to find a resolution here.
Thank you.
So thank you. And I have another comment if no one else. On a different topic, on a.
Well, we'll need to move through.
We're gonna vote on
and
this.
everything first. Commissioner Book, did you want to?
Did you want to go this direction before we put that motion on the floor, or what would you like to do?
So let me make a couple of comments before we go back to that. I would like to. I like that direction. I would prefer that you be specific to the plan. So you know that we work with the plan the staff has prepared. If you're comfortable with that, I mean, that way they have complete direction for what they want.
Sure, so if I'm understanding you, Mr. Mayor, your direction is put a motion on the floor?
Yeah, let me make, just say a couple things
Yes,
before
sir.
you do that, just so
Let
we're
me
all
know.
aware.
Mr. Mayor, if I might. We received specific direction in that last motion to remove a tree, to remove one tree, and to do the best we could to, prune roots and whatever on the other 3 trees. I think, this is just me, it would be appropriate if we rescinded that and put a new motion on the floor, just for clarity. And let me start over by saying that because the tree is in the right-of-way, based on the interpretation that we got from the attorney, staff could have moved forward without coming to the commission, but in an abundance of caution, we came to the commission just to advise of what we were going to do, but we wanted to make sure that we got input from the commission and it has evolved, which is fine, because clearly there is public interest. But I just kind of wanted to put that on the record, that I think because we've had a motion and we have direction, and clearly there is an interest amongst the commission to go in a different direction, we need to clear up the motion that was approved and then put a new motion on.
All right, so what you would like then, and I do have comments that I want to share here, but let's get figure out the path. So staff would prefer that we rescind the previous motion, and then is it okay in that same motion, or would you prefer a separate motion to get further direction?
Same motion would be fine with me.
Okay. I got it. So basically to rescind the first one and then to save the trees and follow something similar to this path.
Understood.
Paid for through tree mitigation funds such as that is possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my thoughts on it, first of all, we've all spent a lot of time working on this. And I want to make sure that folks who may watch this at some point understand that in addition to answering, phone calls and emails about this, a lot of us have been out at the site many times to get a good look at it when there are no cars or people around. And I mean, I certainly have spent a lot of time out there trying to do that, measuring stuff, trying to figure out one way or the other what's possible. As Commissioner Willits mentioned, in lieu of the opportunity to use tree mitigation funds to make this work, and knowing that this was not a $5,000 or $10,000 solution, that there are no $5,000 or $10,000 solutions in 2023, that when you start talking about stormwater and you start talking about taking up bricks and relaying bricks and new sidewalks, you are heavily into 5 digits very quickly and probably deep into 6 digits before you even know it. I couldn't have somebody add on to my driveway for $5,000. I mean, this is, the popular consciousness that this was going to be inexpensive was just not going to work out. That's why I think we all went with the direction that we did before. It was not going to be inexpensive, and we simply didn't have the flexibility in general fund to be able to do that. I'm going to support the motion that I think is forthcoming. I think it is the right thing to do, but there are a couple of pitfalls that I want to mention. Number one, I think there's something like about $8 million in the tree mitigation fund. That will go quickly if we start applying it regularly to projects like this. That sounds like an enormous amount of money, and Lord knows it is. But if we start chipping away at it $250,000, $300,000 at a time, it will be gone before we know it. Now, maybe remaking some endangered tree paths and substandard sidewalks downtown, such as that's possible, is a great way to spend that down. But we should be aware that it will go quickly if we do more than just a couple of these. Just with that caveat. And we all know that. I'm not, this is not a revelation to anyone. I understand that. It just needs to be said out loud. Also, we have not yet heard in this conversation from parking advocates. And we will. We should not be surprised when folks come say, you're taking away 6 parking spaces downtown. That is part of this. I think that is a thing that is worth doing. It makes what Commissioner Willits, you may or may not remember this, but a couple of years ago, you and I had a conversation about downtown, and you mentioned this is the best block of downtown, and it is. It can be a much better block of downtown with better walkability and maintaining the shade and all of that. But we need to be aware that giving up parking spaces is going to come with some pushback as well. There is no great solution to any of our thornier problems. They all involve give and take on some level. That is the take on this one. We're going to take away some parking spaces, but we create, I believe, a better block of downtown in the process. Those are my thoughts on the subject. I like what I think is forthcoming, and I look forward to Commissioner Book making this motion, and thank you, Commissioner Book, for bringing it forward.
Nobody?
It's all you.
Okay. Kind of a learning moment on the motion type of scenario here. So we do get some added bonuses here, though. First question, let's just clear this up. So, Mr. City Attorney, this would be a yes or no question. You can just do it, it'd be simple and quick. We can use tree mitigation funds for this project.
That's not a yes or no answer, unfortunately. It's our opinion that with the changes that will be pending before you in the next 2 meetings, hopefully, that the tree mitigation funds will be available for these specified uses as provided by management. Arguably, it will be usable now. We're more confident they'll be usable after, if such changes are adopted.
Thank you. That's what I understood that I heard also. And then, Mr. Mayor, you actually mentioned and alluded to something I wanted to know. Our current tree mitigation fund sits at roughly what? It doesn't need to be to the dollar, but what do we have there?
He mentioned 8 million, and that is correct.
That's accurate.
Approximately.
I mean, right, we're going to have to be judicious if we have big projects that involve large trees that might involve some additional infrastructure costs to make sure that we're not eating up our entire $8 million when we have tree mitigation to do for removal. So I agree with that 100%. But the added bonus here, notwithstanding the 6 lost parking spaces, is additional walkability, which Commissioner Eastman talked about. While parking is an issue, we've engaged the business owners right here. And at least for the business owners directly in this line of fire, they are probably very much in favor of the additional space that they get potentially out of it also. So I think on balance, the 6 spaces is, compared to all the other things that we get, and the bricking and the accessibility, is probably the least impactful of the changes to the area. So with that, I think if this motion is not accurate, I know that the manager down there will tell me that it is not. Direct staff to preserve the live oak tree on Southeast First Avenue in front of Harry's while resolving accessibility concerns and using tree mitigation funds to do so. Oh, I have to say that too?
Make the first part rescind.
Thank you. What's the number there?
The original.
Okay, I move direct staff to rescind 2023-274 and in its place preserve the live oak on Southeast First Avenue in front of Harry's while resolving accessibility concerns using tree mitigation funds. Is that correct?
That sounds good.
Second.
All right, you got a motion and a second. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on it? Come on up, Mr. Shepard. Yep.
My name's Donald Shepard, People's Representative, and I had the privilege of seeing Mr. Leeson out there checking out what we're talking about right now during our lunch break at before 1 o'clock. I thought that was awesome that he did that, took it upon himself to do that, as you all said that you all did have done. I think that's showing the public that you are doing what you're saying you're doing, and you are acting in behalf of them. Also, this here map, I thank Mr. Manning for bringing this map abroad, because this does show the true picture of what is there and what we need to do. The taking of those 6 parking lots, as I told the woman that manager at Charles Restaurant, that this is a tax write-off for them, because they're losing from anywhere from $200 to $700 a day, or at least $200 an hour for customers that could have come there, but because of the block off of the sidewalk there and the redevelopment of that area, those businesses in the area can write this off on their taxes. Anybody doesn't do itemized taxing is silly. I won't say the word I wanted to say, but I'll say silly. But losing these 6 parking lots is another wrong thing to do, I felt, but I don't know what your picture is, as far as what we got here for us, but I'm going to be listening into it, and I'd like to have this come back at a later date, showing us a picture of where we are at as far as our infrastructure moving forward. Mr. Mann has done a great job with this, and I'm again patting Mr. Leisman on the back and y'all for what you have done. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd.
This motion, Mr. Mayor, is more about really staff finding very creative and problem-solving solutions for something that fits many needs. So I think that's really where the work was done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Commissioner Book, thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you to folks in the community for being diligent about forcing us to find a more creative solution, and especially thank you to staff for finding that creative solution. I really appreciate the enormous amount of work that went into to solving this problem. So with that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously, Madam Clerk. Any other, yeah, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, when I arrived this morning, I found a letter in my box, as I'm sure all of you did as well, from our clerk. And I was very disappointed to see it, because it was her letter of resignation effective June 30th. I want to commend the clerk for the excellent job that she has done since January 2018. She's moved this city forward by leaps and bounds, particularly with data management. And she acquired the first document management system in the city's clerk office. She digitized all the records in the clerk's office. She acquired the city's first public records portal. And she envisioned and created the city's first policy research team. In addition, that makes the city of Gainesville unique in the state of Florida, and I'm sure many other cities are going to copy this model from her. There are many other things, but I didn't want the day to pass without saying thank you for her service, and you just shocked us.
So thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. I want to say too that the first official communication I received as a Gainesville City Commissioner-elect was from our clerk, who reached out to me to start putting things together the day after election in 2017. And we have worked together ever since then, pretty much every day. And I am absolutely sorry to see this move forward, but life is about change. So I do hope that this is a positive change for you. And be aware that I will try to talk you out of it every day for the next couple of months. All right, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I have to join the lineup of individuals who say OMG on me. OMG. Much like the mayor, I remember one of the first individuals that I heard from was Omi, who I've had the pleasure of knowing in more than one way. So I've had the privilege and the honor of knowing you in the community, but also certainly knowing your very professional and proficient handling of the clerk's office. I tip my hat to you. I salute you. I am really saddened at one aspect of this, but because I know the brilliant young woman that you are, I trust that you know exactly what you're doing. I'd love to say I don't accept your resignation, but I do believe that you know best. You've proven yourself to be brilliant. You've proven yourself to be selfless. You've proven yourself to be innovative. And you've proven yourself to be compassionate. I've watched how you've handled your staff. And I greatly appreciate that. So all of the best to you, Omi. I don't say goodbye. I say see you later. Thank you very much.
And we will have thank you, Commissioner. We will have multiple more opportunities to thank you and honor you over the next couple of months. I would like us to, without objection, agenda on May 4th, a discussion about interim status so that we have plenty of time to work on that as well. So again, without objection, we'll just have that on the May 4th agenda. All right, any other commission comment before we adjourn for the afternoon? All right, I will see you all back here at 5:30. Thank you. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome to the evening session of the Gainesville City Commission meeting for April 20. And Madam Clerk, where are we at on here? All right, y'all come forward.
And we have St. Patrick's Catholic School student government with us tonight.
Y'all come on up. And you are in charge. We'll follow your lead.
Miss President. Oh, we're okay. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, y'all. All right, we got one proclamation this evening, so I don't have to speed read through it. That's good news. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward, proclamation. Whereas, since 1968, the Special Olympics has helped individuals with intellectual disabilities discover new strengths, skills, success, joy, confidence, and fulfillment through the power of sports. And whereas, in June of 1981, 6 police officers from Wichita, Kansas, inspired a movement when they carried a torch into a high school to raise funding for the Special Olympics. And whereas the law enforcement torch run for Special Olympics is now the largest public awareness vehicle and grassroots fundraiser for the Special Olympics. Today, over 100,000 law enforcement members across the world are joined by other first responders as they raise funds for these athletes. All the while, they carry the flame of hope across the globe and into opening ceremonies for local, state, provincial, national, and even the World Games. And whereas, since its inception, the law enforcement torch run has raised almost $700 million for the Special Olympics. And whereas, on April 26, 2023, at 10 a.m., local law enforcement officers, first responders, and others supporting the cause will participate in the 2023 Alachua County Special Olympics Torch Run and carry the flame of hope as it passes through Alachua County and advances on its way to the state games in Orlando. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim April 26, 2023 as Law Enforcement Torch Run Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in celebrating this special day. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 14th day of April, 2023. There we go.
Thank you so much.
So Lieutenant Kohler, would you like to say a couple words about this event and our fundraising efforts this year? Lieutenant Kohler from Gainesville Police and myself, colleagues, are co-chairing a unified Alachua County group that's going to lead to this torch run. So we've been doing things over the last month, involve some fundraisers, monies that go directly to the Special Olympics, and next week's event is going to be really meaningful. You want to talk about it?
Let's get a photo here.
Oh. LT, you want to tell me?
Well, first I want to thank Nikita Scruggs for getting this through very quickly. So it was kind of, I don't know if she's here, but it was quick. I want to thank our sponsors so far, restaurant sponsors, PDQ, BTW, Subway, and Texas Roadhouse. We've raised thousands of dollars through collaborative Tipacops and different events that law enforcement has partnered with them. So that's been fantastic. I want to thank Chief Book for organizing. He's completely organized this thing and kind of reintegrated it. It was kind of disintegrating for a little while locally, and now it's reconstituted, and I think that's really, really awesome. And so just as was read in the proclamation, if anyone wants to participate, this is Wednesday, this upcoming Wednesday, the 26th. This starts at the Target on Southwest Archer Road. It's a mile walk that we'll take to Celebration Point. We'll go to the promenade deck and we will meet there, and both areas will have speeches on both sides, opportunities for people to talk and to address the crowd. But this is all about the athletes. This is all about giving them opportunities to participate in sports locally. The money we raise comes back to local kids so they can participate in sports that wouldn't otherwise get that opportunity. So
we'll have a lot of Olympians out there with us, a lot of vulnerable citizens and some Takachali clients also. So it'll be really fun.
thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Early public comment. We have no speakers signed up at this time.
Okay.
Our next item is 2023-75, Gainesville 60 Land Use Amendment. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 16.80 acres of property generally located at 1300 Southeast 27th Street is more specifically described in this ordinance from single family to residential low density, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Welcome back, Ms. McMillan.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thanks for having me back again. So this will be a joint presentation for the land use item as well as the zoning item. So for items 202375 and 202376, the Gainesville 60 land use and zoning change. So again, Brittany McMullen, Department of Sustainable Development. The property is located at approximately 1300 Southeast 27th Street. It's about 55.79 acres in size. However, you'll see on some future maps and some information provided by the applicant that it's not the entire area that's being proposed for rezoning. It is the eastern portion. If you see, there's a dividing line here on the property. The eastern portion of the property is what is proposing to be rezoned tonight. There are some environmentally sensitive areas mostly contained on the western portion of the property. And we do have more information on that if you'd like, also provided in your backup. The area that's on the western portion of the property is proposed to be conserved with the conservation management area. So taking a look specifically at the area that is to be rezoned and designated with a different future land use category, it's, like I said, the portion to the east. Part of the property actually already has residential low land use on it. So it's this kind of lower portion that is currently zoned SF single family. So what's being proposed is to change the future land use map to designate that area to residential low density, which allows up to 15 units per acre. With the accompanying rezoning, which you will hear on first reading the next portion of the agenda, the implementing zoning that the applicant is requesting for that land area is RMF5. That zoning allows up to 12 dwelling units per acre. So while the underlying land use allows for up to 15, that can actually be implemented by several different zoning districts that are in the Land Development Code. What's being requested is the residential multifamily 5 zoning district, which would allow up to 12 dwelling units per acre. And I also did want to point out, just for the location here, sorry, let me move back a couple of slides. The city limit is actually this bold line that you see right here. So it's the properties that are to the south are within the county. Those properties do have county land use and zoning designations, which allow for single family. They also allow for the development of cottage neighborhoods. That's not a designation that the city has in its code, but it's something that the county allows for, which is a slightly higher density sort of than the average single family zoning district. So that's one of the things that staff took into consideration when reviewing the application for consistency with the surrounding area. You can see there are areas to the north and west and some to the east as well that are zoned RSF3, so that's residential single family 3. A portion of the property is actually currently zoned mobile home, which does also allow for 12 dwelling units per acre. It just does not allow for the type of development as multifamily. So what this application would do is to change that entire area that you see outlined there to residential multifamily 5. So staff did review the applications both for the land use change and the rezoning in accordance with the review criteria in the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan, and does recommend approval of the change. The City Plan Board heard the items as well and also recommended approval. And I know that the applicant or the applicant's agent is here with a presentation as well with some additional information. I can tell you we did get some feedback at the Plan Board meeting and otherwise from some neighboring residents in the area. Not sure if any are here tonight to speak to any of their concerns. I think most of the concerns that were brought up were in relation to a private roadway that it's labeled as Southeast 15th Avenue down there, which is actually a private road. And there were some concerns brought up about maintenance of that roadway. I do know that the property owner has done some recent improvements on the roadway, and probably the applicant's agent can speak more to that. And if development is submitted for in the future, there would likely be required improvements to that roadway with a development plan application. We have not received any applications for development at this point in time. So at this time, we're just looking at changing what's allowed there to multifamily and sort of the lowest level multifamily zoning district that's in the code. So that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions on this? No? Is there an applicant presentation?
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Clay Swager with EDA Consultants. I'd like to give you a brief presentation on these applications, if I may, just to highlight what your staff has brought forward to you and just add a little bit of additional information. As Brittany indicated, there are two applications. There's a land use and a zoning map change before you tonight, companion applications. The land use map change is for approximately 17 acres of property going from one single family or from one residential designation to another, single family to residential low, and the zoning map change is from RSF3 and mobile home to RMF5. And I've got a couple maps that'll show you that. Ultimately, the density maximum would be 12 units per acre between the land use and zoning that's being proposed tonight. I wanted to mention a couple things. The proposed zoning district still has the same height as the single family zoning, the 3 stories. The RMF5 zoning, it does allow a wider variety of housing unit types, attached units, detached units, and what is called small scale multifamily, which is essentially duplexes, triplexes, quadruplexes. It does not allow taller buildings above 3 stories or apartment complexes in that way. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear as part of the application. And as Brittany indicated, there's no application for development at this time. There's definitely some interest in bringing a new project forward. The interest is to have attached units, townhouses. Obviously, the zoning allows, you have to look what zoning allows in general, but that's what the idea is to have a townhouse style project come forward in the short near future. So the property that our client owns is 60 acres approximately, and it's outlined in red. But the area that has the land use and zoning proposal is in yellow. So it's sort of the eastern half, if you will, or 40% of the property. It does have access out to Southeast 27th Street, which is a paved county road. It's got GRU water and sewer utilities. RTS service runs along 27th. So it is an urban area in the services that are provided and in the comp plan. It's definitely an area that is growing or will be growing over time. And so it is an area that's ripe for good quality development. This slide I think is important because we hired an environmental consultant and worked with Jenny Ford, the city's environmental reviewer, to identify the natural resources on the property. There's a creek that runs through that dark green area and actually goes down to the southwest to the old Dorn property by the McPherson Center. And so there's sort of an environmental corridor that runs along there, along with some listed species habitat, gopher tortoises. That's what those little yellow circles are underneath the green. So it's an environmentally sensitive area. Doing that initial mapping, we proposed the zoning to be entirely out of that area. And so if a development comes forward, the code requires you to look at the whole parcel that's under common ownership. So that area in green will be put into some sort of conservation management area status and protected. So this is really an example of trying to cluster housing and development in the area that's suitable and conserving the areas that are not suitable for development. So sort of addresses both of those issues. So this is the land use map today. It's got a combination of RL land use and single family land use. And so we'd like to change about 17 acres to RL to match part of the land that's under common ownership that's RL just to the north. That language is extremely small, but it's the definition of residential low density in the comp plan. It does speak to being compatible with different residential categories, including single-family neighborhoods and multifamily neighborhoods. So we do feel that it's compatible with your land use map in the comp plan. And the zoning map is shown here. Again, that darker brown color is mobile home, which allows 12 units per acre. I guess it was originally envisioned as a mobile home park some years ago. And so we would like to eliminate that mobile home zoning and the RSF3 on that portion and make it RMF5, which again does allow for sort of a wider mix of residential housing types in a smaller scale. And so in the justification report and what your staff indicated, we are consistent with the applicable policies in your plan and that there are public facilities available to serve this area. And we feel that we're compatible with the maps that are on the books today, so to speak, in the comp plan and the zoning map. And that we're hoping that this will allow for a little bit higher density residential development, a little diversity of housing types, and to be able to bring forward a quality project and add to the workforce housing stock that is in such great need. There are many policies in the comprehensive plan that encourage housing in the right place and the right kind. We feel that would apply here. And again, that residential low definition at the top says that residential low land use is appropriate for single-family development and conservation of neighborhoods and attached and zero lot line developments. And that's what would be proposed in the future. Staff did ask that I analyze the land use map in this area because some of it's in the county, to the lands to the south and to the eastern in the county, and sort of boiled down. There's in the county's comp plan, there are ways to develop by right up to between 8 and 28 units per acre, depending on the size of the property and the map designation. So going to 12 units per acre on this property is pretty consistent with what's allowed in those designations. We feel that we're consistent with the development entitlements, if you will, in this area. And also to the north, there is residential low land use already at 12 units per acre. And then to the west, we do have a few dozen acres of land that'll be under common ownership and be put into conservation. So there'll be a pretty significant buffer, between Lincoln Estates to the west and some of the neighborhoods to the north and to the south. The city code does have a section about development compatibility. The city has thought through this about when you have some multifamily versus single family, how do they interact? They have to have buffers and screening. Certain uses have to be away from single family. So all those standards would apply when and if the project's developed as multifamily. So I just wanted to point out that there are provisions in place to make sure that development happens the right way and that there's adequate compatibility, because there are some single family detached units in this immediate area. So your city plan board unanimously recommended approval. I'm not sure it was unanimous. There might have been one nay, actually. They recommended approval. Your staff recommends approval, and we believe that we're consistent with the comprehensive plan. We have had many discussions with the neighbors. There is an existing road. It's called Southeast 15th Avenue. It's on this property. It's private property, but it's got a dirt road that serves several neighbors. Road is in pretty bad condition. And part of the discussion, neighbors workshop, and following discussions, our client and the property owner did go out and repair potholes and regrade part of the road to try to make it a better condition. I think recently either the city or county public works went out and actually improved the driveway entrance off of 27th Street. So that was something that came up, so the access issue has been addressed, and he has committed to be willing to continue work in the future. If there's issues with the road, that he would come back out and help with that. And I would say too that if this property is redeveloped in the future, I believe the city would require that there be a stub to 15th Avenue and probably serve as a secondary connection for emergency vehicles. So there's probably even more required regulatory requirements or road improvements, if you will, in that area. So we're hoping that that's going to be an improvement to the situation. So with that, I'll conclude. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them tonight.
I don't see any lights.
Thank you,
Mr. Swiger. Okay, is there any public comment on this?
Yes. I live directly south
Okay,
of.
hold on, time out just a second. What we normally do, and it's your first time in a while at least, what we normally would do is ask someone to sign up for public comment and fill a form out. Since you're already up here, we'll let you go ahead and go.
I'll sign.
It's all right, I'm gonna let you go and go, but when you start, just tell us your name so that so we have a record, and so that folks at home who might be watching on video know who you are. Okay.
Oh, sorry about that. My name is Sharon Johnson. I live just south of the property where the turtles are, and kitty corner from the edge of where the development will be. I have a few questions. Well, I have one that is an agenda, not to complain or anything, but the mailer that we all got in the mail did not have the time of this meeting on it. It had the day. It didn't have the time. The poster in the woods, that they put by the woods, that did have the time. So noted whoever does the flyers to make sure that that's accurate. I'd like to know what the next step is after this meeting.
So if this passes tonight, the next step would be that if the land use passes tonight, then the land use changes. That's one reading of that, one vote on that. The zoning part of this, if it passes tonight, there will be another vote it's same thing, another vote. The second reading, it would be adopted. And then there's a whole series of other things that happen after that if something is to be built. This just changes the conditions on which something can be built. It doesn't actually issue permits or anything like that. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
I have a question for.
And Mr. Attorney, tell me if I stepped off base there. Okay, all right.
Can I address Clay, or don't want to, Clay, you had just mentioned townhouses in the near future? What's the near future?
Okay, up here. You go ahead and go through what you need to say, and then I'll ask him.
Oh, well, that's my third question. That's the last one I have.
Okay, great. So come on up, Mr. Swiger, if you would.
And I am concerned about the animals.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Mayor, a couple responses. You're absolutely right. If the land use and zoning goes through, and if there's a development proposed in the future, there would be another neighborhood workshop requirement when a development plan could be proposed and laid out to the neighbors for their review on compatibility and buffers and everything, frankly. So there would be another neighborhood workshop requirement before anything could come back. Right now, there's nothing being proposed. I try to be as transparent as I can. There's the current owner is interested in doing townhouse development. Sometimes you need to come to the city and make sure that they are supportive of the idea and is on a zoning level first. So that's kind of where we are with it. It could be, I mean, the absolute soonest something could come forward would be to the city would be much later this year. Because there's lots of work that goes into all that, of course. As far as the wildlife go too, I just wanted to reiterate that those areas are completely taken out of the zoning petition, and that those areas will be protected based on the city's code for environmental resources.
Very good.
Yeah, and the good news is that conservation area is due north of Miss Johnson's property, so all of her common property line there would be put into conservation ultimately.
Very good. Thank you.
Which is
Real briefly. Yeah.
this property is part of the wildlife corridor that directly comes north of the prairie. So there are a lot of animals out there, and they pass through there, they go to the water. So please just be aware that it's a major wildlife corridor there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Dana Ulmer, followed by Mark Stowe.
Good evening. I happened to be here by accident with St. Pat's tonight and was very surprised to see that my neighborhood was up there.
Okay.
We're, again, just south of this proposed location. And just a couple of questions. I've lived out there for almost 20 years with my husband and my family. And one of the things about living out in that area is we've heard a lot about trying to bring additional development to the east side of Gainesville. And I'm concerned if we bring more people, which we would love to have, how are we going to support their needs? We don't have a lot in East Gainesville to support that. We don't have restaurants. We don't have, a multitude of grocery stores or things like that to support bringing in additional people. The structure of that road, 27th Street, is not very good. It's not very wide, and we're talking about bringing RTS in. What is the plan for bringing in additional bus stops? How many buses are going to be running up and down there? So I'm worried about an increase in traffic on a very small rural road, and also the influx of people and how that's going to, do we have an economy to support that? And how is the city going to assist in building up that area to want to help people move over there to support what these builders are wanting to build? Because you can build it, but they may not come if there's nothing drawing them there.
So were those all your questions?
Yes.
Okay. So I normally we go through everybody who's going to speak and then try to get back, but I'll give you just a short answer on it.
Okay.
First of all, it's at 15th Street. The Kincaid Loop is a
Yes.
county road. So I can't tell you exactly
Okay,
what's going to
so
change.
they
on
would be
that.
responsible, the county would be responsible for
county
the
is
entirety of that
responsible
road?
for
Okay.
yes. But generally speaking, services and retail and stuff follows people.
Okay.
So it's pretty rare that somebody builds, a strip mall and then the homes around it. Usually the businesses follow where there's density of people.
Okay.
Generally speaking.
Yeah, we've been there, like I said, for almost 20 years, and there's been no growth in that area. Or I shouldn't say no growth, minimal growth. And so I just have concerns that it's still not going to grow even with the influx of people. So that's just a concern that I have for building up an area.
You can almost always bet that when there are enough people, businesses will follow.
It will come, okay.
But a few houses generally don't.
Okay.
But when there are enough people, somebody's going to come get your money.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yep.
Mark Stowe.
Welcome.
Thank you. I just got in from out of town, so I'm not as prepared as I'd like to be. There's no overhead. I probably
right there. The camera up above it. Yep.
So this is a complicated map, but actually I'm going to try to just concentrate on this part. So, because, so the red you see is the Kincaid loop, and that's. Okay, so
Yeah,
this,
try to speak into the microphone. You can swing it over there.
sorry about that. So, sure. This red line is the 15th Street coming around to 27th Street, Hawthorne Road. The whitish line is the border of the watershed, which basically coincides with most of the interior of the Kincaid Loop. And it ends in a sinkhole right there. So when there's a major hurricane or a series of storms, then that sinkhole backs up. And sometimes it's a relatively harmless pond, but during some of our major hurricanes, it has crossed the road and done damage to some of the, you can't see Calf Pond, but Calf Pond is over here. The point is that this watershed can't handle much more flow than it already has. And there's no way to alleviate it. That sinkhole is not going to get any more capacity to absorb water than it already has. And it's already shown capacity to damage property on this side of the road. So basically, we don't, inside this particular watershed, having more impermeable surfaces, asphalt and roofs, is a threat to the people who years ago bought land that was in a unrecognized floodplain that is there. So whatever happens, and this will not be the last, interest in putting dense housing inside this watershed. And every time, I think we have to make serious consideration and in general oppose having more people than we need to. So at the very least, any development would have to have a very well-engineered retention pond for all the property that was in there. And in general, I think that basically the county, this part of it is county and part of it is city. So both governments have, if you will, an excuse to say no, just to basically not increase the number of people, because this is a sensitive area that is contiguous with the prairies down here and over here, of course, and then wait all over down below this piece of paper. There really are wildlife corridors that go up through the interior. We've had a bear that's come up.
So I'm going to have to ask you to finish up there.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that's basically my point, is that there's not, when it's not broke, I'm not sure that bringing more people in doesn't fix it. And particularly for this watershed, I would say that you have to be aware of flooding considerations and wildlife considerations.
So I really need you to wrap up.
Yes, there we go.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all, okay. All right. No further public comment then? Don't see any lights. Mr. Willets?
So I appreciate the maps. I like maps and to see where this is. And on one hand, this feels like this is far out on the edge of town, right? We think of it as being the very edge of town, but it's also just mere blocks away from the work we're trying to do at E-Heady. If someday there's a grocery store there, then it's not nearly, it doesn't feel as far out, to me at least. And any other services that might be attracted there, like we talked about, health facilities. And so then it doesn't feel like it's nearly as far out. When you look at it just to begin with, you're like, wow, that's on the very far outside of edge of town. But on our southeast side, our city limit is much kind of closer to downtown than it is all the way in the northwest, all the way in the northeast, or even all the way in the southwest. So it's not quite as far out. And so when we talk about putting more homes out there, at first glance, it seems like this feels like it would be sprawl and it would be against comp plan. But then I think as I looked into it, it seems like it's a little more reasonable there, and the fact that part of it is already zoned for 12 units per acre with mobile home, with the idea of putting those homes closer together, sharing walls in the form of a townhouse. Not everyone prefers that, but the shift from 12 per acre in mobile home to 12 units per acre in a row home or a townhouse, then that kind of seems like this is an area that we previously had already zoned for, thought about, and leads me more towards supporting it. But I also appreciate the argument that it's an endorheic basin where it's all, you would think they're like, oh, this all drains to the prairie. It doesn't. It's all kind of contained there. I have not been there when it's flooded though, so I don't know what that's like. But anyways, I just wanted to offer a little bit of my thoughts on it because it seems like it's far out, but then it's not as far out as we think, though there aren't connections through to E. Hetty besides going to Hawthorne Road, right? If someone in a potential neighborhood in the future wanted to walk to a grocery or food facility or a doctor's appointment, that's a long walk all the way around because at least as it, we don't have the plans of any kind of connection, to the rest of the neighborhoods where you could, get there on foot as opposed to probably going to need a car to get around the outside edge of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm an East Side grad. I don't feel like it's very far out at all. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And as the Commissioner for District 1, it's not far out at all. So we heard mention of Lincoln Estates. How far is this proposed development from Lincoln Estates?
Mr. Mayor, Lincoln Estates is on the west side of that 27 acre conservation area. It's probably 900 to 1,000 feet away. That's the separation between the two.
900 to 1,000 feet from Lincoln Estates.
Yes, that's a very approximate number, but pretty close.
That's very close. Oh, okay.
May I add something
Sure,
else to
yeah.
just Lincoln Estates is located here, and then just to the east is a city of Gainesville owned property.
Mhm.
It's a real long,
Mhm.
narrow sliver of land,
Mhm.
and actually our firm was helping get a park plan put together through Wild Spaces Public Places called Lincoln Yard Park. And it's been designed, it hasn't been constructed yet, so I think the city has got some plans to activate that space as a park, which can connect to Lincoln Estates, it can connect to this conservation area, and GTEC, and then the commercial corridor up on 8th and Hawthorne Road. So I think there's actually like a good amount of linkage that can happen there, but there's a significant natural buffer between this zoning area and Lincoln Estates.
Okay, thank you very much
Yes,
for that.
ma'am.
I'm very glad that St. Patrick's is here today and that kind of inadvertently, but I believe nothing happens by chance, that one of the teachers, no?
I'm a parent.
A parent, okay, wonderful. Well, that one of the parents would be here and not knowing that your community was on the agenda. That's beautiful how that worked out though. But I can really appreciate your comments because as someone who has lived in that area and I'm a product of people who've lived in that area for now generations, some of the first houses built out in Duval, etc. I appreciate everything that you're saying. The development of that area, making sure that we bring economic development to East Gainesville is certainly a priority for me. And how we get there is the question because, to your point, it's been a long time coming. We have some interesting things now through our E-Hetty project that are already underway. My prayer is that we can add to the healthcare access. There's a clinic that's coming, but we know we need more. I will be lobbying for more, okay? So please come to those meetings and help me do that. But also we understand that we will need food access and everything. And there is an ideology that says if more people are in a space, and I will tell you this, in my lobbying for grocery stores, when I've called, when I've gone, one of the things that they have said to me, well, two things that they have said. They've looked at average median income, and they've looked at the population in an area. They want to know we have the people, and depending on the grocery store you're trying to attract, they want to know what the average median income of that area is. So those are things that we have to consider when we're looking at how we grow. We know we need the grocery store. We know we need access to transportation. Absolutely. We know we need healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. I think today with this change, we open ourselves up to the possibilities of getting those things. I'm deeply concerned about the gopher tortoises. Deeply concerned, and I want to hear, and all of the wildlife. There's a reason I said gopher tortoise, that it's somewhat cultural, but we hear a lot about the gopher tortoises in that area, and so I'm very curious as this process unfolds, if there's going to be development there, that we really take a serious look at that. And what happens when we find populations of this endangered species? Do we relocate them? What happens? Do we just simply not disturb that area because it is their natural habitat? I'm curious. That is something that I want to know.
Sure, I'm allowed to come back up. Thank you for asking that question. I will go back. The PowerPoint's not up right now, but one of those initial slides that showed the dark green shading area, the 25, 30 acres, that is where all the gopher tortoise habitat is. And so the environmental mapping has been done. So all of that habitat area is completely out of the rezoning. So they don't need to be relocated or impacted. They're going to be, in fact, the opposite. They'll be protected. Mm-hmm. Because all that land is under common ownership, there has to be a conservation management plan. And so even though something might get developed on the east part of the property, the west part with the gopher tortoise is going to have a conservation plan put in place. So there's city protections. The call for that. You've got several city staff back there if they don't think I'm speaking correctly. But I know that was really an important component of how we put this application together.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, would you remain? Because I have another question.
Do you want to invite staff up to speak to it?
Yeah, sure.
I can specifically talk to it, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Fact check.
Thank you. Don't go far.
So for the gopher tortoises, if you
would go ahead and tell everybody your name, because the folks at home don't.
Hello, I'm Jenny Ford. I'm the environmental coordinator.
Thank you.
So the protections for gopher tortoises in place is 25-foot radius around each burrow. So if they would like to keep this whole area as conservation, they would just have to have that 25-foot buffer around the individual gopher tortoise burrows and have that surveyed before any plans go forward.
Survey before any plans move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I also was concerned about the flooding. What do we know about the floodplain there?
Absolutely. So I'll start by saying that any new development in the city or anywhere in the county has to meet all of the current and fairly stringent requirements for local government and the water management district for drainage, stormwater quality, water treatment. You cannot have water displaced on another person's property beyond what the pre-development conditions are. In other words, what God has sent where it's been sent for years and years. So you cannot create flooding issues downstream. And so there will be very significant stormwater basins in the development area. As far as the creek and the drainage that's natural today, Madam Commissioner, all of those areas are in that dark green environmental. So the creek sort of runs from north to south, and then it ends up going to the southwest by the Dorn property and the McPherson Center down there. So all of that area will be untouched, all the creek system and the drainage, and really for an urban type development, probably almost 60% of the land will ultimately be untouched, which is pretty low amount of pavement and impervious, but all the development on the east side has to meet all the current stringent regulations for today.
Did you say 60% would not be developed?
Yeah, the property is approximately 60 acres, and the rezoning is approximately 20, just over 20. So it's
maximum. How many units would you? Am I putting you on the spot too much when I ask that? I apologize.
That's okay.
I'm just curious. What might that mean?
Well, it's 12 units per acre.
12 units per acre,
which is very rare that you end up getting to the maximum density because you provide stormwater and streets and units. So it could be near 200 units if it was really maximized as like a townhouse style development.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and because I got a chance to come back up, this is 2.5 miles from where we stand today and 6 minutes away.
For sure.
So you,
Yeah, not far.
as you accurately mentioned, it's not far. Hopefully some more development's gonna be coming in that direction too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think I've had all of my questions answered for now. I just want to emphasize clearly the need to protect that natural habitat. I'm a big nature person. As much as I fear certain things about it, I love it. I watch a lot through the window. But I respect it. And I understand, you know, the need for preservation, and I really believe in that. And also this potential flooding, et cetera. But I also understand that this area deserves to grow. We've been waiting a long, long, long time. And if we can pull off something out in East Gainesville in a responsible way, attract the type of economic development we've always been asking for, we're headed for a more equitable Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Yeah, I did want to echo Commissioner Duncan Walker's points. I mean, I appreciate you know, the protection of that environmentally sensitive area. I doubt much of it is developable, but it is, you know, it's important that we, particularly along our creeks, and have that in there, and that we have that space for nature. I watched this. I had a plan board meeting. If I recall, the developer will also be upgrading the southeast 15th Avenue. Correct? That's their street. Oh, assumedly, that would be coming forward.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, as I mentioned very briefly in my presentation, he's already improved the street in a temporary fashion, if you will, but and city staff may correct me, but if a project with 100 units or 200 units come along, I'm sure that they're going to want 15th Avenue improved for emergency access for police, fire. So yes, the answer is if this property would be developed, 15th Avenue is going to get further improved.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Yeah, I remember at the plan board meeting, there were some neighbors there that used that road frequently, were wanting to see that upgraded. The developer seemed interested in working with the neighborhood to get that done. I like seeing that, and it's called, the zoning is a residential multifamily 5, but just to put that into context, that, you know, the RMF can go up from there, but it's, I mean, it's Porter's is RMF 5, a lot of Duval's RMF 5. It's about the same density as my neighborhood, which is actually the block of my neighborhood, which is 15 units per acre. It is residential multifamily, but it's a fairly low density multifamily. I mean, it will feel, I don't feel like this would be out of scale for any of the things that are around that. I don't think Lincoln Estates would feel odd having that nearby. It seems like it's very much fitting within the character of everything that's around it, fitting into the scale of everything that's around it. And I was happy to see that there was interest from the local neighbors to not necessarily, I don't think anyone's incredibly excited to see change within their area, but people saying, you know, it's important that we do get some stuff over here. We appreciate the developer working with us, and I think that's a good way to move forward. And so I'm in support of this, and so I thank Ms. Swigger and the applicant for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions were just answered with the Mayor Pro Tem and
Commissioner Eastman's statement. So 12 units per acre mobile home, and it's going to be 12 units per acre non-mobile home. Is that accurate? That's probably a superior use for the property, and it's roughly 17 acres, right? 16.8 is what it says in our proposal. And how many parcels does this comprise? Do we know the answer to that?
I think there are 5 total parcels in the 60 acres, and the rezoning area is a combination of 3. Yeah, I've got it outlined in red, the whole thing. It doesn't show all the parcel lines.
Understood. That's fine. And so I had the same question related to Southeast 15th Avenue. If a project proposal move forward sometime in the future, then we want to make sure that our transit option and the roadways that we travel on for the people that live there are appropriate. That might be a city staff question to tell me just a little bit more about what happens on the impact to the developer or the builder once we start considering that, if that were to move forward.
I could answer that quickly, and staff wants to add on. It's a county right-of-way, 27th Street, so the Alachua County Public Works will require a traffic study to be done, and will require operational safety improvements. That may include turn lanes, it may include repaving some of the road. And so they would make an evaluation at that time of what the developer needs to pay to improve those areas. In addition, developers have to pay for improvements to RTS. But right now, there's just a sign in the ground. It's an RTS bus stop. It's almost right across the street, but a project like this certainly would have a sidewalk connection and a bus shelter as just a kind of a typical requirement. That's
Thank you.
what I have to say about that, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Dr. Walker.
Thank you. I did have one final comment that I wanted to, I know you're probably not anywhere near selecting or looking at a developer per se, but it has been the sentiment of this commission that we are extremely interested in any opportunity to increase our affordable housing options. So whenever you do reach that point, I'm certainly hoping that will be something that will be taken into deep consideration. We're hoping you'll be innovative. We're hoping you'll be generous in that regard.
Well, you have a commitment to do that and to bring something back to you, and this rezoning will allow us some of those options with the housing variety and types to do more workforce housing and try to get more affordable housing in.
Thank you very much.
And I have noted that you are the district commissioner, and if something comes along, I'll be sure to come meet with you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, don't have any lights? It would be good to have a motion. Don't have to do it, but just say.
Dinner is slowing us down. I'm looking at the districts down there.
City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance 2023-75. Do you want to do 2023-76 together or separate?
I think we have to roll back.
Okay,
Go back
it's a
to
roll
that.
call, roll call. All right.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward?
Aye. That passes 6-0 with Commissioner Sacco absent. Well, yeah, we'll go to Oakgate and we'll let them. Yeah.
A point of clarification, Mr. Mayor, I thought, I heard from staff that they were going to be doing the land use and the zoning together on the case.
Mr. Attorney, does that work okay?
That's what they announced, and I think it's fair game if they want to ask the commission to accept all that previous testimony and to go forward with that as well.
I'll fix the agenda, and unless there's concern about it, we'll go ahead and hear the zoning piece next with the and accept the existing testimony.
2023-76 is next.
Yes. And if you want to go ahead and make the motion, that'll be all right.
Okay.
Does she need to announce it?
Yeah, go ahead and announce it into the record, 2023-76, if you would.
That's the next one that we're doing, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, we're going to do that next.
Okay. Our next item is 2023-76, Gainesville 60 zoning change. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 21.7 acres of property, generally located at 1300 Southeast 27th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from mobile home MH and residential single-family RSF-3 to single multiple family residential RMF-5, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date, with the recommendation that the commission adopt the proposed ordinance.
Thank you. Does either staff or the applicant want to make a presentation? Okay, great. Okay, let the record show that they both said no. Now, motion is.
Thank you. Move that the City Commission adopt ordinance 2023-76, Gainesville 60 zoning change B.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any public comment on this portion of it? Okay. All right, I see one light, Commissioner Buck.
This is very brief. I'm just not grasping the difference in acreage between the land use and the zoning from 21.71 and 16.80, and I'm not sure what the overlap is there.
Well, I feel.
So I think the difference is, I'm not sure if we can get the staff presentation pulled up again. A portion of the property in the area to be rezoned and land use to be changed already has residential low future land use, and I can point it out here. Now it's a little bit small, but the area up here, it says RL up there. This is a portion of the property. It's already zoned RL, but it's not already zoned similarly to the property to the south, if that makes sense. So that's kind of where the overlap is not all of the land use needs to change, long story short.
It's got the right land use. It needs a slight zoning
Yes.
change, which increased the acreage by 3 or 4 acres.
Sure, yes.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, no further lights, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Eastman,
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut. Aye. Commissioner Sacco, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Willett.
Aye.
Commissioner Buck.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye. That passes 6-0 with Commissioner Sacco absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is 2023-77 Oakgate Land Use Amendment, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 1.82 acres of property generally located generally located south of Northwest 29th Place, west of 9th Street, and east of Northwest 10th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from urban mixed-use UMU to residential low-density RL, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Ward and members of the City Commission. My name is Fanetta Lewis, and I serve as a team member of the Planning Division for the Department of Sustainable Development. I will be presenting 3 requests from the same applicant representing the property owners, EDA consultants. The 3 requests are as follows: land use amendment, a rezoning petition, and a plan development amendment. I will be combining the presentations on the land use and zoning this evening. 2023-77 and 2023-78. The applicant has requested to change the land use destination of one parcel from urban mixed use to residential low, to rezone the property from planned development to residential single multifamily, RMF5, up to 12 dwelling units. The subject property is 1.82 acres in size, located south of the 29th Place and west of 9th Street. I don't know where my presentation is. There we go. The map shows the existing land use on the left. So let's see. So we have the left side. And then on the right, it also shows the land use for the proposed land use. The map shows the existing zoning PD on the left, and on the right side, it shows the proposing request for change. This petition is initiated by the EDA consultants. The purpose of this petition is to amend the future land use map of the comprehensive plan. By amending the land use property category, this petition request would change the future land use destination of one parcel, totaling approximately 1.82 from the urban mixed use to residential low, and the subject property 08306-010-003, currently has a future land use designation of the City of Gainesville Urban Mixed Use. The property also current zoning district is the City of Gainesville Planned Development District, which is the PD. The applicant request is to change the zoning of the property from the planned development. All requirements for notifications and the surrounding area were completed by the placement of the appropriate signage and the mailing of the postcards. Staff has evaluated the land use change and the zoning according to the criteria outlined in the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, and recommends approval of petition LD 22-00133 and approval of LD 22-000134. The applicant is also here and with us tonight and will be presenting a presentation and answering any questions that you may have. I am also available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Swagger?
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Clay Swager with EDA Consultants. I'd like to give you a brief presentation on this one as well. Thank you, Fametta. I appreciate all your hard work on this one. This is another interesting project in the city. Just trying to make the most out of the scarce land that's available and do it in a way that makes good sense. This is a combined land use and zoning change application. The property outlined in red is what is up for consideration tonight. It's part of the Rural King PD, and the property that is part of that development, that was, a lot of folks remember it as Sam's Club. It was Sam's Club for a very long time. And so this is just sort of an undeveloped portion of that property. It has been recently purchased by the owners of the Oakgate condominium project that's due east of there. And we would like to request that the land use map change from UMU, urban mixed use, to RL, residential low, and take this property, which is now not under the ownership of the Rural King people, to RMF5, which is consistent with what the zoning of the Oakgate project is. So the land use today, it does allow potentially up to 100 units per acre and 8-story buildings. So like hypothetically, the land use is pretty dense and intense. Right next to single family is probably not a good transition at all. RL, again, is like we spoke on the last item, it's the same height as the single family designation is to the north. So it's much more consistent. It allows 15 units per acre. The existing zoning map, which is kind of this lime green, is the PD zoning for the Sam's Club / Rural King property. And the proposed zoning is RMF5, which we've been discussing tonight. Again, the same as the developments to the east. So again, there is a change of ownership, and I'd like to just explain very clearly what the intent here is. It's to take that land and include it in the Oakgate project to take that density from that 1.8 acres, transfer it over into the land to the east, which is already cleared and roads are roughed out, to allow them to build their last apartment building in that complex. The land that's the 1.82 acres, we would not propose to impact it in any way. It would just remain a green space. The neighbors are very happy. They like having that as a green space. That was the result of the neighborhood workshop. They were pleased to know that we were not proposing to impact it. Discussions with the city, Public Works, is that they don't need a full vehicular connection right there, but they want a bike and ped connection for interconnectivity neighborhoods. The neighborhood was very concerned about a road coming through there. So that's just kind of a side comment just to give you some context of what's happening here. So again, the land use and zoning that's proposed is much more compatible with the area, and it will allow for additional housing in the core of the city at really no expense, so to speak, of any green space, because that area will remain green space as part of the Oakgate project. It's just a kind of an innovative way working with staff to figure out how to make something happen. So these are the same policies I had from the last project. There are many comp plan policies supporting housing. It does indicate that residential low land use is consistent with single-family areas as well. And so this will result in a better transition of the area and allow that housing. These are the multifamily development standards for compatibility as well. It do require buffers and fencing just to make sure that everybody's being a good neighbor and that there's compatibility between multifamily and single-family development. And the justification includes factors including consistency with the comprehensive plan, that utilities are available in the area to serve the project, and it's compatible, and this will allow a density transfer to accommodate some additional housing in the core of the city. And so the plan board recommended approval of this at their hearing, and staff recommends approval, and I'd appreciate your consideration on this tonight as well. There's another item coming up that will be the Rural King PD amendment, which is when we would take this property out of the PD and update that older PD as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swagger. I've got a few lights up here, starting with Commissioner Deckenwalker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Swagger.
Thank you.
Would you kindly take us back to the aerial view?
Sure.
Thank you
How's
very
that?
much. Just because my eye went directly to the area that is highlighted in red, and for a point of clarity for myself, the area that's inside the red square is the 1.82 acres.
That's correct.
That is the 1.82 acres that is going to be reserved as green space?
That's correct.
Okay. The area that is just to our left of that, what will that be?
That is an existing green space that's part of the Rural King PD, and so that will remain green space as well.
Will remain green space?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's a reason why I asked, because right next to that are 3 historic black cemeteries. And if there is ever going to be any type of development there, first of all, I know I would want to know about it.
Sure.
But there would need to, I believe, out of respect for individuals who are laying their loved ones to rest, some sort of buffer there, and also for the people who, could potentially reside in that space, But since it is a green space right now, I will simply say that in the future, it would be my hope, and certainly if I'm sitting here, I will voice that concern, that some sort of meaningful buffer be there to provide a level of sanctity for this space or spaces that are 3 cemeteries that are directly abutting that property.
Yes, ma'am. And as you will see in the next item, the PD for Rural King has that area shaded green, meaning it must remain green space. It cannot be developed. And if they were ever to propose something, they have to come back to the commission and ask for that. But I find that very unlikely. In fact, I think that's a little bit of a stormwater drainage, a little shallow drainage area, so it actually serves a functional purpose along with the green space.
Thank you very much. May I ask Andrew, Andrew, may I ask you a question? Andrew, you and I have had a number of conversations around ways that we can protect historic spaces. And we are, I think, still scheduled to have a few of those. I am wondering if there's anything that currently exists, any mechanism that currently exists that might give us an additional layer of protection there, because there will come a time when I'm not here, when Commissioner Chestnut is not here, and I call her because she and I are both members of the same church that owns one of those cemeteries, Mount Pleasant United Methodist Church Cemetery, but we also are deeply invested in the other 2 cemeteries, Sandlot and Grasslawn, that are right there as well. So I wonder if there's any sort of extra protection that we might be able to put in place there, so that when we are not here, or when someone who may not know or understand the historic importance, or who may not see the sanctity of that space the way that we do, just that we can kind of lock that in. Is there anything that currently exists or that we might be able to put into play?
So
To my knowledge, we don't have anything specific in the city's code related to sort of cemeteries, but I think it would be entirely possible to consider like a legislative text change to impose an additional sort of setback on adjacent development when it's abutting a cemetery. We don't have a ton of cemeteries in Gainesville, so it'd be fairly easy to probably look at. But that could be something that if the commission wanted to direct staff to work on a potential text change, that could be something that would come out of commission referral, and then we would take that through the process.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Give me the language for my motion again.
Oh, of course, yeah. So I think it would be that the city commission directs staff to prepare a text amendment to the land development code related to buffering, development buffering around cemeteries.
A commission comment.
Oh,
Yeah, so we don't muddy this.
yeah, that's fine, because it doesn't technically have anything to do with this particular item.
Sure.
Thank you. I'll be back.
Of course.
I'll be back a little later for you, Andrew.
Sounds good.
But thank you very much for that. I did want to make sure that that was something that I asked, because this does, and to be honest with you, well, I'll bring it back. No problem. Thank you. Yes, sure.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to mention in the PD, which includes the area to the left of the box in red, there is a condition in the PD that says that's a natural wooded area as identified on the PD plan. So there's no development rights or activities in that specific area. I know you're looking at maybe a more holistic thing, but I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank
I
you.
found the exact language.
I appreciate that. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I conclude.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Eastman.
Well, I'm very excited this is before us. I first heard about, it's amazing how long these things take. I first heard about this in September of last year, and actually walked the property with some of the neighbors and the subject property, and now we're here 8 months later and it's before us. It's funny how new in government, right? Still getting used to how long these things go. But I'm excited about this because there's 3 things that I care a lot about that all kind of get us worked on with this. One is the easy one, is the working class housing. This is my district. I knocked on all the doors over here, and the original Oak Gate. It's a lot of professionals, young professionals. I met the violinist from the Gainesville Symphony Orchestra in here. Met a whole bunch of people, and it's fairly affordable as Gainesville can be nowadays. It's missing middle housing. It's all of those things. And so what they're actually asking for as it relates to the density and the zoning is perfect within the area, and is working well as an extension of this. I let the trails nearby. So we're zoning this property to transfer that density, but there's no like conservation or anything on that. That's just there will be a site plan forthcoming, I guess. Okay. So that's exciting. I will say that the trails, and you mentioned the preservation as it goes to the west, there's incredible trails that go all the way down the side that a lot of the neighbors utilize throughout this area. I know that's not before us, and that is a part of a PD that's separate, but I'm passionate about trying to find ways to get green space and trails, within neighborhoods. There's not a lot of trails. This is a very working class neighborhood that's up here. Mixed race, mixed income, working class, and so there's not a whole lot of parks and green space that's up here. And so being able to find little slices of that are like this is great, but I'm glad they're preserving it. But I did want to ask some questions about connectivity more. So normally by our comp plan, this would be required to have a road that would go through here, correct? That would be part of the street grid. Is that accurate?
Nuanced question.
Okay.
The code requires that you have 2 functional access points for developments over 25 units. And so Oak Gate does have that. They've got an access out to 6th Street and then southward, which is right behind my text box. So they do have the 2 access points, which I think is part of the reason why, one of the reasons why Public Works was not looking to require a northern connection to 29th Place for vehicles, just the bikes and ped.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
I will point out for those who say the word, my understanding is that there's also 2 heritage oak trees that are right there at the end there, right?
That's why I said one of the reasons there
Oh.
are oak trees this big around that are right along the southern right of way. So if a road were to be forced through, those trees would be removed. But the bike ped connections, of course, can work through there without any issue.
Right, I just wanted to point that out for anyone who
Thank you.
says that we're no longer Tree City, USA. It would be a perfect mobility connection because and I'll get into why I wanted to press on some of the bike stuff. But I mean, the decision was made not to in order to preserve those 2 heritage oaks. But it has always been a long-term dream of mine, just as someone who has to use this corridor. I live just south of here, and I hear from constituents who live north of here coming down to downtown. There is no real connectivity because you start getting into these 50s and 60s sort of cul-de-sac light type things where eventually you always run into a fact that you have to go onto 6th Street if you're riding your bike south. 6th Street is a 4-lane road, which is dangerous for cars, but it's particularly dangerous for pedestrians and cars. A lot of curb cuts, so there's a lot of cars that are stressed out trying to pull past 2 lanes of traffic while cars are curving around them. They're not necessarily looking for cyclists that are coming down, and they're going into lots of businesses. So this would be a perfect area for a bicycle boulevard or something that would at least allow bicyclists that are coming from the north down to the south. And there's some connection points. I think we have like an informal kind of mobility connector that's down there. So we're like, this is the last plug of being able to really create a full bicycle connection that would go all the way from about 39th down past University Avenue back down to the university. And I'm just curious what I know that it would be the site plan that comes after this, what that would look like, but I would really like to see that be an easily connected area so that we would have that and it would be safer for people that are choosing to use multimodal transportation as they're going through.
Well, put that slide at the end just in case someone wanted to know. So the site plan for Oakgate is shown here. The area that's in sort of the top left in white is where that remaining building or a couple buildings will go. And so there'll be a bike ped connection from 29th Place on the north side down to the south, which I think is 8th Street. And there'll be an ingress-egress easement through that project. So you're going to be able to get from the neighborhood to the north to the neighborhood to the south through Oakgate. And there's also a condition in the PD that we had put in that will allow a trail to be more formalized in the future in the wooded area of Rural King property, which I think people use today. So that it's going to take some work between different parties to figure out who's going to manage and maintain it, but the zoning allows it, and it can't be.
So you're saying
restricted.
that's 8 there, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're going up 8. That doesn't look to me like a site plan where you're able to go through and then up through because is the connection just to the. Do you have where is the connection? I'm having a hard time visualizing it.
Which one's the pointer? The top.
All right. Well.
Oh, all right. I've only been doing this for
didn't I just
17 years now. I still don't know where the pointer is. So there will be a bike ped connection here.
Yeah.
And then there'll be a street put through here. It'll be private, but it'll be part of the project. Then you could connect down to 8th.
Okay. But it won't be necessarily like just practically speaking, if we're looking at my long-term hope of creating fully connectivity that would be easy to find with wayfinding like Bicycle Boulevard, this would be going through a private development in the same way that it wouldn't be necessarily a street connectivity like that.
So I wanted to mention that about Oakgate, but also, as I think you're aware, and you and Thompson, a local community activist and bicycle activist, had communicated with me, and because of that conversation, he made me aware there's a trail system that sort of comes through this area. Mm-hmm. And so those pieces are in place with this project when it comes in as part of the site plan and ultimately come through there to allow that to be more formalized.
That's not it, but that's the PD for the.
That is the PD, yeah.
And which we are changing. We're just changing that section of the PD, correct? So we would have to work with Rural King in order to make that happen.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think there'll be multiple bike ped options through the result of all of these actions.
Okay.
Yes.
But not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily because you'd have to get Rural King to change up some of their like we'd have to have a different negotiation. But you said it would have to be multiple people working together.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, and so people would theoretically be able to utilize this section here, but it would be a kind of a private parking lot, and that's not. But it would be able to be somewhat connected through.
It will definitely be connected. They will have legal ability to go through there. It will not be blocked off. It will have sidewalks. And then it'll just be sort of like a private street that runs through there. Just like you would be riding your bike down like 9th Street on the north, you know. I mean, that's a public street, but it would be, you know.
So it'll feel similar to riding on a is the concept.
It'll be very low. It'll be very low traffic through there too.
And that's true, and that's how the rest of Oak Gate looks. When you go through Oak Gate, it doesn't feel like, I mean, I like the way that is designed. It feels almost like you're on a public road and that it's kind of interconnected to the rest of the neighborhoods around it. All right.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So piggybacking off of Commissioner Eastman's line of questioning is, this feels similar to just south of here, Lux 13 is an apartment complex that's kind of in the middle of the super block between 16th, 6th and 13th, 16th and 23rd, and what you have is a super block with no connections. There's no in the middle of the block until Lux 13 is there, but I believe that is all private drives, private parking lot, private drives. But as someone who has biked through, walked through, I've knocked a lot of doors over the years in campaigns in both the super block to the south of this and in this area. And so I imagine that this would be a little more like Lux 13, where there are some connections you can't blow through in a loud vehicle, but you can cycle through. And that's important to me, the connectivity, particularly in this area of town, because this is really in the city. And it is a somewhat transitional area between higher density to the south and, but even the single-family neighborhood that's just north of this, very, very small lots, so it ends up being a little denser than some areas of our city. I'm never much of a fan of straight-up down zoning, because in essence, this is a question to down land use, down zone the 1.82 acres, but it's so then as combined, the density of the whole project, which kind of transfer that density over. So that seems pretty good. And if people couldn't tell from the previous map, this is an unbuilt, previously planned development. In the future, what could be? There's no guarantee that this ever gets built, but that's what it was. It was part of the. It's over an unbuilt phase, I guess you could say, of the other townhouse development.
Correct. I can tell you that there is a plan that we have ready to go to submit to the city, but we needed to get through the zoning steps. Right. And it would be developed using that road system, which that's just kind of a roughed out trail, that they had put in. But it would be exactly consistent with this.
As someone who knocked, and I've ridden my bicycle on 6th Street, I always wondered when did that happen? I'm sure it's Great Recession era,
yes,
fall through. And so I always kind of wondered, when is this ever going to, the next step of it? And I've ridden on 6th, and I understand Commissioner Eastman's concern that there's not, in essence, it's a big super block between 23rd and 30th, but 30th is very residential. So that's really the super block goes even further north, almost all the way to 39th. In essence, you have this big super block without a lot of connecting streets where even cars can go through, but also not even, bike and walking even can be a little difficult, particularly the north to south, so you don't have to be on 13th or 6th Street. So this is something I eyed years ago as didn't quite understand. I didn't go research it, why this is not something that connects part of our community. And I think there's great potential in these neighborhoods for people to walk and bike where they want to go. If you want to go a little further south, go to Curry-on-the-Drag. It's not that far away, but if you can get there on back streets on a bicycle, it's a lot more pleasant. So in essence, this feels like a down zoning, but really it's to make a different project potentially in the future more feasible. So yeah, I think that's everything. I wanted to just kind of mention that Lux 13 because it helps me understand in the future how some of that connectivity could be built in. This is keeping a green space to transfer the density in essence when you have one project. And as is in the current Rural King, it's on the back of that piece of property. Was it ever going to be developed into 100 units per acre? I don't know. But it seems like this is an ability to attach it to another parcel and kind of make a more complete portion of this neighborhood that the last recession kind of ruined for us. But in this plan, we would have some protected, some green space that is going to provide some environmental services to the neighborhood, and it'll, it's still private, so at least recreation probably to the people who live there, but not the whole neighborhood. So this seems like it really does comport with some of our goals and some of my feelings. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Buck.
So no buildings there as of yet?
Mr.
She
Mayor.
said, thank you, Mr. Mayor, but it's late and I'm
I understand.
getting kind of shortening up the comments. Okay.
There are no buildings in here currently, but there is a site plan approved for these buildings and then one that's being prepared to bring that final building forward.
And then the
Put
last
that
building-
1.8 in green space.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. And then the last one there is to the left on this, on the white demarcated area here.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay, so just kind of looking 2 or 3 steps down the road, I was listening to the Mayor Pro Tem and talk about the 3 cemeteries. I did not realize we had 3 cemeteries. I'm familiar with one of them right there that I worked in and around. But when we get to that step, I'm just going to throw this out now because I think we might hear of a motion coming past these motions. And as I'm learning the role of our advisory boards and the decision-making capacity of some of those, it may just be Mayor Pro Tem. I don't actually know if there's a role for Historic Preservation Board there or not. I just don't have enough knowledge. You probably know more. And the state designations that relate to essentially making historic landmarks may be something of interest. And so I'll just put that out there. I just don't have enough knowledge nor expertise, but we're going to be having a big conversation about that very thing on a very, very soon to be upcoming city commission related to something in the duck pond. So it's the state types of designations that allow you to preserve significant landmarks. So I just put that out there. That's beyond this capacity for this. And then lastly, I just didn't hear, so what was the community input piece that we got as it relates to support or non-support for this?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, I would say that there were probably about 20 participants at the neighborhood workshop, and they all like using that space. It's an informal use. They walk their dogs and cut through and enjoy it, and they wanted to make sure that was going to remain green. They were also really terrified of the idea of a cut through for traffic. They didn't have an issue at all with the area in white being developed. I mean, it's been cleared and primed for the buildings to be put in for over a decade. So I was able to work with them and work with the city staff to try to troubleshoot those 2 issues, that we're not looking for road connection through there for vehicles, but just for bikes and pedestrian, keep those big trees and keep the green space. And so, I think they were all satisfied. Those were the issues 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. So.
That's always the critical
Yes, sir.
element, whether we agree or disagree, is what's been the engagement to the people who are directly impacted in any particular area.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Really quickly, thank you, Commissioner Book, for your comments. Our church cemetery was established in 1883. We have a marker. And you're absolutely right. Those state designations are very, very significant. A lot of people look us up online when they're perusing Black or local history, and so it's a wonderful honor and great designation to have. I am going to still put that motion forward because I think it's important, and also not necessarily the role of that board. Thank you.
Thank you. You're 10 steps ahead of me, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, I see no further lights. Do we have a motion? You're correct. We have had neither public comment nor motion. So do we have anyone up for public comment on this?
We do. We have Shayna Johnson.
Or not?
Oh, maybe not.
Anyone else?
That's it.
Okay. All right then, Commissioner Eastman.
I move the City Commission adopt proposed ordinance 2023-77 Oakgate Land Use Amendment.
We have a motion and a second, and towards your, I'm gonna drop this in, your mention of the super blocks in that area. As a former pizza delivery driver from a long, long time ago, yes, that is absolutely the case. You can't get from one to the next. You used to be able to, and then while I was working for Domino's, the city of Gainesville closed off a street that made that impossible to do anymore. You can do it on a bike, but you can't drive a car through there. So, just something to think about. All right, that being the case, let's call the roll.
Okay, Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes 6-0 with Commissioner Sacco absent. And let's go ahead and do the zoning amendment for that 2023-78 next.
Ordinance number 2023-78, Oakgate zoning amendment, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 1.82 acres of property generally located south of Northwest 29th Place and west of Northwest 9th Street and east of Northwest 10th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from planned development to single multiple family residential, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
All right, is that a question on this? Motion. Okay, hang on just a second. Do either staff or the applicant want to make a, okay, all right, so we've already heard the presentations on these. Is there anyone signed up for public comment on this? Okay, all right, Commissioner Willetts.
I move the commission adopt ordinance 2023-78 Oakgate zoning amendment B.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt it's by the first reading on title only. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, obviously, I will support the amendment. I'm not going to get too much into the site plan questions, which seem to be the main thing that I'm concerned about, is making sure we have that connectivity as simply as possible. I'll get into the weeds on that whenever that comes back, but just so you know, that's something I'll be looking at when that comes forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with 6-0 with Commissioner Sacco absent.
Okay. Our next item is ordinance number 2023-79, Rural King Plan Development Amendment, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending zoning conditions and the PD layout plan regulating the plan development known as Rural King PD, generally located in the vicinity of 2801 Northwest 13th Street, is more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Again, I greet you, Honorable Mayor and members of the Commission. My name is Fanetta Lewis, and I'm with the Department of Sustainable Development. The applicant has requested to amend the existing plan development PD to exclude the text parcel 08306-010-003 and revise existing conditions located at 2801 Northwest 13th Street. The subject property is the Rural King property. The map shows the current use of some of the surrounding properties are Second and Charles, Big Lots, and Alicia Sweets and Treats. This petition is initiated by the EDA Consultants Incorporated and proposals to amend conditions to reduce the size of the planned development for the existing Rural King, former known as Sam's Club, on the Northwest 13th corridor. The parcel that is being removed is vacant and located south side of Northwest 29th Place, west of 9th Street, and east of Northwest 10th Street. On March 31st, 2022, a lot line adjustment was approved by the City of Gainesville under petition AD 21-00139 for the parcel 08306-010-003 and sold to Oakgate Investors LLC. As a result, the petition LD 22-000136 requested removal from the plan development. The plan development proposal complies with the comprehensive plan. A plan development PD application may only be approved if consistent with the comprehensive plan. By adopting the plan development, it has already been established that the plan development is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Changing the size of the plan development, there is no significant difference in the functionality. Additionally, the plan development has existed for over 24 years without the development of the smaller parcel, which has no negative impact on the current use if removed. The applicant and agent will go into this and explain this in great detail. The map shows the proposed request. If you notice here, I'm like him, where is the pointer? So we got the removal of the property here, and this is the actual parcel. Staff has evaluated the request to amend the PD according to the criteria outlined and recommends approval of the petition LD 22-000136 PDA. The applicant agent is here with us tonight and will be going over with a presentation. And I am also available for any comments. You all have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So I see no questions right now, so Mr. Swager, you want to roll out part 2?
Part 5, or
Yeah,
however you.
whatever.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Clay Swager with EDA Consultants. I'd like to give you a brief presentation to highlight what has already been presented to you. This is an exhibit that shows the limits of the PD today. The current user is Rural King. It was previous Sam's Club. It's a large, big box retail type of establishment. It's been there for 30 plus years. Originally, it was approved in 1989. It's about 22 acres in size. The area in the little red dashed outline is the 1.8 acres that we've been discussing just prior to this item. And that land has now been sold to Oakgate Development to the east. Our proposal is to remove that 1.8 acres out of the PD. And as the commission knows, PDs are site-specific, and they have lists of conditions and requirements, uses, setbacks, buffers, and all the like. And so there are a bunch of conditions in there from 1989. And so a lot of them had references to codes that are no longer in place and things that were required to be built that were built 20 years ago. So we went in and we worked with staff to just sort of clean those conditions, make sure they represent modern requirements, and also to have an eye to the future, because at some point this site will be redeveloped. And so what will that look like? Again, this is the zoning map showing the area to be removed from the PD. As it now has a different ownership, it does not seem appropriate to be in the PD. We've brought forward several condition updates. This is what the new PD layout plan would look like. It's very simple. It's just color coded to show what's there today and what's allowed in different places. So everything in orange is essentially pavement area, buildings, parking lots, driveways. The green includes green spaces, buffers, stormwater area, natural areas. And in fact, the area that Commissioner Duncan Walker had asked about is in green. There's a specific condition that requires that to remain green space. This is also a natural area here in dark green, and so really the limits of the impervious area and the pavements are established and cannot really be expanded. So we have updated the list of conditions to modernize them, get rid of the antiquated conditions. We also included a new list of permitted uses. And so the list of permitted uses now have an eye to the future. They essentially mirror U8, Urban Transect 8 zoning, because the land use under the property is UMU, which is compatible with U8. So now the PD zoning just says, hey, when this it's time for redevelopment of the site, it needs to be to meet all the urban transect standards, which is sort of the direction of the city, certainly in most areas along major corridors in the core of the city. So there are redevelopment requirements related to that. This was heard at the same meeting with the plan board. They recommended approval. This would just amend the map to match the limits of what you all had just considered in the previous item. There's no new development proposed on this property at all. This is really sort of just an amendment to update their standards and the limits of the PD itself to allow the Oakgate project to move forward. So if you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them tonight. Thank you.
I don't see any lights. All right, so thank you, Mr. Sawyer.
All right, thank you.
Well, actually, okay.
I have one question, and this is just my own ignorance. Why, so when you redevelop the site, it'll be U8. Why wouldn't we just vote today to rezone it to U8? I guess it would be non-conforming under the U8 transect zone, and then when it gets redeveloped, it would be in there. I mean, why have a PD that then gets redeveloped? Is there any reason for that, or it's just different ways to go about the same issue?
I think we tried to push this land to go in that direction ultimately for that redevelopment vision, but not change the zoning to a straight zoning, because then there would be discussions of that green space up in the north end. That's no longer a condition in here that in this ordinance says you can't build in it.
Right.
There would be a lot of compatibility issues that could come up, even on a hypothetical level. Those 8-story buildings, can be done. So we thought, and I believe staff would agree, that it was best to amend the PD now, but change the conditions so in the future and I think the condition language actually says when that building is removed, the PD has to be changed and it has to be developed as U8.
Okay. All right.
So it gets you to the same place, I think, that you want to be, just maybe in a different way.
Yeah,
it takes some of the hypothetical concerns about height and some of those things off the table.
Yeah, it's just I've heard the mayor say that in sunshine meetings always, that we try to remove PDs as much as possible. And as you mentioned, this was from 1989. So I was just curious because I felt like wasting everyone's time a little bit more on 7 o'clock when we're ready to go home. So I figured I'd ask the question. All right, thank you.
I love this stuff. I'll talk about it as long as you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was related to the PD issue because I've heard the mayor say here that you don't particularly, PDs are not your favorite thing for different reasons, and I understand the logic. But at the same time, a PD is where we get a lot of push and shove and about what we think the community wants or needs, and we hash it out and say we're not going to give you this unless you really take care of this concern and this concern, which is a little micromanaging, which I don't like. I prefer the idea of basic zoning, but at the same time, if it's about a buffer here or wild space there, or public plaza space that can be fully public or semi-public, it's where PD comes in. So I think I get the idea why keeping this as a PD, but changing it so that first of all removing a portion of it, and then laying it out for future use because, as you said, this is 30 years old. Those buildings are not built. Big, large box buildings are not designed to last 50 or 60 years. That's all there is to it. They're not built to last. So at some point in the future, it'll be something different. Rural King will not be there forever. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sure.
All right, let's thank you, Mr. Swigger.
Thank you.
Let's go for public comment. Do we have folks?
Ron Nichols.
Welcome, Mr.
Ron Nichols, Stephen Foster Neighborhood. I'd like to thank Mr. Swagger and his associates for doing such a nice job on the Oak Walk portion of the property in the Stephen Foster neighborhood. It's turned out real well, but one of the problems is you've already approved that, and we've gotten to the land use amendment change to the PD, which seems like it should have happened first. However, when this first went in many years ago, the residents around there were upset that the such a big box store was pushed so far off of 13th Street, and all of the parking, virtually all of the parking, was in front of it. It's not allowed anywhere else anymore, but that's one of the things that we accepted when we decided that we would let this development go in. One of the things that was mentioned is there are conditions that go with a PD. Sometimes you may not like it, but they're there for a reason. One of the requirements for this development was a 6-foot wall along the north side, which borders the cemetery. For some reason, the original developer, only built it 4.5 feet tall. So headlights go over, every car that pulls to the front door of the store, the headlights go right over the wall and come in my back bedroom, my bathroom, and my kitchen window. And that's because the wall was improperly placed there. It should be that if they're going to make any other changes to the PD, the original conditions of the PD should be met. It was pointed out when the previous owner tried to get gas pumps there that it was in this room in testimony that the wall is only 4.5 feet tall. One of the funny things is complaining about this over the decades, you go to code enforcement and say this wall is not the right, and they say it's not in the code of ordinances. You have to go to the planning department, which is on the 2nd floor. You go to the planning department on the 2nd floor and they say, no, we don't do that. That's code enforcement. So this problem has existed for a long time. And while it's wonderful what we're doing to the north piece of this property with the Oak Gate connection, we need to go ahead and have that wall on the north side next to the cemetery, a full 6 feet tall. It's really disconcerting for me. The lights come over there. I was one of the ones that gathered the petitions, and I've suffered because the lights have come over there, but I'm so happy we at least got a 4.5 foot wall. It seems like this would be the perfect time to request, as they gain more value to the property by selling the portion in the back, that they fulfill the original requirements of a 6 foot wall on the north side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? Okay.
Donald Shepard.
Mr. Shepard, you had something on this?
Yes, I'm Donald Shepard, People's Representative, and as People's Representative, I wasn't going to speak tonight, this afternoon, because I asked the gentleman if there was any public comment, and he said no. So I missed your public comment time. What I'm speaking about now is these items that this gentleman's brought to the City Commission. Where is the trees going to be in Gainesville? It used to be a tree city. What is it? Because you don't like PDs, we're going to automatically chew up all the trees and remove the graveyards. Where is the people's saving trees? Where is the people that want to keep our city a small city? This is going to be overpopulated. We need to really stop and look at what is going on in our city. This here is destroying our city. The other item that was put up there about the quicksand area and the sinkhole, that's real. When I was out there petitioning and walking the area in Hawthorne Road and 16th and all for campaigning for being mayor, I talked to the lady that was sitting here today. And on the back side of her property is where in 1820, I'm going to say 1827, I remember the number, but that there has an old ship still on that property. So the lady I talked to outside the room, and then the gentleman came out, I told them about this pirate ship being there and about this gold being there. And it's still there today. Her kids have captured some of that gold and put it in a shoebox and brought it and put it in the house. The house is on 27th. And the reason I'm saying something, and I apologize, ma'am, that I went against your word, but I hope the Lord forgives me and you forgive me. But if these construction company are come in there and rip up this land and not take in consideration of the history of this land, when this city was flooded, the ships used to go through here, and one of these ships must have dropped this pirate ship and had made this very important land for. Can I ask you why you're laughing?
Oh, I'm just listening.
King? He didn't believe me either. So but as a people's representative, I'm telling you, this land needs to be preserved. Thanks to the ex-commissioners, this has been ongoing, and we need to stop this. People who want to stop the PDs and make more construction land. No, we need to preserve our city. That's all, sir.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. Thank you all.
So let me tell you that this is not talking about building anything. We're talking about that dotted line up there. That's going to stay in. That's going to continue to be trees. We're not talking about taking up any cemeteries. We're talking later. We're going to talk about trying to protect cemeteries more.
Correct.
So that's what we're working on here. Okay.
But Mrs. Walker is correct, because it's on the things at the library, sir. And I thank you for giving me extra time. It's at the library. All this information I'm talking about is at the library. You can look it through the debits of the city records, and you can see that that's a true statement. I'm not a liar. I'm a police officer, and a police officer never lies. He has honor, pride, and dignity. And if I stand up here and say one lie, there goes my respect from the people. And I wouldn't take him come in this city hall again because of it. Because I take pride in what I say in behalf of the people and the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Thank you. Any more public comment? Okay. We'll go back to the commission.
Sorry, I did because I had a constituent ask this. Can we get some clarification on the 6-foot wall?
Hold on. We'll come back around to you. There's another.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
It's
thought.
all right. No, that's okay. Mr. Willis. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Swag, can we get some clarification on that?
Mr. Mayor, I just spoke to Mr. Nichols before the meeting. I was not aware of this issue at all about the height of the wall. I think it's been there for decades. That's something that's new information to us. Certainly can pass it on the owner. We can look at this issue. It is a requirement from the best I can figure in the conditions. It says there's a 6-foot wall. So I would defer to city staff on how to enforce that. At an absolute minimum, the next time the Rural King comes in for any kind of site amendment or permit of any sort, I mean, that's when city should review the PD for the development for compliance with the PD criteria. So at a minimum, there's a firewall there. But I wouldn't be the right person to ask, I don't think, as far as enforcement of that any further. I think it's been there a long time, and this is all just new information to me.
And Mr. Swigger, you really are not the right person for this, but staff could talk to us about it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Forrest Edelton, Department of Sustainable Development. For sites like this that are decades old and we're not entirely clear when this construction may or may not have happened, we have several options that we can use to address the situation. From what we've seen so far, really tonight, the information that we've been given, it does look like the wall is less than what is required by the PD. So as I said, we have a couple of things that we can do to try to address and rectify that situation. And tonight I've given my contact information to Mr. Nichols, and we'll be reaching out to staff to start looking at that process. As a part of our what we will do, or our toolbox of options, of course, we will keep in mind the historic cemetery to the north there, and make sure that we are reaching out to our own professional historic staff and then to the community as much as is possible and as much as we can to rectify the situation.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is that, oh, hang on, we got to, Brett, you're good. Casey, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This gives me some pause, and of course, I appreciate Mr. Nichols' comment that we are looking at PD now instead of earlier in the evening, and I don't know exactly our habit or what is the best order to do that in, because this does give me pause about if, the purpose of PDs, as I previously just mentioned, is you pull and shove and twist and you get what you think you need. And clearly previous commissions did that work. And if it's that original PD conditions weren't met, it gives me a lot of pause about going forward. And clearly at some point, even Rural King didn't do their due diligence when they bought this property from, I assume, Sam's, Walmart at some point, because they should have identified it as a non-conforming, and they should have been concerned when they bought it. And that was definitely before my time up here. So it does give me it gives me a lot of pause about the propriety of going forward. And I really appreciate Mr. Nichols coming and telling us a little bit about that, because that's one of those things, if it's been there for decades, people think it's okay. But then when you go back and look at code, look at our PD, and there's something there that's not conforming, it gives me a lot of pause. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Chestnut.
So I'm wondering if we should defer action on this and send it back and have Mr. Swager and staff come back to us with this, but to impose that the PD condition that was stated there is followed, but just hold it in abeyance at this point.
You good?
I'm good. That's my recommendation.
Okay. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, or alternatively, this is first reading, right? I mean, we could theoretically pass it on first reading and then say, by the time you come back to us on second reading, we would like to have something that will work for the situation. Or you could, I don't know what the right way forward. I was just trying to think through what, how do you, I see Mr. Persons coming up.
I think we would truly have their attention if you sent it back.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Mayor, we'll be happy to take direction in either direction from the commission, whether you want to move it on first reading and then we'll work on to second, or if you want to defer it. Ultimately, we will, Mr. Swager has a contact with the owner. We'll try to obviously want to work out things in an amicable fashion, after we do a little bit of due diligence. We will, as I think Mr. Edelton alluded to, we do have some, obviously some enforcement options, although that would be probably a last resort, and we would expect that they would work with us on that. So, from staff perspective, we'll take your lead.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much,
Jason.
Mr. Mayor. We have, do we not, an inspection process in these types of things? Doesn't, in the building process, staff goes out to inspect, right?
In this case, we don't have sort of a proactive inspection process, and I can't tell you when that wall was built. It was certainly predated, I think, all of us. We do have a site plan inspection process. Once a site plan has been constructed, both staff in sustainable development as well as in the Public Works Department go out and do both a site inspection as well as building inspection, a multitude of building and site inspections. But because of the age of this, I don't have any records in terms of that.
No, nothing to speak to this specific issue, but when we are doing things now, we have an inspection process where we can kind of take a look at things. I mean, because the purpose of that would be to make sure that people are adhering to the code.
Right.
And right. Okay.
Right. And in this case, if the PD condition, specifies a 6-foot wall, the site plan would likely have that on the site plan itself, the wall itself, and that would be both of those would be a potential avenue that the city could pursue, enforcement action to get that. But obviously, we want to work it out amicably. So.
Okay, thank you.
So thanks everyone for all the discussion on this. My preference on it, just personally, would be to approve it on first reading tonight, and then with the condition that until staff is satisfied that the conditions of the PD have been met, that we don't have it back on an agenda. Mr. Swager, do you want to add something to that? Or?
Thank you. Just briefly, I appreciate the concern, and again, this is a new issue that has been brought up, and it's not an argument of should this PD have a 6-foot wall or a 4.5-foot wall. The PD requires a 6-foot wall, and so there's no argument about that. I think the city has various ways to enforce the construction of that wall, including code enforcement, that are outside of the zoning, so you're not deliberating on how tall it should be. It's supposed to be 6. So at a minimum, I would really respectfully, and I ask if you could consider this on first reading with the 6-foot tall requirement. I understand the importance of it, so I can commit to going back to the owner and figuring out a way to make this happen and work with staff. Quite candidly, there have been several reviews by the city with people that aren't in the room that didn't catch this. So it's an oversight by the local government to not have had that wall constructed properly, and not the current owner or anything else. We've been working on this in September, and so if it at all be possible to go through first reading and try to come back with a solution that is amicable with you and your staff, I'd appreciate you considering that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With this, in order to move forward tonight, I would need some little homework done on the screen right now for me, because I would need to look at the text of the existing PD, exactly where it says 6 feet, and the full text of the proposed changes, because I will tell you, I read a lot of stuff. I'm not accusing anybody of anything nefarious, but very easily the new text, 6 foot could have been crossed out and it said 4.5. I never would have caught it. And if previous staff in our organization, at some point, it looks like this is something that's been overlooked, probably by multiple sets of eyes. I would need to see up here in front of my eye. I can look at my backup, but now I got two documents going back and forth. To feel comfortable, I would need to see some line by line, side by side, to make sure that buried in this text, it just doesn't go back and say, what do you mean 6 foot? And we've just passed 4.5, that I doubt anyone is that nefarious. So yes, I need some line by line of old PD, existing PD, and new PD text. Thank you, Mr. Swager.
Mr. Mayor, this is the condition that is in the proposed ordinance, and it is the condition language that's in the existing ordinance. There are other things you can see, underline, strike through. It shows all of the changes. Not to confuse the person running the camera, but this is the condition for the fence. So there are no changes to the buffer or fencing requirements in the PD.
Thank you, because this is certainly not what I was digging in and looking for. I was looking for like, oh, it's a PD and we're taking this land out, and what is U8? That's what I was looking at, and thank you. This makes me feel way better as of right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. So one of the reasons that I am often uncomfortable, to be clear, with PDs is that while they do give us an opportunity as a commission and as a city organization to extract promises and exact things that we want on a piece of land, they also create lots of detail that gets lost over time. And that is not part of our regular code, and that is difficult for code enforcement to be able to enforce on a consistent basis. That, and the fact that, and I hope no one will take any offense of this, but they're a marginally undemocratic way of zoning a city. You have to understand it really well, how to ask for the PD, how to work through the PD, or find someone to do that work for you, as opposed to the predictability of the land development code otherwise. That's my concern with it, that it is not predictable. It's something that can be created if you know how to ask. And not everybody knows how to ask. That's my biggest issue. But the other issue is exactly what we're dealing with right now, is that it creates lots of wrinkles that may or may not get caught 30 years down the road. I would love to go back and be able to see, what the conversations were making this PD, changing it from a drive-in, which it was for, 20, 30 years, into a Sam's Club. Frankly, I wasn't reading the paper a lot. I was in college. I was doing a lot of other things. But I'll bet it was a fascinating conversation going from a dying drive-in to a huge economic center. So anyway, that's all outside the scope of all this. We don't have a motion on the table. Going once.
Yeah, I personally feel comfortable with approving this in concept, essentially, while saying that upon second reading, that them hearing from us that we will not accept this on second reading without there being some kind of solution.
In the motion. Yeah.
Say that
So
you-
can we change this motion, in essence?
Well, we don't have a motion. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you?
I think you,
Wait, yes.
I
yes,
think you
Commissioner.
need to put the 6-foot fence in there very clearly, that we will not accept it until
All
they
right.
return.
All right, so I move, I guess the city commission adopt proposed ordinance with the condition that we find a proper solution to the 6-foot fence. I don't know if I feel comfortable.
That staff.
This is an ordinance. So,
You
comment
can.
on ordinance, or is this an additional instruction to staff?
You can make a motion that says, accepts this ordinance, but part two directs staff not to bring it back for second reading until staff can show that conditions have been met.
Great. All
That's
right.
your motion.
That's my motion. Thank you.
That's
Sorry.
right. Okay.
I second that.
Thank you. All right. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any more conversation? Okay. All right, it's a roll call.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye. That passes unanimously with 6-0 with Commissioner Sacco absent. Mr. Swager, staff, Mr. Nichols, thank you all for bringing a very interesting set of conversations forward. All right, I think that closes out that portion. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is commission comment.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In light of this recent conversation that brought some things to light, I would like to ask Andrew or Forrest. Forrest has heard it. The reason, Forrest, and I want to be very clear, I certainly am not overlooking you. The thing is that Andrew and I have long history with this conversation, and he kind of knows some of my objectives here. And I know you're listening too, so my future conversations will certainly fold you in. Thank you.
Just bring the whole staff up.
Yes, the whole staff, okay. Andrew, you've heard my heart. You also know where I have fallen on a lot of these preservation issues in light of what it is I'm trying to cut to with regards to cemeteries. I started crafting a motion during this previous item, but it's sounding like I want an additional text amendment to the Land Development Code to create a setback. Help me finish that to accomplish my goal. I want to, you know what I want.
Yes. So I would say that the city commission direct staff to develop a text amendment to the Land Development Code to provide an additional setback requirement for development when abutting.
Hold on, you're going way too fast.
Sorry.
Additional setback. Oh, is Omi typing over there? Excuse me, go Omi.
Where do you have Ms. Gainey?
Direct city staff to develop a text amendment to the Land Development Code to require setback requirement for properties or development abutting.
cemeteries. And we'll when we come back, we'll have a couple different options
Perfect.
for y'all.
Perfect. And just for a little more context, I remember a concern that was very, very similar to this when we were having the conversation about the Rutledge Cemetery that was right next to, help me with this, St.
Michael's.
St. Michael's, thank you very much. So I think this will give us a clear pathway forward as a way to protect those spaces around the community. So thank you.
Sure.
The motion, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Mayor. I wanted to second the motion.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Omi, read my motion.
Sure thing. The City Commission directs staff to develop a text amendment to the Land Development Code to require a setback requirement for development abutting cemeteries.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I thought we had one rolling there. I was
Hey,
there.
come on, don't scare me like that.
All right, is there any public comment on this? Okay, all right, there is conversation on this. Commissioner Willets.
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm going to pose this tonight because I have a lot of questions about before we go down this road. The first thing that came to mind was the fact that the Grove at Sweetwater affordable public housing immediately butts a cemetery. And when we talk about sharp setbacks and limiting development, in the larger conversation of what we were talking about, we've been talking about development, affordable development, is that when we make rules, it makes development more expensive when you limit property. And so knowing that we have in our, Gainesville Housing Authority and then in the Grove within dozens of feet perhaps of already a cemetery inside the city, like, whoa, what are we talking about now? Where are we limiting housing? And in suburban Heights, I'm concerned that is a very expensive piece of property. And when you go tell someone they can't develop on large, small, whatever, it starts to look like a taking, an exaction out of them. And I have real concerns about doing this now because of existing. By all means, if it's land that already was kind of green space conservation and it's just about formalizing, because we look at the PD and you're like, oh, it's already there, or there's already existing development in the form of rural king, and so that's, you're not preventing, perhaps right now at least, more housing to be built. So, but this suddenly jumped out at me because of two different ends of housing, but still the same thing, is limiting housing. Now, granted, we don't have a lot of this, so it's not like in every corner around our community we would be taking out more and more swaths of our community that can't be developed. So I'm immediately concerned about this for those reasons. And I'm not a lawyer, but I want some law opinions about it before I don't even like the kicking around until we know a little more about it. So tonight I'll be voting no, and so I can gather more information as staff and other lawyers tell me a little bit about this and how it could potentially be used, how we structure a law like that so that if, God forbid, a portion of the affordable housing next to Evergreen Cemetery, if it burns down, is it non-conforming to build it back? Those kind of questions. So it just seems like something that is, with perhaps unintended consequences, sounds very good, and it sounds perhaps good in a situation that is not a city that's already built out. If we had cemeteries that had nothing around them on all sides, maybe this is like a no-brainer, but we're an urban environment. We have cemeteries with stuff built around them. And so this strikes me as, obviously it's not fully fledged, so it's not fair to say it's undercooked because it's not fully fledged. It's an idea with a strong passion behind it and strong reasoning behind the why, but not yet the how and what. So for tonight, I'm going to be voting no, but in the future, I might be convinced of some of the how and the what's. I don't think the why is what I need to be convinced on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I would suggest this is exactly why we have a policy research staff. Commissioner Eastman.
Commissioner Willets, I recognize all the points that you're making. The problem, of course, with some of the zoning regulations and housing overall is that the road to road to heck is paved with a million good intentions, right? But out of deference for my colleague who feels very comfortable, who is passionate about it, and I think that there may be ways that you could balance all these things. I mean, there are ways to make sure that there are balances there. I will be supporting the motion because all we're asking for them to do is for staff to come back to us with ways that we'd be able to balance those things out. Of course, they're dealing every day with development, how this could go. Is there possible ways that they could ensure that people can build on their property what they want while still respecting the cemeteries around it? And so with respect and deference to my colleague here, I'll be voting yes. That doesn't mean that I will vote for whatever happens to come back or once I hear the trade-offs of what will be going forward, but I hear your passion, and so I'll be voting yes.
Commissioner Eastman, thank you for that. It's actually adverbs that's paved with, but that's another story. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much. Really briefly, once again, not to belabor this issue. Thank you, Commissioner Willits, as well as Commissioner. I'm shutting down now, y'all. I'm tired. Thank you. It's hot. It was cold before. They're smoking us out of here. But no. No, but I appreciate this conversation. What I will say is that I believe all of us clearly are advocates for housing. You have heard me, you have seen me in the streets well before I came to the commission, fighting and advocating as feet in the street, crafting policy to bring to a separate commission before I ever thought I would sit here for housing and affordable housing. But I think one of the things that I am concerned about as a commissioner is we can call it balance. We can call it fairness. We can call it equity. We can call it attention to everyone who lives in this city and what their concerns and what their ways of being are. One of the things that was most concerning to me, and perhaps you haven't had as much experience as both Commissioner Chestnut and I have in cemeteries. Hopefully you haven't had to visit them too much on your own. We actually work in a profession where we're there almost every weekend and sometimes during the week. But a cemetery, and I will even go so far as to say an African American or a historic Black or Native cemetery, these spaces federally have protections around them. There is attention being paid on a federal level now to how we protect these spaces, what they mean. You have cemeteries that have literally been paved over, built on top of, that PBS and other outlets are now literally unearthing. Absolutely, right here in this state. I'm glad you said that because that's happening right a stone's throw away from us. So how we make sure that we accomplish both of these tasks, I think is something that deserves our attention, that deserves the research. I see it from several different perspectives. I see it as a grand, a niece of people who have literally worked in a space where the sanctity of the cemetery means something. Where when people gather there, it's not just, oh, you dropping a dead body and that's it. It is something completely different. And I think that is why the federal government has paid attention and invested resources in doing research and in protecting these spaces. I think locally that is something that I'm very interested in. So at this point, if there's no more conversation, I want to go ahead and let's pass this motion.
We do have more conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Clarify one. So is your motion to send it to our research staff?
That's what it is.
I was just afraid we were going to get immediately from development.
No.
This, because I can imagine it being applied quickly without nearly as much deep thought, and so that was my question, that this would be something that would go through our research.
It's not going through research.
No,
it's going to Andrew.
Okay, so I thought we were going to get some research about some other examples of this. So when we say it's going to research, this is part of my question of where research is going. And then beyond that, I just want to make sure, I immediately, my problem with the PD development is a promise made is a debt unpaid. And if they said 6 feet, I know it's only 1.5 feet, but part of that was to protect the rest of the neighborhood, but also literally those cemeteries. So right then and there, we've already had a conversation about how we at least make sure the promises from the past are, fulfilled today. And so I'm concerned, and I understand the why, but the how and the what is where I'm worried about, and so maybe I don't know. I'm worried about it, how it comes to us, whether this is something that we're going to have
I think
a couple
Andrew is
times to
coming.
see.
Absolutely. I think Andrew is coming, and I trust our very capable and brilliant staff to bring back what our options are.
Yes, I would definitely say nothing moves fast in land development. So, and we will bring back to the commission through the process some options for the commission to consider, and ultimately the commission can take or leave anything that comes forward. So, if it's any comfort, I don't, Ms. Gainey has fabulous, talented, fellows in the research. But I don't think that this is sort of to that level, in terms of like a big research project. I think we could bring back some very simple options, do some, quick mapping of where we have cemeteries, show the commission some of the things that I think have been talked about here tonight, and it should be pretty straightforward. But it, like most things, the process is deliberate on purpose, so that everything gets fully vetted. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Commissioner Buck.
So very briefly, cemeteries are pretty unique. I'm fairly familiar with the
Geography of the city limits, and while there's probably more than any of us are aware of, there's not that many in the city of Gainesville. There's just not. And most of them they may not meet historic designation standards, but they're pretty historic. Every one that I've been to is. So it's meaningful for decades, it's meaningful for generations, it's amongst the most sanctimonious of space that we have. And I know that Mr. Persons and the staff will bring us back. If there's some deficiencies in what they see or some gaps that maybe we didn't consider, because I think it's a very good point about unintended consequences or collateral damage that it could occur, well, then I'm certain that we would consider at that time and make the adjustments that we need to. But this is a really good, innovative motion, yes, me, and I'm ready to vote on it.
Well, we're not quite ready
I
to
just
vote
have-
on it, so Commissioner Chestnut.
I just have one question. Does your motion also include the city cemeteries, Evergreen and Pine Grove?
For sure. I wouldn't leave anyone out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't leave
I
anyone out.
want to
of
be
the
certain
motion.
that we look at all of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cemeteries.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so, right, so, what are we doing? Well, yeah. Okay. We very often send things to either research staff or to planning staff or to legal staff, to staff in general. And they come back to us with things we can make choices on. Generally speaking, unless something is just particularly odious, it's just a good idea to get data back and to get good information back so that we can actually make choices, so that we can read the backup and really understand what we're talking about. And this is how we do that. This is the process for that. That being said, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Sacco absent. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly mention.
We're not going home, right?
What's that?
We're not going home. We're just going to stay.
I'm
here.
filibustering this thing up until tomorrow night. We'll be let's just stay here the whole time, baby. I just wanted to briefly point out if you might have read in the news first I had heard about this issue as it relates to the bands that were staying over at a place called Mini Maxi that was up on Waldo. It's as someone who's played in bands for most of my life, not since I had my kid or got but in a previous life when I was a much cooler person. You meet up with people. You got to find a place to go play. You got to get some. You got to find a place where the drummers aren't going to get people calling on you. And it's really, really critical that you have these sort of places where musicians can come together, where they can play together, where they're and Mini Maxi was that spot for many of the local bands that were here in town They were evicted just on individual. The whole place was not evicted. Only the musicians were evicted. And WFT recently ran a report where they found that it was actually the Santa Fe Foundation that was the one who was owning that space and had evicted them. I know working with Santa Fe College when I was at Career Source and places like that, and I know that they're your employer, of course, which Santa Fe Foundation is a separate entity from, right? But Santa Fe College has always been very focused on economic growth, on cultural growth. I know that they are bought into the idea of making us a cultural capital. I hope that the Santa Fe Foundation and the president of the Santa Fe Foundation will come out and explain why exactly these bands and these musicians were targeted from this place. Because while it might not seem like a very big deal, that is one very critical part for how you get the next Tom Petty, the next Against Me, the next Mercury Program, the next Less Than Jake, all the bands that we're so proud of that have come out of the city of Gainesville. Part of that was because they had spaces to practice. We had cheap places. Tom Petty was able to practice up at his big single-family home up on the northwest side of town. I think that's where that was, right? Northeast side of town. Well, that's where he grew up, right? It doesn't matter. Let's get home soon. We don't have that anymore. We need these kind of spaces like this, and I hope the Santa Fe Foundation, and particularly the president of the Santa Fe Foundation, comes and explains themselves at some point. Thank you.
So it was only the bands who were evicted?
Only the bands.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Any other commission comment? All right, then. We are adjourned, and I will see you all at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Thank you.